This is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, mouth would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, inferno providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on. This is a test of the infernal broadcast system. Do not panic, this is just a test. There is no peril to your body, because we already own your soul. Throwing coals upon this lyrical pyre. Firefest was just a test run, share your soul's desire. Buyer beware, mouth would stare as the offer unfolds. In bold letters, read unfettered, let your spirit be sold on. The unbound potential, inferno providential. Signing your name on the blood-dotted line, just grab your writing utensil. Essential apprehension, but don't you pay heed. Just shut your conscience off and put your name on this deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the cold. You'll get everything you asked, it only costs your soul, so come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus has saved you a seat. Rock steady, arms spreading wide in greeting. Dagger behind, sport is blood, the show is live, the chosen weapon is mine. Do in kind what you're dealt on this Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma, what can you lose? 7 card, aces high, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The pawns are information for raiding to war. But how fair is the game when someone owns the board? So come on.
Hello, 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 my lovely imps. Yes, I am early today. I witnessed the wonderful Suck You Jammies combo you completed in chat, and I could not contain myself. I had to come early. I had been summoned by the imps, and I have arrived. Yes, that is right, Demon Mama, me. The one that you came here for. who will be delivering you a steady stream of blood directly into your hungry little impy mouths. Are you prepared? Are you prepared for today? I don't think you are. I am. I'm ready for today. By the way, all 92 of you lovely imps, you're amazing. Please smack the like button. It's free to press the like button. It really is. So please slap that like button. If you aren't already subscribed, join me, please, for the love of God. I would love to have you in my little lovely imp legion here of sweetheart imps. And don't worry, you don't have to be a cute imp if you don't want to. You can be a spooky, scary, strong imp. They're both allowed, okay? All right. Hey, Mysterious. Yeah, thank you so much.
First time subscriber. Love your content.
Subscriber. I love that. That's so cute. Thank you so much, Mysterious. This show, for those of you who are new to my show, I know there's probably some of you, this show will always be free. Always. Hey, thank you, Eric Nelson. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. This show will always be free. All support is greatly appreciated because it lets me build the show and have a comfortable life and eat and live and all that stuff. But the show will always be free. Always be viewer supported. So, oh, you like the Ask Yourself discussion I had yesterday? I handled the linguistics points decently well. Thank you. It was very difficult. I am not a linguist. I am not a philosophy student, although I like to consider that I like to consider that I've done some, I know I have done quite a bit of thinking about this stuff, and it's all right. My knowledge is okay. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Chardlargic. All right, yeah, let's start this section about WACO, yeah? I can't do his voice yet, but eventually. Eventually, yes. Today, we will be having, this is a special, okay? I don't usually stream on Saturdays. My stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 3 p.m. PST. And then on Sundays, I also do a gaming stream that's like chill with occasional little off-the-cuff debates and stuff like that on Sunday nights. But this week, we're moving the Sunday stream basically to Saturday, and instead we are going so that we could make a debate show. It's really do your best, Geico Gecko. I don't think so. Chud Logic sounds very different than the Geico Gecko. The Geico Gecko's like, hello there. And then Chud is like, hello there. It's very different. It's just they're very different. I can't do it. I can't do his voice. I wanted to someday, but I can't. So there's a small chance that my guitar might arrive today. And if my guitar arrives today, after the debate, we'll chill and we'll have a little guitar stream. There's a small chance, like a small chance. It's probably not going to happen, but it might. Also, I got to tell you something before we get into the conversation with our resident cat historian, Aaron. We will... Oh, you want to say General Kenobi. That one? So there's... Okay, two things I got to do before we do this. First of all, Mystic Miltank and... I just can't say her name. Mystic Miltank, Pie All the Time, Humphead Sassy, Mayface, Supercrat, actual username, Ulysses, Ada Stardust, Halodor, Nuts, Hawk, Mysterious. Hello to you. And from the YouTube chat, we have Eric Nelson, Rebecca Soul West, Taylorix, Sanguis Satanus, Toranala, Coco, Inca F, and Mr. Man. Hello and welcome. And please, again, 141 viewers. That is so unbelievably pog. But please hit the like button so that we can bump this up in the algorithm, because I would really appreciate all the likes. And likes are free. So please, you can help me by just pressing the like button real quick. Thank you. All right, that's the last time I'm going to do it. Now there's another thing we got to talk about. Unfortunately, I have been canceled. I have been canceled by the Chi-Coms. I have been canceled by the Chi-Coms. God damn it. My latest TikTok, the one that blew me up overnight, was canceled by the Chinese Communist Corporation TikTok. My video that blew up, that got so many likes. It got like 5,000 likes. And it got taken down. Well, I wish I could tell you, but it actually doesn't show you. I know why. It was for hate speech. Now, for those of you who don't know, I can still show you this TikTok. So I'm going to show you the TikTok that contained the hate speech. You might think, wow, Demon Mama, did you drop an N-bomb? Oh my God, did you call someone a straggot? Did you call somebody a straggot to their face? You might be like, what the fuck did you do, Mama? What the fuck? Let me show you what I did. Let me show you the sin that I committed, okay? Where is it here? Here we go. This right here is what did it. Oh, hello, C-Space.
Hello?
Can you hear me? C-Space, what are your pronouns?
What?
What are your pronouns?
Just the normal ones.
Okay. Do you use he, him pronouns? Do you use she, her pronouns? Or do you use they, them
I'm
pronouns?
a man.
Do you use he, him pronouns? Do you use she, her pronouns? Or do you use they, them pronouns? I'm asking you a very simple
I
question.
am a male.
It's not a hard question.
I'm a man.
Would you like me to ask that again? There are men.
Use male pronouns.
Male pronouns? Okay, so
There
you
you go.
mean like, do you mean he, him then? Or do you mean she, her? Because there are some men who do prefer she,
No,
her
there
pronouns.
aren't.
Yes,
Don't
there are.
don't play this
Oh,
crap
yes,
with
there
me.
are. This is a
Pronouns.
simple question. This is a literal question I ask every
It's
single
not a
guest.
simple question. There's all kind of crap you're throwing at me. I
Wait,
said I'm a
wait, this
man, and you
isn't-
said,
wait, hold-
well,
hold-
it doesn't matter. You can be a man who doesn't speak.
C-Space. Oh, hello, C-Space.
Hello?
Can you hear me? And unfortunately, that was enough to get me destroyed. Destroyed! Off of TikTok. Yo! Castrix, thank you so much!
Enjoying the content I've managed to see so far. Also, I had a nice pizza before the stream and have chicken tendies ready to be reheated for the debate. Peepo fat / impo fat.
Guess what? We're gonna have an Impo Fat soon. We're gonna have an Impo Fat soon. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It'll be Impo Thick. Watch. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. My cancellation by TikTok, it's a bit heavy-handed. Yeah, almost undeniably, undeniably, it was a brigade for sure. Just so you know, I had like an unfathomable amount of comments on that video. That video got like well over 10,000 views. Like literally, it tripled the followers that I have on TikTok. So and it was called Conservative Snowflake Loses It Over Pronouns. It got brigaded. So there's no deny. Now I did appeal it. For those who were asking, I did appeal it. Hopefully the appeal will go through. I don't know. It's a shame to lose a video that had so many views on it. But as you know, conservatives are willing to engage in brigades. Conservatives, no, it's just the video for now. Conservatives will report the shit out of your video. They will use any dirty-handed tactic, and we always play super nice. We never do that shit. It's so uncommon. It's so uncommon for lefties to like brigade the shit out of stuff and then even have any success with it. But conservatives, those motherfuckers will literally, I mean, come on. The conservatives literally invented fucking cancel culture. Do you remember the Hays Code? Do you remember when they literally codified cancel culture into law? Conservatives listen, conservatives do not give a shit about honor or consistency. They just want to win. They will do anything to win. It's unfortunate, even if it's dirty. Yep. Of course they do. Anyway. So yeah. Does the left not want to win? Well, I think the left wants to win. It's just that a lot of people have actual morals and like principles on the left, whereas conservatives, the only thing that matters is winning. Think about this. If you build a ideology that's only about dominance, then it is completely Machiavellian in ideology. And that's not our ideology. And unfortunately, I mean, I guess fortunately, right? We don't want to be like them, but we do have to realize that, like, I don't know, we're fighting against people who fight real dirty. Just got to acknowledge that. Stop trying to play so fucking nice with conservatives. All right, let's get this conversation going. We are going to bring on Aaron to talk about WACO before we go on the panel in about an hour. Yes, I do remember that. Radio stations refused to play the Dixie Chicks because they criticized George Bush. Fucking idiots. All right, let's bring Aaron in. Let's get into the content, yeah? Now that I've whined about my cancellation. My video got removed. Now that I've done that. No, Posadas John. Get out of here with that rhetoric. Get the fuck out of here with that rhetoric. Nah. Fucking no. We don't do that shit. Gets us banned. We don't want to do that. The standards are not even. All right, let's do this. Hello. How are you doing? Can you hear me? Dan the Step? Dan the Step? Hello? I cannot hear you. Uh-oh. Hold on, let's try again. Hello? Can you hear me?
Katie.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hold on, let me pull you into the stream. Hold on.
My microphone was being really weird.
Do you prefer if I call you Dan the Step, or do I or Aaron?
I prefer Dan the Step.
Okay.
Okay, so
here, let me bring you in. Hold on. We got to go into stream calling so people can't jump on us.
Yeah. So yeah. So we're gonna do some preparatory stuff about the debate. So, did you got my video that I sent you last night?
I did, and I watched it this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, let's get to the point about WACO. Is there any like conflicts or at least things that you have issues with that you might have confusion on?
Not particularly. Honestly, what you gave me was really valuable. I listened to the entire Atlantic article, which was quite long, but very, very interesting about the Mormons from a Mormon POV, which is pretty interesting. And not like an extremist Mormon POV either. They did try to be rather like even-handed and critique their own religion quite extensively. But it's very clear that at one point it was absolutely normalized to literally attack Mormons. Now, of course, it should be noted that Mormons, of course, did the same things along racial lines. So, you know, but that doesn't mean that it justifies the way the U.S. government treated them at one point. For those who don't know, and I didn't actually know this. Well, I suspected this, but I didn't know it for sure. But at one point in history, there were literally state-sanctioned mobs that would drive out Mormons from communities or drive out Mormon families from communities. And that happened to Catholics too. Like, I lived in an area where the state that I grew up in, it was a well-known part of local history, how there had been multiple times where Catholics were tarred and feathered in public by mobs of Protestants, and nothing was done. You know, like, this was in fact one of the schools that I went to was named after somebody. The state that I lived in had a local I don't want to call it a holiday, but a local day of remembrance that was called Black Friday, and it was a day in which a notable Catholic preacher had been dragged out of the home of a friendly Protestant family who had taken kindness on him, and they literally broke into this Protestant family's house. This mob of angry Protestants broke into the family's house, dragged him out in the middle of the night, and tarred and feathered him in the public square. All because he was Catholic, and they believed that because he was doing services for Catholic people. And so the U.S. government has a history not just of and of course there was nothing, like, literally there were members of the local police and the sheriff that were involved in that act. So it is an undeniable fact of American history that the state, the U.S. government, often does take sides in issues of religious doctrine.
Definitely. I could give you another example.
Yeah, please do.
There was a I live in New Mexico, so like if people are familiar with here, is that we're pretty Catholic, I would guess,
Mm-hmm.
due to a large amount of Hispanic population. But whenever they were trying to admit both Arizona and New Mexico to the Union, they were concerned about the amount of Catholics here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was one of the things that they were concerned about.
It's
And it says like, and they were not concerned with Arizona because Arizona is filled with like evangelical Protestants mostly. But that was kind of like, but luckily it was not definitely that issue.
Yeah,
With
it's kind of wild to the degree to which the degree to which like religious struggles have been boiling under the surface of America for a long time, and the especially now there was an I watched this. I've talked about this a couple times on stream now. I watched a really long series by. Are you familiar with Good Mythical Morning? Like super famous YouTubers.
I watched them until probably when they get to their season 10.
Oh wow! So you've been okay. So you probably watched around the same time I used to watch them. It's pretty awesome.
I watched them, but then I kind of watched other things that I wake up in the morning for.
Yeah.
But I do think that much of them, what they're doing has been very family friendly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they have a side podcast that's called Ear Biscuits, and which is a really funny name. But the Ear Biscuits, yeah, the Ear Biscuits is where they talk about they tend to talk about more heavy and personal topics on Ear Biscuits. And they did a big series that I'm really inspired by, that I'm now working on the project of my own to show on this channel that's inspired by what they did. They did a thing called a spiritual deconstruction, where both of them went through and talked about their experiences in the evangelical church. And they both had very different experiences. It's super interesting. It's like a 4-hour, because they did two, actually it's more than that, because they did 2 episodes a year ago where they both told their story, and then they did a year after follow-up. And in the follow-up episode, they go into how extensively, like they have a ton of stats on hand. They go really all in. It's like a bread tube video almost, talking about how heavily skewed that white evangelicals in America are to this day, with regard to intolerance, with regard to racism, with regard to hatred for other Christian groups, for other religions, with regard to they don't predominantly don't support BLM at all. And it's actually really wild to look at how deeply the evangelical Protestant faction of Christianity has embedded its biases into the U.S. government as well. And in cases like WACO, it's like, oh God, like that's a horrible cult. Like almost everybody can agree, like this cult is terrible. Like their actions are monstrous. But it doesn't just end there. As we've seen throughout all of history, the U.S. government isn't just careless in the way that it engages with dangerous sects like WACO, but also in how it engages with many other religious groups that aren't considered normal. And many of those groups are religious groups that people in my audience might be members of, that are these are not like freak extremist religions. These are just at one point it was considered a freak extremist religion to be a Catholic, and that's not to play equivalencies between a cult like David Koresh's Branch Davidians. That's like no, obviously there's no equivalence there as far as belief system. However, the treatment by the U.S. government is shockingly, it is not a far step aside.
They had like issues with like other weird religions for like a long time, along with many of the Catholics that they had that much of states have issues with. They had issues with like the Millerites, which is other.
The Millerites were a precursor to the Branch Davidians.
Yeah, definitely. And then they were also, I think, against people who are spiritualists.
Mm-hmm.
like Houdini was like a really big spiritualist, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly,
That's fine.
but
Spiritualist.
yeah, and it's a lot of these what they would call fringe religions, or at least they felt was like against the status quo
Yeah.
to that.
And I mean, just so we can go through the list of religions, like just offhand, the number of religions I can name that have experienced government sanctioned or at least government government enabled um, uh, uh, discrimination. We could, there were, of course, obviously, black Christians is one of them. Fucking Catholics, which are Christians, but nonetheless a pretty significant difference from what the average American Christian.
I apologize. Houdini was against that, but
Oh,
I was just one of your. I think it was just. I remember that people were like. I think he was a part of like that anti-culture of that.
So the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Mormons, Muslims, obviously,
7-day Adventists.
Hinduists, Buddhists, let's see who else. The Amish at various times. Yeah, there have been damn near every non-Christian evangelical Christian religious group that you can think of has at some point had severe mistreatment at the hands of the US government. And I don't think it's as easy as people would like to hand wave or to breeze over situations like WACO, where a lot of people died. Of course, this was a violent group, but at the same time, these things stack up on one another, right? Like, for example, the early conflicts between the U.S. government and Scientology is what led, or is part of what led, Scientology to become what it is today, which is an even more extreme cult than it was to begin with. Now, it was always very culty. Now, I know quite a bit about Scientology because I've read quite a lot about it. A lot of people don't know this, but L. Ron Hubbard's house has machine gun emplacements built into it. Like, he literally, it has multiple towers that have view over the yard. It's set up on a hill in like an empty area in a giant compound, and there are towers that can very easily, at the drop of a hat, be converted into machine gun nests. And the reason for that is because early on, when he first was creating this movement of people, which I agree was very misleading and culty and crazy.
Yeah.
But he was targeted by the U.S. government, and that led to them believing that they were inevitably going to be killed en masse by the U.S. government. So they began to do this stuff. So there is a culpability to some degree on behalf of the way that the government goes about handling these groups. And a lot of times the way that they try to handle them is to engage in a cycle of violence, which inevitably accelerates and confirms whatever fears these groups have. And that is certainly the case with in the follow-up to WACO. And one of the things I'm really looking forward to talking about today with people and hearing what people have to say about is how the WACO incident served as a radicalizing point for a lot of right-wingers. And one of the things you brought up to me that was super helpful was Alex Jones. Alex Jones.
He was there. He was definitely there, and he had.
I've seen video of it now.
Famous rants.
Yeah, we can show it actually before. I remember the time. I have the approximate timestamp from the video. Yeah, Alex Jones got his start reporting at WACO. No joke. You can see video. Yeah, here. In fact, if you don't mind, we'll take a second and I'll bring it up. And I'll show you the clip, and we can show the stream the clip here.
Yeah, I was trying to mention that to you like a while. Like, Alex Jones made his like career being there at the Waco event, and then eventually he was try to simp of Cooper. He was a different. He was another. If you're familiar with him,
A little bit, yeah. And then he also had, and then after Waco, he did his early documentaries, which was like the infiltration into the Bohemian Grove and all that stuff. Sandy Hook was no. That's maybe for Zoomers. That's where he got his notoriety. But no, he's been doing this for a long time. Watch this. Here, we're gonna watch this real quick. You won't be able to hear it, Dan, but here, I'm gonna play it real quick. Watch this.
Using proper procedure.
I know personally, I don't give a damn.
Hear that voice? You hear that voice? You know that voice. You know this man.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to do anything to me. These people are murderers.
He's over here.
These people are
Not this
murderers.
guy,
I'm
sorry.
sick and tired of
He's
hearing
over
your
here.
lies. You got a big problem, buddy. You sit over here. I'm not afraid of you guys. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I'm sick of it. You sit over here and you talk about how the children huddle in the corner and how the ammunition that they had is what killed them, all the rest of your garbage. You ought to be
with the
ashamed of
full-headed
yourself.
hair.
You don't stand for
Full-headed
the
hair, yep.
Constitution. You stand for zip, not a zero.
That's Alex Jones
You
right
have
over
no
here.
comma plum. It's false, my friend. And let me tell you, a lot of people are writing down your names. You can follow people around. You can harass people. You can back up your bankster buddies. But a revolution of peaceful information
There
is
he
coming.
is.
And when it comes time, you people are going to be brought to punishment. You understand? Just like Nuremberg. Just taking orders doesn't cut it, my friend. You understand me? We know the federal government destroyed Oklahoma. It's proven. So you can't sit here. You can assess me all day. I want you to assess me. I've assessed you. A smiley-faced slime ball that sits here in soft pedals and tries to placate the media.
He's a nutcase now.
So that right there, by the way, was him yelling at an FBI agent doing a No, he really wasn't, Posadas John. He really wasn't. The thing is, yeah, he's mad. He was very, very mad about that. But I mean, he was yelling at it as at an FBI guy. Oh yeah, he definitely was Jewish questioning there. Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, this is not to say that Alex Jones was ever a good person. Alex Jones has always had, he literally, I mean, he used to be louder about a lot of his conspiracy things. Yeah, ex-FBI guy. Yeah, but who was making statements.
He was like him and Bill Cooper was like the two people that were conspiracy theorists that kept on going.
Yep. And Timothy McVeigh, Timothy McVeigh cited how the FBI handled Waco as the primary motivation in the Oklahoma City bombing, which is wild to think about. Probably the most notorious act of right-wing terrorism in the history of the United States, well, or at least in the recent history of the United States, was cited Waco directly. So we can't ignore the fact that these actions, if not handled correctly by the government, can lead to mass radicalization.
Jade Monkey also mentions that I also remember that he also was inspired by the Turner Diaries.
Of course, yes, undeniably. Like it wasn't like there's no single one thing that turned somebody into a fucking bomber. But yeah, the Oklahoma City bomb. Yeah, it was in 1995. Yeah, the 90s were a fucking wild time. America's been on an interesting path for a while. But yeah. Yeah, he was. Oh, McVeigh was at the town. I didn't even know he was near that. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So it's very hard. And I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about the nitty-gritty details of what happened at Waco. And I don't think that's necessarily the most important thing to talk about, especially 30 years out, which is what my goal going into this panel is going to bring attention to the potential for radicalization that irresponsible or haphazard government action can very easily lead to. I don't think it would be, I don't think I would be remiss to say that, that Waco burns strongly in the minds of many conservatives to this day. Do you believe that's accurate as well, Dan?
I don't think it's that in the mind currently, but it is part of one of the stepping stones to what they are now, as one of the major things, as this can be misconstrued by many other demagogues as an attack against Christianity and one of their their domino theory effects to go after all Christians.
Yeah.
All like this. This is this is probably like very much like much to the fault to of not learning how to de-escalate the problem
Mm-hmm.
and not have a solution. Even though that much of the people who were there were in the bunker for 57, I don't know specifically, it was around 50 days.
I think it was 51 by the
So
end of our
they still
53.
could have, yeah, 53. They could have still waited longer
Yeah.
and not allow to have this kind of feeling from other religious minorities to, or at least similar religious like Christians, to feel that they are going to be personally attacked too.
By the way, here is one of the pictures of the fire. So you can see how intensely the fire expanded. You can actually see some federal agents over here in the picture. Basically what happened was, now nobody knows who, there's no conclusion as to who started the fire. Now, the FBI's official position is that it was started by the Branch Davidians, that they torched themselves, which is a possibility. Though the fact that David Koresh himself died in the fire and he was literally considered to be a messiah, it seems very strange that it would be like his call to self-immolate. But it is certainly a possibility. Now, there is also video of the FBI firing tear gas canisters and spraying tear gas from a military engineering vehicle, which is that video is included in that telltale one that was that you sent to me. And as we know, tear gas canisters do get very hot, and there are types of tear gas that have lower ignition points, and it is possible that the tear gas started the fire. Some forms of tear gas are flammable, yes, but
it's like,
the FBI says that the stuff that they used wasn't, but it's very difficult to confirm this. And yeah, using the gas was a controversial call in the first place.
Like it's similar to, I would find I would not, I mean, I would agree with you, just because like there was things like bug bombs that are very flammable and they use like similar disinfectants and all of that. I'm not saying they're the same thing, but definitely much of this could have easily been de-escalated.
Yeah. And I mean, of course, it's hard. It's hard to not consider other recent events like Ruby Ridge and the Move bombing, although they're very different events.
There's other stuff that comes to mind, is like Jonestown. They didn't, because in that one, a congressman did get killed.
But also that happened in outside of the U.S., correct? The Jonestown complex was in a U.S. territory, not on U.S. proper, correct?
No, it was in Ghana, I believe, like in South America.
Wait, Ghana's in Africa.
I know it's in South America.
Let me double check with that. It's in Guyana. Yeah, in Guyana. Yeah. That is, yeah. Yeah, Guyana is in South America. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, okay. So it was in a. Sorry, for some reason I thought that it was in a U.S. territory. But yeah, it is.
I've always been told that it was in, or at least what I was read, in South America.
Yeah, it's in South America, Guyana. I don't know how it's properly pronounced. Let's see.
Yeah, most of them were Americans side tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were. They had a complex and a commune there that was predominantly Americans.
Yeah, they wanted. Yeah, much of that was like the same kind of feeling of wanting to have like the times are ending. We need to survive, repent. A lot of it was based off of the fervor of the Cold War, I believe, of Jonestown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
And Jim Jones I think I mean, from what I always have read about him, he was more of like a populist until then later he become more like violent and like been against people who were he felt discriminatory.
Yeah, and he did have like there, you know, he's been accused of having a lot of like authoritarian authoritarian bent. Like, I mean, he was known to apparently speak frequently about, like, positively about Stalin and then Kim Il Sung and stuff like that. But again, that's very hard to tell because, again, at the end of the day, it was a Christian cult. Yeah.
He was just anti-American.
Yeah. Yep.
That's mostly what his bent was.
I didn't even know this. I didn't even know there was so many. I didn't know that 70% of Jonestown's population was black. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, he was specifically going to the disadvantaged minorities. Like, a lot of them were Asian Americans and Black African Americans. So it was.
I guess I was wrong about that. For some reason, I thought it was a lot of white people.
Yeah, that was the assumption I had, but it was actually more of him preaching to minorities.
Huh. Yeah, and they did actually gun down a senator. So.
Not a senator.
What's that?
Congressman. He was a congressman.
Oh, was he? Wait, I thought he was a senator. Was he a representative?
Yeah, he was a Well,
because congressman can be a senator as well. Wait, who was it? Let me see. Wait, United States congressman. Oh yeah, I guess he was a representative. Okay. Yeah, I've got some of my base facts about fucking Jonestown wrong.
Leo Joseph Ryan Jr.
Yeah, Leo Ryan. Yep. Okay, yeah. For some reason I thought he was a senator. I guess he was a representative.
Yeah, that was probably one of the main things why Jim Jones wanted to do that whole mass sacrifice.
Yeah.
And that's where you get the term "drink the Kool-Aid."
Yes, yeah, that's where that came from.
Yeah, well, let's go on to did you remember Jim Parsons?
I do remember Jim Parsons, yes. But please tell chat.
To explain, Jim Parsons was basically one of the founders of NASA, but he ended up being like one of those weird. He was into like sex magic and the occult, and also ironically, he was big friends with the guy of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard, yep.
L. Ron Hubbard stole his wife and left and took his money.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna say this. This is totally unrelated, but the life of L. Ron Hubbard is absolutely wild. And sometime I want to do like a Scientology stream where we talk about Scientology, because there is so much wild shit about Scientology you can't even believe. It is wild. And it's still the church of Scientology is still going strong right now. Yeah.
I always wondered what happened to Miss Cavage's wife, because people always say that that she got killed or something. But no, everyone was like saying, but the best way to get all the information about Scientology in the most hilarious manner is watch the Behind the Bastards with Robert Evans.
I love Robert Evans.
He did like 5 episodes on L. Ron Hubbard. That was pretty hilarious.
Also, I believe L. Ron Hubbard did actually, or not L. Ron Hubbard. I believe that Robert Evans recently just made a tweet about WACO. Actually, let me check.
And also he did the episode about talking exactly what both L. Ron Hubbard and Jim Parsons did with their sex magic.
Yeah,
just hilarious shenanigans. I mean, much of it was just basically L. Ron Hubbard taking advantage of Jim Parsons. But funny enough, the Jim Parsons mentor, Aleister Crowley, who basically just called himself Beast 666 for some reason.
Aleister Crowley's an interesting guy too.
Yeah, knew L. Ron Hubbard was a con man.
Yeah, it's really wild. Crowley and what is now known as like Western esotericism and what thelemic.
Philema.
Yeah, the thelema. Yeah, but it's called like the thelemic esotericism or something along that like that. Let me see, thelemic.
Yeah, I am not entirely that familiar with their version of the occult, but I just know that they call it Thelema.
Yeah, Thelema. Yeah. Yeah, Thelema is an esoteric, occult, social, and spiritual philosophy and a new religious movement developed in the 1900s by Aleister Crowley. It's absolutely unbelievable. And that movement, the Thelema movement, actually did end up down the line, of course, like sometime down the line, ended up resulting in some of the like Nazi esoterist cults that we see today. It's kind of terrifying to see how these groups were radicalized and connected.
Like the Nazis were into the cult. I think they took some lessons from what Aleister Crowley, because they wanted to have every way they want to win, even in the afterlife.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really crazy.
It's very hard to track some of this stuff because, again, so much of it was intentionally intentionally obscure and mystic, and the influence of these groups like exploded, especially between I would say the 50s and the 2000s. In that era of that at the end of the 1900s, a lot of the movements and new age religion movements that started at the turn of the century and around that era had grown into these unbelievable things. I mean, hell, even Heaven's Gate had similar influences.
The Nike shoes.
Yeah. With the famous, and by the way, I've told this story on stream before, but I've literally been to the location where the mansion once stood. I literally stood there, and I have a piece of the stone of the foundation in my closet, because it was such a weird experience to go there and see this place where a bunch of alien worshippers committed mass suicide out of being convinced that they were going to be killed by the government. That was what ultimately led them, by the way.
There's a guy still running the website.
Oh yeah, there is. Yes, there are still there's a handful of active believers in Heaven's Gate to this day. I knew somebody who had gotten in contact with them. One of my friends literally had an original patch from the group sent to them by a member of the group who they tracked down through the internet. It's very, very wild. But it was a fascinating thing. I learned so much about Heaven's Gate. And it is a wild and kind of, I mean, it's terrifying. It is terrifying. And it's sad too, because the thing was about Heaven's Gate is that a lot of the people involved in it were themselves perfectly fine. They were seemingly normal people until, of course, you start talking about religion. But there was these pressures both from Marshall Applewhite himself and from perceived pressures, external pressures that led them to this kettle that resulted in the mass suicide that everybody knows about now. And I don't know. I think discussing these things is really important, especially in the era of QAnon.
Much of what people theorize from those, they say that he went on and did that whole thing is because of his wife died earlier, which was all.
I don't know. Honestly, I think there's a lot of factors. Again, in preparation for this trip that I did to go try and find the location, which we found and visited and whatever. In preparation for this, I did a lot of research, and there was a lot that seemed to have pushed Applewhite to that spot. Like, I mean, yes, the death of his partner was very, very, like, it clearly had some impact, because I mean they were wrapped up in this messianic. It's very hard to follow the exact beliefs, and there's a lot of inconsistencies because I mean I do think there's some level of Applewhite was like a very unstable person, as many cult leaders are, a very unstable person. And there were times where he would contradict himself and then later say he was doing that intentionally. It's very confusing at times. But nonetheless, you know, he viewed his partner as like all of the partners that he had over time, but specifically his like wife was like a spiritual connection. But over time, one of the things that he mentioned increasingly leading up in the years and months leading up to the mass suicide was this paranoia that he was going to be killed at any moment by the FBI. Yeah, he was obsessed with that idea. And you
get that from like WACO,
for sure,
and all that. I know this isn't related, but for some reason, Applewhite reminds me of Jordan Peterson for some reason, because Jordan Peterson's known for having telling about his wife has prophetic dreams.
Yeah, it's concerning at times. It's one of the things that you learn looking into cults is how close a lot of charismatic religious or self-help leaders actually do resemble these sorts of cult people, and often it's just a matter of a few degrees of intensity. And yeah, I mean, there are times where you could watch a videotape, and I know this because I've watched videotapes of Applewhite, and I just watched a crazed TikTok of Jordan Peterson. You'd be hard pressed sometimes to find a difference. Stefan Molyneux is a great example of somebody who's sort of pivoted into becoming a cult leader. And now, will he ever be an Applewhite? It's hard to tell, but there's a lot of similarities there. There are a lot of similarities there. Now, Alex Jones is like, listen, Alex Jones is a fuck disinformation dude, but he doesn't really run like a cult. He doesn't have like facilities and things like that. Like
he runs some pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, guy. I mean, he has some like grifts and whatnot, but yeah. Alex Jones is a very different person. When we're talking about now I don't know how structured, especially at this point, I don't know how structured the community around Jordan Peterson is, but around Molyneux, for sure.
Yeah, it's with Jordan Peterson, I believe he did not intentionally create a cult, but he has aspirations for it. Like, he has told his fellow professor, who has now went against him, that he wanted to buy a church so that he could give sermons every Sunday. And this was before he got famous. And much of Peterson is that he actually studied much of how you could convince people your beliefs. Like, he studied Hitler and all of that, and because he's a psychologist, a lot of things what he does is just give basic racism without saying racism.
Yeah.
Like Nazi adjacent.
And it is concerning too in the era of the internet, like what that means for how cults can form. Like one of the things that was limiting to cults was recruitment. But the internet means you have that people who want to make these cults have can have potentially massive platforms and can get into places that you would never, as we see with QAnon.
Yeah, that's definitely, it's a cult. Like, if you're against the cult, you are part of the problem.
Yeah.
It's much of this is very concerning. It's almost about time for the debate, but let's talk about the certain people that you'll be debating with, like Mel.
Mm-hmm.
This is our
Mouthy,
resident.
Vivian.
Yeah, we were going Mouthy, Vivian. What is your expectation when you get into there and when you talk to them?
Oh, I expect that we will start by making relatively interesting and potentially useful statements, and it will quickly devolve into an absolute bloodbath where lots of spicy things are said, and the drama cycle will immediately begin. There's almost no I hate to say that, but I will say, just for the record, this goes both for the imps and for you. All of the research and stuff that I've done has been personally and will be fulfilling to all the imps, even if this panel immediately devolves into stupid, meaningless, petty bullshit.
Yeah, he told me to look into Mel, and I almost had a stroke last night just watching her talk about history.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If Mel's watching this, like, I'm sorry, but the Warring States period is not in the 1200s. It's that, and that's not how it works.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I learned my first streaming lesson from that conversation with Mel. I had Mel on my show because Mel and I were becoming friends, and I was friends with Mel for a long time, and you know, for a long time I got along really well with Mel, and even though I disagreed with her on a lot of stuff, in fact, that was sort of one of the things we discussed in that video was, you know, we have a lot of disagreements, and we've had multiple public debates on my channel, but with all that said, I got roasted by Dylan Burns. And I was just a baby streamer at that point. I had like 10 average viewers. And but I got roasted by Dylan Burns. He's like, you know, I don't think you did a good job vetting her history. She kind of said a lot of bullshit. And I was like, okay, you're right, actually. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to do better. And I've done better since then. That was one of the biggest learning moments that a lot of people, thank God, I didn't have to have my embarrassment broadcast to the entire world. Well, I did, but it's like, you know, it's like only some people had to see me mess up and learn from it. But
it was definitely, I saw a learning experience because as from coming from knowing much of these areas, like, I am not an expert in Korean history, but I know the basics.
Yeah.
Much of it, including Chinese, and a lot of it were based off of saying like Japanese is a monolithic society. It's like, what? Like, I don't. A lot of that, like, I just felt concerned about a lot of that is coming from one of those propagandas, like revisionism, that usually came from like the Maoists, historians or Stalinists.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if she wants to go out of her way and want to talk to me in a live stream, sure.
Oh, I'd host a debate between you two if you wanted. If you're
Sure.
interested in doing a debate, I'll host a debate.
Yeah, if she wants
I
to
don't
do
know if
that.
Mel will talk to me anymore, but maybe.
I mean, if she wants to talk to me, but sure, yeah. And yes, Japanese history is way more complex than people give.
Of course.
I did
all history.
I did an in-depth study of like 1920s of the rise of fascism through Japan, and like the crazy amount of times where they kept assassinating their prime ministers because they thought they were they're not like for the emperor enough. Yeah, but yeah, I hope that you have good luck with it.
Thank you. I think it'll be interesting. Yeah.
Who's the one guy that it says that he is completely for taking out, like, he was the right with the FBI?
That was Mouthy Infidel. Mouthy Infidel is like 100% on the side of the FBI. Like, I think he literally said the FBI was 100% in the right, which to me seems like an absurd position to try and defend, but okay. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would really want to try to point him out of all the other historical examples that has happened, to where it forced much of these other, like, off religions to be very hostile and cause more damage than it helps.
Yeah. Well, that's something that I want to talk about. You know, my angle going into this is going to be to highlight the fact that the U.S. government has not handled like religions or like any religion very well unless you're white Protestant Christian. And other than that, and even if you're a variant sect that's seen as not acceptable, it can get really violent really fast, even if you're not doing the things. I mean, fuck, like, we know how the rhetoric can get out of control. We know that Catholics have been slandered and accused of all kinds of things, even if it wasn't individual Catholics that did it. Yeah.
Do you know the one thing about now is that people think that Catholics are part of that same evangelical group of voters, but if like
They're not at all.
Biden, who is also a Catholic, by the way, goes out and starts doing more preachy stuff about Catholics, you'll see a lot of Protestants going to start doing like what they normally do to people like Mike Pence, like backstabs, says like, "Fuck the Catholics, we don't trust them." Like all that same comes up all over again.
Yeah,
and it doesn't help. It doesn't help all of it, but we have to be clear that a lot of it has been made through many years of demagogues and other people who want to use them for terrible ways.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, completely true. Let's see, programmer, the FBI did not handle things the best.
Yep. Well, I am going to hop off the call now and go get over into the Chud Logic prep room. But thank you so very much for coming on. This was a fantastic conversation. I always love my convos with you. And
also,
yeah, thank you. What's that?
Yeah. I would say thank you to the imps for giving the love and support in the chats. And
look at you, imps.
Look forward to Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday I'm going to be talking with you again about the 1619 project, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
I could get I don't know. I might get canceled for it, but it's going to be a bit more hot than what is it now.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm interested to hear your take on it, and I'm going to do as much reading as I can, and we'll go from there. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. All right. Damn, that was good. That was good. Are we going to have the hold on. Let me message Chud real quick. All right. Let's get all set up in here. PTT, got to do the push to talk. What did you miss? You just missed us prepping our conversation about WACO. We're going to talk about WACO today. Are you all ready to talk about this? Listen, it's going to be a super interesting conversation, even if it gets... regardless... Oh, do you want to hear my take? Well, my take is... Here's my... I mean, there isn't... I don't think it's a simple take. I'm going to explain it. Hold on a second. Everybody, chill. Chill. Would you all just fucking chill out for a second? Dan the Step is a historian from our server, who hangs out with us a lot, has talked with us a lot, and has helped me with researching a whole bunch. Dan is super, super awesome, and yeah. Here's my take. If you want the digestible take on WACO, David Koresh and the Branch Davidians were a malignant, right-wing, fucked up cult. However, the FBI's behavior with regard to the siege was, in my opinion, dangerous, because, as we have now seen, the deaths involved at WACO have proved as fuel for some of the most influential right-wing actors in the recent history of the United States. The last 30 years of our lives have been heavily impacted by what went down at WACO and other similar events at the time. And I don't think it's so easy to say FBI good in this situation. Now, do I think that something had to be done about the Branch Davidians? I tend to agree with Robert Evans on that. By the way, Robert Evans's take is that the FBI was careless and most likely caused the fires. Oh my God. Okay. Smile at the camera. You just missed the entire thing where we explained what WACO is. I will explain to you what WACO was. For everyone who doesn't know, shut the fuck up real quick. It's okay. It's okay, smile at the camera. Just hold on. I'm going to do it. Listen up, imps. For those who don't know, before the debate begins, WACO refers to an event in 1993 in the town of Waco, Texas, okay? In Waco, Texas, there was a commune compound known as Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel was populated by a Christian offshoot sect known as the Branch Davidians, led by a cult leader named David Koresh, okay? David Koresh believed himself to be a messiah, was very anti-government, and when the Branch Davidians began stockpiling arms, the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division of the U.S. of the federal government, issued a warrant to arrest David Koresh and seize the weapons. When this happened, when they showed up, there was a shootout, and then it led to a siege. The FBI, the Texas State Police, and the ATF surrounded the facility for 53 days. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Any mod? Excuse me. If you could make a command that links to it, that would be helpful for people who come in throughout. Excuse me. And Texas Rangers, whatever. And what ended up happening was a 53-day siege where, at the end of which, on the 53rd day, the FBI tried to move in and the compound caught fire. It is very hard to tell who caused the fire. There are varying stories. And when it caught fire, a lot of people died. When I'm saying a lot of people died, 76 people died, including David Koresh and 25 children. And I think like 6 FBI agents also died. There were children who were shot unintentionally. I believe there was a child who was stabbed unintentionally. And it was a bloodbath. It was terrible. This last week was the 28th anniversary of Waco, of the Waco siege, which is colloquially referred to as Waco. And Waco, and as a result, there has been some controversy stirred up about this because people have been talking about it. So that's where we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Waco because there's been a new reignition of the conversation about Waco. I'm trying to find out why we're using a whereby, right? Yeah, that's it. That's Waco. That happened in 1993. That wasn't so long ago. I was 3 years old when that happened. It's possible. I don't know about the stabbing. I don't know all the details about the individual stabbing, but it was something that happened. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what about this is going to be, well, we'll find out. Why is this just coming into the discourse? It hasn't. It's been, listen, the Waco discourse begins over and over again. You will see it again in your life. Humphead Sassy, now that you know about it, you're going to witness people talking about it again in 10 years from now. It happens over and over again. People who've been talking about Waco for 30 years. What happened recently was the 28th anniversary happened, and the ATF made a tweet about it, which caused Twitter to explode because, of course, everybody had their takes on the ATF tweeting about it. It's a lot. There's a lot of similarities to Ruby Ridge, yes, which we'll talk about Ruby Ridge afterwards because I think Ruby Ridge is an interesting one to read through. We'll read through the Wikipedia article of Ruby Ridge, which is wild. So we'll talk about that a little bit after. It's not going to be a super long stream today after the debate because I need to rest. But yeah, I agree, 85D2D Derek. We'll probably put this in at first. The ATF is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. It is a division of the federal government that oversees those things. The ATF basically said, remember Waco, yeah. And yes, people have drawn parallels to multiple other events in history, some of which I think are appropriate, others are not. But yeah, it's hard not to. It's hard not to when just a few... it's very hard to not draw parallels. Do you find your experience with cults make you super curious about them? I was also raised in a Christian cult. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Ela Divine. Of course, my experiences with cults make me super curious about them. Yeah, and I think they're, well, and also, not just my experience, but America is a country of cults. America is full of fucking cults. And some of them have exploded into full-blown world religions, like Mormonism and Scientology. These were once considered cults and are now worldwide movements. Yeah. I gotta text Fawn real quick. Hold on. I have such a headache today. I've had a headache all day. You know what? It's allergies. It's one... A fucking tiny fly is in here. How the fuck? I haven't had a fly in here in forever. Anyway, I have a bunch of fucking seasonal allergies because all of the flowers, all of the trees near our house have started blooming. And now there's pollen, and it's like, oh my God. So I woke up with a really bad headache, and I have been sneezing all day. Yeah, probably. Probably, retcon, true. Sucks. This shit sucks. Oh, I mean, look, listen, pollen is a natural part of life. I love that pollen exists, but it irritates my sinuses. Oh, all right, it's time, everyone.
Really quiet.
Hello.
Are you on camera tonight?
I can be.
Yeah, cool. That would be preferable if possible. Because what I'm going to do is, sorry.
No, I just didn't know what we were doing.
No, that's cool. Because I'm going to switch off. I'm going to have everyone on camera with me switched off, basically. So that's how we're going to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll turn
no
on,
VTuber?
Like,
no VTuber
Give me
Chud?
1 second.
I can't stream in VTube at the same time. My laptop's not up to it, unfortunately.
Aww.
Hello, Demon Mama. How you doing? You good?
Oh, I'm doing great. My video look fine on your end and everything? I hope so.
What's going on?
Wait, could you not hear me? Oh, God damn it. It's fucking Discord. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'll figure it out.
Okay. No worries.
We're missing some people. Where the hell's everybody? Oh, hello.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's all good. So Matthew and Fidel's here and everything. So we just wait for Viv.
Hit the like button.
And then
we
we'll
have
be ready to
257
click
people
cracking.
watching. Hit like, please.
Everyone, I changed the settings, so you should all be able to broadcast video into the thing.
Hit like, please. I would love those likes, please. And subscribe if you're new to the channel. Subscribe and hit the bell.
So,
seriously, you'll love my stuff. I promise.
Hey, there we go.
Let's do this. Double mama time.
Cool. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just do as a quick mic check, and I can adjust volumes. I'm just going to go around, and everyone can give a quick introduction. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, cool. So we'll start at the top left. Demon Mama, do you want to go ahead and give yourself an introduction?
Yes, I would love that. Thank you so much for having me on today, Chud. It's been a long time since I've been on a panel on your show. I'm really looking forward to it. My name is Demon Mama. You can find me on YouTube by the name Demon Mama or at my website, demonmama.com/live. We have an awesome community. We talk about a lot of politics. We do a lot of debate. And I, interestingly, talk about cults and stuff and religion relatively frequently, as I grew up in an extremist Christian cult myself and have left that cult some time ago. If you're interested in any of that, come on over and hang out with us. I always do a Q&A after every panel, and I think this is going to be a very, very interesting panel. So it's really great to be able to talk to you all today, and thanks for having me on, Chad.
Cool. And next up, Know Nothing.
Hey, I'm Know Nothing. Is my mic good?
Yeah, I'll just adjust the volume my end, so just keep talking. You're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, I'm mostly on Twitter, but I stream once in a while and show up on these panels once in a while. I find cults pretty fascinating, so that was a good entry point to this discourse, and I like discourse in general and arguing with people, so that worked too. So happy to be here and looking forward to it.
Okay, cool. So we'll go to the bottom right now. Mouth the Infidel.
Hey, I'm Mouth the Infidel. I do political commentary on YouTube. I guess I got involved in this discourse in somewhat of an anomaly since I'm not frequently involved in much drama or discourse online. Yeah, I guess I got a lot of shit because I bravely came out against child raping far-right doomsday cults, and a lot of people didn't like that. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at.
To begin with.
Okay. And finally, well, until Viv gets here at least.
Yep.
Mel.
Hi everyone. My name is Mel. I'm a B tier shit poster on Twitter. I basically just talk about communism and piss everybody off for fun, sometimes not for fun at all. Really, I don't really have any like crazy takes about Waco. I'm just gonna start it off, and we're gonna have a fun conversation full of wonderful, intellectual, and groundbreakingly interesting things to say, especially from Know Nothing. But yeah, Waco bad, everyone.
Okay, there we go. So when Viv gets here, we'll let her have her introduction. And yeah, we'll go from there. But before Viv gets here, then what we'll do, we'll just get started. So what I thought we could do, I've got a few ideas of like specific talking points we can get to if it comes to it. But I think just a broad conversation about the discourse as it's occurred. I think everyone's probably got some familiarity with each other's positions. I know you were all, I think, responding to each other to one degree or another on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, you know, obviously we're here for a bit of fucking entertainment. Maybe it gets spicy, maybe it won't. I don't know. But, you know, it's nice just to flesh things out a bit other than Twitter, I think. So that's another reason I think it's good to do this. So what I'll do, we'll go the opposite way around that we did for the intros. So what I want each of you to do is just to really state your kind of broad position and some basic thoughts you've got about Waco and the situation and what happened. And then once we've done that, so everyone just has their time to say that.
You ready, people?
Once everyone's done that, we'll just move into like an open discussion, and I'll moderate and step in if it gets too spicy or heated or people are talking too much and stuff like that. So, Mel, I'll go to you first. Could you just outline your thoughts?
How's the audio, by the way? Is it fine?
Waco?
Yeah. So I think what's interesting about Waco is it really is a good demonstration of like the power of the state, the reaction of the state, and the populace's like also reaction to the state. I don't necessarily hold like the Branch Davidians and any sort of like ridiculously like high pedestal or whatever. I do think they're just as much of victims in this situation as much as they are perpetrators within the own violence that has happened. So like David Koresh, like love him or hate him as a person, he was incredibly intelligent. He manipulated several hundred people, got them in a compound, and some pretty despicable fucking things happened. And the federal government was trying to figure out a way to go about the situation with the most minimal amount of lives lost. Unfortunately, there was a cultural climate surrounding the United States at the time. There was Ruby Ridge in the 80s, and then there was sort of like the end of the Satanic Panic, which creates this sort of volatile environment where, you know, stranger danger, child cults, child predators, it like sort of predicated this idea that if we don't do something to save these people, regardless of however like we decide to do it, then they're going to die anyway. And so I felt like, I think the reason why Waco is so complicated because you have to look at it through both, like you have to look at the state response, like these people are victims, like 25 like children did also die in this. I do think there were a lot of people that like, if they see some, you know, if they see like, well, because these people happen to be child predators, like, oh, well, I'm happy that they all died, but like there were innocent people that could have been saved. I mean, the operation, like we could go through like point by point things that happened within the operation, but it was like completely botched. The Branch Davidians also like didn't help either. They were also like incredibly stubborn, and Koresh had several opportunities to pretty much like surrender and give up and have no casualties happen, but he refused to because he's a maniacal narcissist. So like, I don't know. I don't really think. I think Waco should be used as a talking point to talk about state response and power and like the monopoly of violence, but not really about like child victims or like weird culture panics. Like,
it's gonna be a bloodbath.
I just care about
I can tell you that right now.
how people feel about the state and government responses to like protesting, because like these set precedent to all kinds of events.
Okay, cool. So next up, I'll throw it over to you, Mouth the Infidel. Go ahead and lay your position out.
Yeah, sure. So the facts around the Waco case are actually pretty clear based on like all of the research that I've done. Basically, the Branch Davidians were a far-right doomsday cult who were stockpiling illegal weapons, raping children, doing a bunch of nasty stuff. The government obtained a justified and legal search and arrest warrant. They approached the compound. They were shot at, according to all of the reporter eyewitnesses on the ground. The Branch Davidians shot first. Then after like months of or weeks of negotiations wherein
literally
the
though.
ATF attempted
HWF.
to and the government attempted to negotiate with the Branch Davidians and even went along with some of the Branch Davidians' demands, for example, broadcasting a message that David Koresh had wanted played. The Branch Davidians then went back on the negotiations that they'd previously agreed to, and then eventually lit their own compound on fire, killing countless people. So yeah, I think I'm not trying to say that the government is in no way at fault here. The government undeniably fucked up in a variety of ways. The government even adapted its policy with regards to responses to these kinds of situations afterwards, because of a lot of the issues that they were running into when trying to address and respond to the Branch Davidians situation. So yeah, I don't think that the government isn't at fault in any way, but by and large, the Branch Davidians were the ones who were breaking the law, refusing to comply with the warrant, lit the compound on fire. So I think this is an issue that a lot of people are very weirdly attempting to like both sides in a way that I think is like pretty silly.
Okay, know nothing.
Yeah, sure. So I pretty much entered the discourse following one of Mel's tweets where she said something like, this Waco discourse is showing that that libs will defend the state against anyone they don't like or something like that. I can go find the exact tweet, but I kind of found off to me based on everything else I was seeing, which is why I entered the discourse. We can talk about that later, about philosophically about what the state can do, whether it's okay to just say that the Davidians were people we don't like, or whether we should more call them a cult that was raping children. But as for the federal government's handling of it, I think they were pretty, after looking into it more, pretty terrible, honestly. I think it wasn't like intentional, but they had a fundamental misunderstanding, I'd say, with what the Branch Davidians and David Koresh were and what they wanted and what they believed. And that led to them negotiating in a way that was kind of doomed to fail.
Okay, Demon Mama?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So my position on Waco is that so there's a couple of things I want to go over. First of all, there is no doubt that the history of the United States with regard to religious minorities in general is incredibly, incredibly spotty. Now, there are some religious minorities in the country that are terrifying, disgusting, right-wing, abusive, narcissistic cults like the Branch Davidians. And there are others that are not really described like that, who have nonetheless suffered targeting by the state. Damn near every religious minority in the United States, including Catholics, Mormons, even Scientologists, have at some time experienced legitimate persecution by the state of the United States. And I don't think that this can be overlooked in the issue of Waco. Many of these groups are, whether fairly or not, concerned that they will at one point, suffer a Waco-like incident. And keep in mind that Waco was not the first such incident. There have been many incidents when a separatist group or even just a dissident group has been targeted for persecution by the state. Now, does that mean that it's not warranted in every single case? No, I think that there was absolutely something that needed to be done about the Branch Davidians. However, what we have now seen, and now that we have the benefit of hindsight, 30 years of hindsight, we've now seen that WACO became a cultural touchstone for some of the most extreme examples, or the most extreme people in the conservative sphere, in the far right sphere. Timothy McVeigh cited WACO as one of his primary motivations for the Oklahoma City bombing. Alex Jones got his start reporting on WACO, and this has lived on in the anti-state rights mentality for a long time. And I don't think that we can easily look past the potential for radicalization that poor handling or even just imperfect handling of these events can cause, especially in the context of the history of the United States. And I think it requires us to begin to think about how cults are dealt with, how the state approaches cults, and especially how the state deals with extremist cults such as the Branch Davidians. I don't think this is a clear-cut issue at all. A lot of the takes I saw on Twitter, which I don't think I actually talked about this at all on Twitter personally, but I did see quite a lot of takes, and the takes on Twitter I can say were laughably simplistic, and I don't really, I think there's some attempt to downplay some of that in this panel. I hope that people will just own up to what they said on Twitter. I saw takes going around such as the FBI was 100% correct. I saw things saying that, you know, memes being posted about FBI agents being shot, all kinds of stuff like that. But hopefully we can move past that and talk about more serious issues. But generally, that's my position.
Okay, great stuff. And finally, Viv, because you just arrived, welcome. Hello, good to see you. I'll just, first of all, give you a chance to just introduce yourself. And then if you can give just a broad perspective and take on WACO, and then it'll just be an open discussion. So go ahead.
Sure thing. Hey, I'm Mix Vivian Wolf on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I mostly talk about cults and extremism on Twitch here, and I also write articles on Medium. But the majority of stuff that I do, I'm just posting constantly on Twitter. I have chronic Twitter brain. Yeah, Demon Mum was right. Like Timothy McVeigh was absolutely inspired by WACO, as were a slew of
that's a good start.
right-wing people, and still continue to be inspired by WACO to this day. Timothy McVeigh actually went to the siege, went to try and view the siege between the Davidians and the FBI ATF. I think he was definitely selling like bumper stickers and like pro-gun literature, but he might actually have been selling copies of the Turner Diaries as well, because he was pretty famous for doing that around gun shows. But I can't remember if he was selling them at that particular time. So yeah. I think Mel stole like half of my points, but so I don't want to go over ground that's already been trod. But the angle I come at this from is like a certain degree of empathy for the cult members who are under like an extreme amount of coercive control. Their environment is not one where they have like a huge amount of choices. And I think I came into the conversation on Twitter, at least I literally only made like one post. I think it was in response to something Mouthy Infidel said that seemed to suggest that this was a cult of basically pedophiles that were raping children. And that's an extremely broad brush to be painting absolutely everybody with. I mean, there's I don't think there's any evidence of anybody other than Koresh having engaged in sexual activity with children. There might be one or two,
yes,
but
yes,
Koresh
prospect.
like deliberately kept all the males in the cult celibate and took their wives for his own. This was like a major part of the cult and a major part of the like coercive control within the cult. So it'd be unlikely that like the other dudes were like having sex with the kids. Because they all very much believed that like it was only Koresh that was allowed to,
I believe he's a Sodom,
because
if
he
I'm
had
not
to
mistaken.
continue the
That's what he calls
lineage of
himself, I believe.
David or whatever, like his House of David.
These are all lefties.
So
Lefties, yes. Leftist.
I don't like this tarring all cult members as being evil or like that they deserve to die or anything like that, because I tend to view pretty much all those members as being victims of Koresh, who was described as using the Bible as a weapon to manipulate and control. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I'm going to throw it over conversation. I think I'm probably just going to throw it to Mouthy Infidel first because there were some critiques made of Mouthy's position, which I think is only fair he responds to, and then it'll be open conversation. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to find another guest to balance this out, so it might be a bit imbalanced. I'm going to try and bear that in mind in the moderation.
Shut the leftist.
And in about 30 minutes, maybe an hour or so, I'll see. I think there's a few people that might want to come on to stand the FBI, so we'll see if we can sort that out. But anyway, Mouthy, I'm going to throw it over to you. If you just respond to some of these critiques that you made of your position specifically, and then it'll be open conversation, okay?
Yeah, sure. So, it's weird because you say critiques of my position. I don't even think these are critiques of my position, right? I think this is these are critiques of very weird interpretations of my position. So in terms of, do I think the cult members are evil? No, I'm a hardcore determinist, okay? I don't think anybody's inherently evil. I don't play these kinds of games. My original tweet was in response to Shoe on Head, who was literally posting haha, weren't the Branch Davidians so based? They did an epic own against the FBI. What an epic anti-establishment moment. And I was like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be fucking memeing about this. Children are raped. This isn't these aren't a group that you should be standing, right? Of course, to as far as whether or not David Koresh should be the only person we hold morally liable for the child rape, pretty much everyone in the compound knew about the child rape. One of the things that I was reading an FBI interview where the FBI was interviewing a person who left the Branch Davidian before the raid even happened. And basically what he said was oh, listen, the child rape was justified because in this instance, David Koresh got the parents' consent before raping the 14-year-old. So this was something that was pretty well known within the compound. I think to say that Koresh is the only one who should be liable here is kind of silly. As far as did the Branch Davidians deserve to die? Absolutely not. I don't think these people who were burned to death deserve to die. I think that the cult was the ones who burned these people to death, and that's why I'm so critical of people who are playing apologia for this murderous child raping cult.
Can I just real quick ask you about some of your tweets? Now, I understand if you want to back out and do the little the ooh woo face and say this was just Twitter shit posting.
No, I'll stand by literally anything I said.
You don't have to. Here's a direct quote from your Twitter from March 2nd. You don't have to defend the Branch Davidians to say the Fed's involvement was wrong. Yeah, and then you responded, yeah, you kind of do. Why would you say child raping doomsday cults are bad, but we shouldn't be preventing them from operating and stockpiling illegal weapons? I mean, to me, that seems like a bit to stand in opposition to what you're saying now. So I just want to be clear about your position. If you're going to say you're standing by anybody who says that the federal involvement may not have been appropriate, which I believe is what you used here. I think that is standing in opposition to what you're saying. So I don't really want to engage in some little game of dancing around and ooh woo shit. I would prefer if people would just bring their positions up. I mean, you have an entire screed here of multiple tweets calling people who criticized how the FBI handled it, calling them lefty rape apologists. I feel like your rhetoric on this has been rather questionable.
This is not honestly, Mouthy did straight up call me one.
Okay, let Mouthy
you
respond.
denied that there were Mel
no, I didn't. I didn't
Mel
deny
is very
it.
angry that I said. Okay,
I'm
Mel.
not angry.
Okay, okay, wait. Let Mel speak, and then let you
listen, wait.
Look, if he's gonna,
Mel, you posted.
I'm not angry.
You posted a screenshot from Wikipedia after I said the cult was engaging in child rape, where you said Wikipedia though, and you showed a screenshot from Wikipedia that said there wasn't child rape, even though that was a completely out of context shot. If Demon Mama is gonna try and critique people for trying to ooh around their points, maybe you should be pointing your finger at Mel, who literally posted a screenshot.
I was talking to you. I certainly have my critiques of Mel, but I was talking to you. So if you would like to defend your position, which stands in opposition to your opening statement, I just want us to be clear and honest here.
Absolutely does not. No.
You literally said at the beginning. So you literally said at the beginning.
Wait, Demon Mama, I heard what I said. Okay, you already read the tweet. What I was saying there is that you necessarily have to defend the Branch Davidians if you were saying that the FBI had no place, or the ATF had no place in intervening in what the Branch Davidians were doing. I will stand by that. The Branch Davidians were raping children, stockpiling illegal weapons. If you're saying that the government shouldn't intervene to stop that from happening, you necessarily have to engage in some form of like rape apologia.
I mean, I would argue that it's
that's
pretty.
the biggest reach I've ever heard in my life. Just because you you want to critique a group, you think it always is some form of apology on that magnitude. Like, come on.
What are you talking about? Yeah, if you don't want to prevent rape from happening, you're pro-child rape. I'm sorry you don't want to own that position, but that is like the
way you're framing this is so fucking fucked up.
Hold on.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
what in the fuck?
Can I get in here for just a second?
At what point did Mel say that she doesn't want to stop rape from happening?
Yeah, so if you're standing in opposition to the government intervening in a place where rape was happening to stop that rape from happening, I would say that it's pretty fair to say you're advocating that we shouldn't stop rape from happening, unless you want like local common law. Okay, wait, then how did you want the rape to be stopped? Who's gonna do it? You don't have shit to say. What's your solution then?
I don't understand. I don't understand why you're
the rape
no,
from happening,
dude. Why are you so
the government intervening to do that? Then what's your solution?
Why are you so fixated on like children get like? Why is that your only talking point here? No, this isn't a pivot. No, this isn't a pivot. I just don't know why you're so incredibly obsessed with like this particular part of the case. I never was arguing that.
A pivot.
No, it's not a pivot.
You're literally saying.
Please just answer the question.
It's not a pivot.
Yeah, why don't you answer the question?
Not a pivot.
You said that you're not. You said that you don't think we shouldn't have stopped it from happening, but the government.
I never said that. Where is there a tweet or anything that I said where I don't think the government should have done nothing? Where is that? Where does that exist?
Okay, so you think the government should?
Tweets, so it's hard to find.
Yeah, you literally deleted all your tweets. You also said that if we supported what happened, you said that the WACO discourse is showing how many lefties support using state power against people who we disagree with. So do you not think that tweet...
No, the disagree with part. No, so I think when I said that, it was super broad. It wasn't talking about WACO, specifically WACO. It was talking about like the WACO discourse, because anytime anyone ever talks about WACO, you kind of have to retroactively talk about every other kind of government standoff that's happened, because they all kind of have operated the same way in a similar manner, right? So like we have MOVE in 79, we have Ruby Ridge, and I think it was like 68 or whatever. Like all these things are coherently related to the WACO and like the discourse around like this kind of epitaph of state violence. And so when I said people that I don't like, people that you don't like, it wasn't about the Branch Davidians. It was like the most vague. This like literally was the most vague subtweet of my fucking life.
No.
What?
When we were talking specifically about the Branch Davidians, I was bringing up they were doing this. This is what happened. I think that the government intervening was justified. You said with regards to you literally said the WACO discourse. With regards to this situation, you think that people supporting the government involvement means they support like using state violence. And now you're trying to say that, oh, well, what I was actually saying was I was saying that like other things that happened that had nothing to do with WACO, but like have also were similar and happened in the past.
Like the discourse,
this is such a weird pivot. Like, I don't understand why you're trying to do this. Why not just
own what you're saying?
This isn't a
pivot. This isn't like a pivot. I don't know what. Okay.
Sure. All right. So there's a couple things I want to address here. So first of all,
can I continue the?
Yeah, I don't know why you guys like. I wanted to talk about WACO, not like fucking tweets. Like this is
okay.
fucking.
There's a reason why I've done this.
Well, we're talking. That's the WACO discourse.
Okay,
you can't just say the dumbest shit on Twitter and then like say, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that stuff. I talk about there." This is
because no one cares about fucking tweets on Twitter. Like, why do you guys fucking care about tweets on Twitter?
I want to spend like fucking this entire panel arguing over who said what on Twitter. If that's going to be the entire panel, I might as well fuck off. Honestly.
Okay, can we? Yeah. What I want to do.
Yeah.
Everyone's had a chance to speak. Okay, but Know Nothing and Viv haven't had much of a chance to speak. Viv, I'm going to let you speak because you've barely spoken at all, and then Know Nothing, you can respond, and we'll go back into a conversation. So Viv, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I want to go back to like what Mouthy Infidel said about the responsibility of the cult members for the sexual assault of the children by David Koresh, right? There's no denying like there's a certain amount of responsibility for anybody who knew, but that responsibility is extraordinarily diminished. There's a reason that Charles Manson died in prison, and some of the people who actually carried out the murders like got out, right? Like there's we recognize that like people who are in those kinds of environments, right? They're under a huge amount of pressure, huge amount of coercive control, right? This isn't just like if you look at for example some of the reports that are coming out on the search warrant, or at the the Sinful Messiah, the 3 articles published by the WACO Tribune, right? Like these all had examples of the kinds of things that David Koresh was having people do, right? Standing guard for like 24 hours at a fucking time, doing training exercises, keeping them constantly fucking exhausted, right? Like it was get up in the morning really fucking early, Bible study, eat lectures and Bible study, eat, go to bed, do the same the next fucking day, right? Like this wasn't an environment in which like a lot of people had the same degree of agency that you would apply to somebody who's just like walking around doing whatever the fuck they want. And I think that's the reason that like even the people who were imprisoned.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
What happened there? What's going on?
Did the stream die?
Oh no,
I think the
Discord
stream went down.
Sorry, there was a massive lag spike then, but we're back now.
right.
Sorry about that.
Wait, what?
Viv, sorry,
Are you
continue.
back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, I think
Massive
we're all
lag
here.
Massive lag spike. The feds are doing their stream disruption gun. So Viv, go ahead and keep going.
But yeah, and I want to address the idea that I wouldn't just because like there were about 5 people who said it in chat, and I don't want to address chat all night, but I want to address the idea that I wouldn't say this about like the J6 rioters, J5, J6, and actually at the time,
I told you. Don't worry, we'll talk about it more after.
The lady was shot. Like I was on Twitter
Hype,
saying, "Hey,
Cyan.
please don't share like pictures of this lady's corpse being wheeled across Twitter. Like, imagine being the family member that has to fucking see that shit, right?" I was also staunchly opposed to the people who were like, "Lol, lol, lol, stupid bitch, glad she died," etc. Right? Like, I recognized that she was also somebody who fell down to into an extremely socially isolating, controlled social environment with all the QAnon conspiracy theories and shit. So this is a position that I'm consistent with across all fucking cults. Like empathy for people who are affected by cults and cultic mind control, like, is something that's very important to me.
Yeah. So to build off of that, of what Vivian was saying, I'm like almost. I think we're really on the same sync in this topic. We're in sync on this, but there are, this is hardly the only cult that uses tactics like this. I mean, there's been significant documentation within Scientology of similar tactics, like standing guard for 24 plus hours being used to essentially ensure that not only are people very isolated socially, like from one another within the cult, like every relationship has to be facilitated in these cults by hierarchical leaders. So you don't even get to have relationships with other members of the cult without it going through that leader in many cases, or a leader if they're in a case that's a little bit more distributed.
I mean, part of taking somebody else's wife, right, like is like it creates a divide between the husband and the wife. Like it's meant to isolate individual members, like, partially from each other. The people in Jim Jones' cult talked about how, like, especially in the very early days before they moved to Guyana, they didn't speak to the other cult members a lot, right?
Yep.
It was very odd. But you're absolutely right. But I just want to say, sorry, what you were saying about other cults using this is actually like how we would define a cult, or how cult researchers would define a cult. It's through like different models of mind control, and like how much undue influence and coercion and abuse is like placed upon the members of a cult, is like whether or not we determine that something is sort of a relatively harmless religion or an actual cultic group.
Yeah, sure. So like the idea that cult members are manipulated by the cults they're in, I don't think anybody who's ever who knows what a cult is would disagree with this. What I'm not clear on is how this contradicts anything that I was saying. Like, apparently you're trying to critique me and saying that I had some
dude. That's what you said. You said they were.
I said it was a child raping cult, and it was.
Well,
and the tweet
hold
that
on a second. There's a couple of things
Demon Mama brought up. Wait. Demon Mama literally brought up a tweet that was just me saying that if you don't support the government stopping this thing from happening, then you support this thing happening. The idea that you could somehow like warp this tweet into being some individualistic, moralistic like condemnation of every single person in a cult is like really, really strange to me. So like I'm just still not clear on like how you're extrapolating.
I can do this. If I can have a second to actually respond to a couple things.
Mhm.
Like, first of all, there's a couple of reasons why I brought this up, and this does actually all sort of tie together. So first of all, there was a number of like I'm just looking through your tweets here again, and you were kind of going on about this for a long time, and you were denouncing quite a lot of people, not just people who were quote in your, I mean, you accused a lot of people of supposedly defending the Branch Davidians,
well, I mean, Mel engaged in denial that there was rape, so yeah, I was.
No,
yeah.
I didn't.
Okay, I don't care. Listen, please.
She did, but okay.
Please.
No, she didn't. You decided to interpret her fucking tweet that way because, like, everybody on fucking Twitter and most of the people in this fucking circle, when they're doing the debate
her tweet was responding to me, and I was claiming that there was.
Okay, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Let me talk. I was trying to talk. Let me talk, for fuck's sake. I know you want to like
it now if you want, but that's fine.
Your tweets. Okay, listen. The fact of the matter is, the reason why I brought this up and the reason why I think this.
I don't know what you're.
Yes, I brought up the tweets because I wanted to be clear about people's position.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Here, me too. Me too. So I don't know why you're taking issue with it. But go
what
ahead.
I'm trying to explain here is you, like, literally, I was asked a question and I have not been able to give my answer. I would like to give my answer. Okay. Here's the reason. The reason why I've brought up tweets here is because, first of all, this did start from tweets. There was a lot of tweets said, and I want to be clear about people's positions here. And
me too. So don't think about me doing
it. I would like to speak. Thank you. And the reason why I think these tweets are important is because I think that there is a problem that happens, and this has, in my opinion, in the extensive research that I have done, not only on WACO, but on many cults, there is a problem in the discourse around cults that centers both around part one, what Vivi and I were both talking about here, which is the fact that oftentimes the actual structure and function of cults is not understood at all, which leads to demonization of individual members of the cult, and that leads to bad outcomes when it comes to how the government interacts with cults. And this is a predominant idea that proliferates through our society, and it is based
on Shinrikyo, like the leader was.
I agree, but hold on, I'd like to finish what I'm saying.
The fucking members, and it's like
yes,
sorry.
but it's fine. It's. So that's the first part, and I really think that this proliferates. This idea proliferates up to the top levels of government in how cults are actually handled, in how they're looked at, and how they're understood. And they are approached often with a sledgehammer when they should be approached with a scalpel. Now, the second part of this that frustrates me is that there are very real and very legitimate concerns about how the ATF and FBI conducted themselves in this and in previous situations, and likely in future situations, given that this has been a pattern throughout all of history. We have had...
Could have just arrested Koresh while he was out running.
That is true.
They have arrest warrants for 8 other members of the cult.
Yes.
This wouldn't have solved the problem.
We can argue
seizure warrants for the weapons.
We can argue about the details once I'm done making my fucking segment. There's a reason why I wanted to really want to get my point out, because I think it makes a lot of sense and it can give us some progress. So I would appreciate just a few more seconds. Bear with me. The reason why I think it's really important that we address the fact that that characterizing anybody who has any critiques of the government or who has significant critiques of the government's behavior as a child rapist apologia, which I don't know, you can go down and drill down into the specifics, but there's a lot of, there was a lot of broad condemnation of people who had problems with the FBI. And I think that, excuse me, let me finish my statement, for the love of God.
Sure thing.
And I think that can be a problem. One of the reasons why a lot of these movements, and I believe that this is contributing to QAnon in the modern day, is so broad, is because there is no room in much of the American discourse in general for seriously critiquing federal agencies that do potentially horrible things. And this is often this often operates because of the demonization and guilt by, and this attempt at guilt by association of anybody who brings critique upon them or of the members of the group themselves. That's why I think these things are important, and I think it's why we need to be careful about how we talk about these things, because as I stated, WACO radicalized a generation of far-right people, and whether you feel that's fair or not doesn't matter. If you want to prevent the radicalization of murderous and dangerous cults, you have to take a serious look that, yeah, sometimes the government is going to have to be extra careful, and not doing that can actually play directly into the hands of people who are trying actively to radicalize people into far-right groups.
Sure. Okay. Can I address that? Because like that was like to me directly. Okay. So like,
Sure.
You said that you claimed that I was engaging in saying that anybody who had any critiques of how the feds engaged in this situation were engaging in child rape apologia. I absolutely never said that. I engaged in critiques of the feds' behaviors. I've done so publicly. I've said that a lot of the problem was that there was a lack of coordination between the negotiators and the tactical teams themselves. And additionally, in the negotiation process, the feds were way too aggressive in a lot of respects, which the feds literally updated their guidelines and how to deal with these situations as a result of that. I've literally never said that defending or that critiquing the feds in any situation or in any way in this situation is child rape apologia. What I did say is that when you are denying that the fact that there was child rape at this compound, despite the fact that children from the compound have come out and said that there was.
So we can move on, can't we? Instead of
well,
you can.
Okay, wait. Can I just like? Can I just lay this out really quickly? You keep saying this stupid shit. Can I please?
I can't fucking shout, so I'm just gonna keep fucking talking, all right? Because I tried to say this earlier, and the problem is, right, in these fucking spaces and on Twitter, everybody like has a fucking idea in their head of who the other person is and what they fucking believe, right? And they will interpret absolutely every comment that they make depending on whether or not they think the person is good or bad, right? I saw the exact same fucking tweet you did, right? And it was relatively ambiguous, but it definitely wasn't like a straight up denial that child rape happened there. All right.
Likewise, I have one other thing I'd like to.
It doesn't matter whether you're going right, because if two people can have two different interpretations.
No, wait. This is going to keep coming up.
Fucking ways to interpret.
We need to deal with it.
You just like give your interpretation.
We're going to need to deal with this. Can I? Just
what you should do in that case is ask the person what they mean by the tweet, rather than going, "Oh, you're a child rape apologist." It's fucking stupid.
I actually did that.
Okay. Can we let know nothing speak? No nothing's barely spoken, okay? No nothing, please.
I don't care who did it.
I think I asked Mel. I asked Mel like 10 times. Okay, fine. You sounded like you were denying child rape, but did child rape happen? Did child rape happen? I think I asked in like 8 separate tweets, and her response was always to pivot and avoid answering the question.
It's not a pivot. It's because it's a dumb question. Like, why? It's obvious that it happened. Why do you need confirmation from me?
Oh, thank you.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Finally owned up to now.
No,
can I just lay this out really quickly? Okay, so like Vivian said that like I was unreasonably interpreting this because
you were though, because you guys have this like really weird bias. No, you guys have this like really weird bias. You guys have to like.
Can I lay it?
I told you it would be a bloodbath. I told you it would be a bloodbath.
I listened to you fucking I listened to both of you fucking ramble on about bullshit the entire fucking time, dude. Like. Honestly, nothing has not talked that much. So no, actually, we'll just make fun of Malky. It's fine. Look, dude, like honestly, it doesn't really matter what I say, because if I'm going to be asked like the same annoying question over and over and over again over some moralist platitude that like doesn't really matter, like my opinion on any sort of thing, especially like that stuff, like it doesn't matter. Like who cares? Like
I like how this is the same response Richard Spencer gave when asked if he denounced Hitler. That's just like kind of like a funny thing I noticed.
If I can comment here to provide.
Why do you say that?
No, wait.
What's the point of saying that? No, why would you say that? Like you know that I'm not. Like you know that I'm not a right winger. So like, why do you say this?
You don't know that. When asking you, when asking you if. You say that you don't know. You say that I don't know, or I know that you're not like going to like defend these things. When you like repeatedly refuse to like answer questions after heavily
because you're publicly asking me over and over and over again on Twitter, and I don't want to talk to you about it
because I don't. Jesus Christ!
Why?
Okay, hold on. Like, I have something I'd like to say here. Possible?
Wait. The whole entire point of us bringing up these tweets, Demon Mama said herself that she wants to be clear on people's positions. Okay, yes. So if you want us to have a productive conversation and be clear on each other's positions, maybe just answer questions when asked.
To be fair, Mel literally just said on this panel right now.
Obviously, it fucking happened.
That it obviously fucking happened. So whatever you think. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. Can you shut the fuck up, Mel? Thank you. I just really want to say something here.
No,
please.
You shut the fuck up.
No, you literally keep talking over me whenever I try to get in. Like, come on, please.
I haven't talked over you a single fucking time until right now.
You just did.
Right now. You guys are literally babies. Holy shit, children.
You're arguing about arguing now. Someone makes the point they want to make.
I just want to say something.
I want Nonaphy to speak for a little bit at some point. So, right, who's speaking now?
May I? Is that fine?
Yes, go. Okay. Yeah, fine, go on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This entire thing, this panel started because of the discourse on Twitter, and what I'm hoping that we can do is dispel this. Now, when Mouthy Infidel says that Mel did not answer questions directly on Twitter, okay, all right, well, we've sorted that part. Now, I would like to turn it to Mouthy, and hopefully we can acknowledge that there may be some flaws in Mouthy's way of communicating his position on this. For example, this is a tweet that says, I think one of the tweets that started this off was, WACO was justified. 3 words. WACO was justified is a...
Well, that's a fucking terrible tweet.
I'm going to say that's a pretty easy to misinterpret tweet. Like, and then additionally...
in what sense?
Wait, hold on. If you want me to answer that, you'll have to let me explain myself. I know it's discourse. I know. But so you have a tweet that's a very simplistic sort of hot take style tweet. WACO was justified. Well, does that mean everything about WACO was justified? Because it sure seems like that's what's being said when you follow up with all kinds of things, like other statements that you made along here, like the one I read earlier, in which you stated that if you think the government's involvement was wrong, well, was wrong, does that mean in part or in whole? Your statements are easily as vague, and I say this as somebody who...
No.
Yeah, I think that it's fair to say that.
Only if very selectively cut out.
You also accused Shoeofhead for tweeting a meme. You accused Shoeofhead of doing apologia. I think that you're... I think what's happening here, Mouthy, is that you're unwilling to acknowledge that perhaps you don't have God-tier rhetoric on Twitter, and that perhaps people could misinterpret you. Now, I would like to ask you, so that we can move on from Twitter once and for all, just to be clear, do you believe that everything that happened at WACO was justified, as your original tweet would entail? Simple question. Answer the question. Simple question.
No, okay.
Yes or no? Do you believe everything was justified? Yes or no?
Just say no. Just say no.
Answer your question.
Why are you being so weasel? You're pulling a Mel right now.
Okay, listen.
Demon Mama, let
Mouthy Infidel speak. Okay, right. Mouthy Infidel, give your answer, and then we'll move on.
Okay. You're pulling a Mel. Wow, this is very positive conversation.
Let's try not to denigrate each other as much as that. Come on, Mouthy Infidel, go. Yes, please go.
Okay.
Please do.
So, yeah, I've said repeatedly that I've said in this conversation, Demon Ma, I know you have a really short memory span. That's fine. I've said repeatedly throughout this conversation that several of the ways that the ATF acted in was not justified. There were several strategic errors that the ATF made. I've been open on that, both on Twitter and in this conversation. So I don't know, like, why you're accusing me of not answering the question.
Oh, I haven't seen that on Twitter, but that's fine.
Easily, like, bad faith attempt to gotcha.
I mean, you spent the entire thing accusing Mel of a lot of things.
I don't think it's just strategic errors. I mean, there's like, they literally just, they didn't enact the plan on paper. They didn't, they still went ahead with it when their plan had been kind of fucked ahead of time. There was a whole load of shit, but I also don't think, I think I said this in chat before, and I think that Demon Mama alluded to it earlier. I don't think, even if they'd have done everything perfectly, I still think they would have fucked it up. Because of like their limited understanding of like how to deal with this kind of cult, and also because of like the cultural pressures that were on them at the time that Mel was talking about in her opener, with sort of like you're coming towards the end of the satanic panic. There's like a shitload of stuff about child abuse floating around, and the ATF would the FBI would definitely being pressured to deal with.
It's all good, Dangle.
yeah, I think they would have fucked up no matter
Well,
what.
like, something that's interesting to know too is like
done a better job.
Koresh like knew when they were bugging the compound.
Yeah.
Like
He knew they were bugging the compound. He knew who the FBI agent was who infiltrated the compound.
No, I was
he
playing with
knew
him,
40
Prospect.
minutes ahead of time because some fucking reporter had like gotten asked for directions, like that the ATF and the FBI were on their way. They didn't just fuck up. They like colossally fucked up, and it resulted in the deaths of the vast majority of people who were in the compound.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's disagreeing that there were a variety of things that were massively fucked up. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that.
Okay, I just want to throw over to Know Nothing, and we're going to let Know Nothing speak for a couple of minutes because I want to give him a shot, okay? Know Nothing, please, go.
Yeah. First, I feel like the double standards being applied to Mouthy Infidel compared to Mel are kind of insane. Like, his tweets were maybe a bit ambiguous, but to compare that to Mel, where like a reasonable observer could have like interpreted her tweets as denying the rape, and her consistently refusing to answer simple questions, comparing that to Mouthy is insane. Mel's optics on Twitter are a lot worse, but let's put that behind us. We now have our answers now. It's just like comparing those two is insane to me.
Why do you guys care about like?
It is a valid point. Like I said this to Mel earlier. Like I had a ding go off in my brain when I saw her fucking tweet like recently. It was like genocide bad with the bleedy face, and then fucking like WACO bad or whatever it was, like child abuse bad with the bleedy face, right? And I do kind of fucking get this, like the constant fucking sea lining to like get people to deny or disavow things. Because you have this preconceived notion of who they are and what they believe in your head, and you just want them to like, yeah, it's really fucking obnoxious. And like, if I was getting that, I'd probably tell you all to fuck off.
Okay, okay, so if you think that it's unreasonable, okay, let me like again just lay out what happened so that everybody is very clear on the situation here. I tweeted something claiming that there was child rape. That was like the whole point of the tweet, was like pointing out that there was child rape happening into the compound. Mel quote tweeted me, said Wikipedia though, and showed a Wikipedia screenshot where Wikipedia was saying that like during the raid there was no child rape at the compound.
That's not what the Wikipedia article said, by the way.
Okay, sure.
What do you mean? Okay, sure. That's not what it said. The paragraph did not say that.
Did the paragraph that you cite not have to do with the lack of existence of child rape in a certain situation?
No,
or did
it didn't. It was a witness account that happened within the compound, because the main legal ramification
where the witness was saying that there wasn't rape in this specific time frame.
Right,
and the Wikipedia. So I claimed that there was child rape.
Watch
you
this.
quote tweeted me, said Wikipedia though, showing a screenshot that heavily implied that there wasn't child rape. And then when people asked you, okay, so can you clarify your position? You refused to do so. This isn't unreasonably expecting somebody to constantly answer questions. This is asking somebody to clarify who refuses to clarify.
Are you okay? Hey, buddy,
that very heavily implies a certain thing.
Are you okay?
I'm doing okay.
You just sound pretty upset over this like tweet thing.
Don't look at the same weaselly shit that the fucking Groypers engage in. Seeing it from the left is pretty irritating to me.
So
I'm not a Groyper.
Hold on a second.
I don't know what your problem is.
If I could get something in here,
I'm not like a right winger.
Just for the record, I personally think.
It's hard to tell what your positions are. You won't clarify any of them. So how am I?
I'm not a right winger. So like, why would I? What do you mean? Like, I'm literally a trans person and a communist. Why would I be a right winger? Like that's a ridiculous.
I'm not.
That's a ridiculous
right
assumption.
But
you keep bringing it up though. You're like, wow,
like a right winger.
Your position.
Well, I'm not a right winger though.
I'm saying the rhetoric that you're engaging.
We know you're not a right winger.
Yeah.
Chud, you should call this. You should call this episode oil wrestling with Mel and Mouthy Infidel, because this is the slipperiest shit. It's both of you trying to weasel out of the fact that you both obviously were using inflammatory language about this event.
No.
And now you're trying to back it up. Listen, I'm sorry. No, hold on a second. Now I'm talking. I'm talking now. You've had your fucking turn, my dude. You've had your turn. It's my turn. Listen, if you drop a take like X universally recognized horrible event was justified, period is extremely ridiculous. And then you go on a thing saying, oh, the Vosh court is super mad about this. Stay mad, die mad, haters. Like, that is 100%. I'm sorry, that is Weasley as motherfucking shit. And everybody here, and I'm sure the entire audience, everybody, excuse me, everybody in the world knows that that's a Weasley thing. However, I am willing to say that for the purpose of, excuse me, let me finish my fucking sentence, my dude. I know, like, you seem very afraid of people talking besides yourself, and I recognize that can be a thing. We're all streamers here. We all love the highlight. You know,
hearing if you can substantiate these stupid.
I mean, I literally have read back your tweets, and I think that it is not hard to say that just walking into a room and declaring, "Excuse me, for fuck's sake, can we get a mute on this motherfucker?" Because I'm just trying to have a sentence here.
Everyone's just yelling.
I'm just trying to have a sentence, and I keep getting interrupted. It's very funny. All I want to do is make my statement.
Yeah, okay, right, okay.
All
This is
I
what
do
we're
is
gonna do.
just vibe and,
Right, this is what we're gonna do because I want to move on. I want to talk because we're just going around in circles talking about this Twitter shit. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna just have a few more minutes, smoothing this all over. Okay, everyone can own their positions, and then we're gonna talk about. We're gonna go through it bit by bit. We're gonna start off. We're gonna talk about the warrant first of all. So, Demon Mama, make your statement. Okay. Any responses, and then we'll move on.
Okay, I believe quite firmly that in general, rhetoric such as walking into the Twitter, which is a public space, and shouting into the void, X atrocity was justified, is basically precisely the type of shit that has led to the right wing being able to use incidents like WACO to endlessly point out, look, these fuckers they'll stand by while the FBI kills 25 children. And in addition, we haven't even gotten to touch on this because there's been so much, like, I don't know, slipperiness measurements between you and Mel in this conversation. But in this conversation, you've also made statements such as the Branch Davidians started the fire, which is, by the way, a massively controversial statement that
no, it's not.
Yes, it actually is. No, it actually is.
Controversial, actually.
No, the Branch Davidians started the fire, like, according to several witnesses.
Listen, you can literally listen. You can literally. I'm sorry. It's my turn to talk right now. I know you're all very angry, but
okay.
I recognize that I recognize that some people have come to that conclusion and other people have not. By the way, you can literally go. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say.
No, it's really not.
No, let me finish this, please. Literally, hold on. You're getting mad that I'm comparing you to Mel, but you just tried to compare this to Holocaust now. It's fucking idiotic, and you know it is, and everybody in the audience knows it is. You fucking child.
No. Your argument was, oh, well, some people thought it happened, some people thought it didn't. No fucking shit. That's
you can literally, excuse me. You can literally go to the first paragraph of the Wikipedia article about WACO.
Fuck the Wikipedia article.
I recognize. Wait, Vivian. I would like to talk. You people are literal children.
Fucking minutes.
Dude. I haven't finished a sentence because you idiots keep interrupting me, and it's actually embarrassing.
Okay.
This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. All I want to do is finish my thought. Please.
You finished.
I have literally not finished this single sentence because all of you have literally interrupted me.
Mama. You definitely
talking about
Here we go. Here comes the baby crying. Please. I have not finished my sentence yet. So I would like to finish it.
Let's start to wrap it up, though, Demon. Okay,
Can I respond to this fire thing first?
Here we go.
Like,
I still haven't finished my sentence.
No. Oh my God.
Finish the sentence.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
There is a considerable amount of controversy over this. I recognize that there is disagreement, but even the Justice Department has not come to a conclusion on this. And I think that it's important to be able to acknowledge these things without making pithy, highly reductive statements like X was justified, because it very easily, and I realize, Vivian, you can disagree with me on this, but I've done a lot of research on this, and I don't think that it's as easily as, I don't believe it's conclusive. Even people like fucking... Okay. There's a lot of people. What's that? There's a lot of credible journalists have said this. And what I'm trying to say is, I believe that this rhetoric, I believe this type of rhetoric, I believe that, yes, I can cite Robert Evans right now as one who just talked about it recently.
Okay, cool.
Now,
sure.
okay,
So
but I'm not done. Oh my dear God. Embarrassing.
Right, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, we're not getting anywhere with this. Everyone's talking over each other. What I want to do is let's bring it back. I feel like to the best of our ability, we've dealt with the Twitter drama. Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about this through the 3 stages that people tend to have disagreements on. Okay. So we're going to talk about the warrant. We're going to talk about the siege. And we're going to talk about the compound raid, okay? So we can go over each part, and we can all get our thoughts and perspectives out, and disagree and agree, and whatever.
Because they're
afraid
of me.
So
can we address the fire thing as well? Like, I think that's a really important part.
That can be in the compound raid.
That'll be the compound raid.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just frustrating to like leave that fucking hanging there when
really
like,
frustrating.
There's not going to be the same people who are in the chat now who will be here later.
Okay. That's a fair point. This is what we'll do then. Let's get the fire stuff out of the way now. We'll do it. It'll be like a Quentin Tarantino film, okay? It won't be chronological, but it'll be fucking very avant-garde, okay? So let's talk about the fire, right?
Sure, yeah. So the Davidians had like lamp fuel, like petroleum that they were using for lamps and for like heating and shit. And there are like multiple witness statements from from survivors, right? People who survived the fire, including Graham. Fuck, I forget his full name. Graham, whatever. It's in my source list that I posted in the Discord prior to this conversation, who still remains to this day a staunch supporter of David Koresh and believes that he was the son of God, who states that the fire was started by the Branch Davidians. There's also the the report to the Attorney General, the Danforth report, which also concludes the same. So like both sides kind of agree. There's the controversy around like who started the fire. There are a couple of Branch Davidians who dispute it, but overwhelmingly it comes from basically conspiracists, right?
And the Justice Department.
Wait, can I say this like additionally? Not only does do former Branch Davidians corroborate this, that the Branch Davidians started the fire, but there was literally arsonist reports showing that the fire started in 3 different areas simultaneously, which concluded that it must have been like an inside thing that started the fire. Additionally, the grenades that were thrown into the compound that Branch Davidians say started the fire were fired in, according to this same report, like 4 hours before the fire started, and the people who did the report concluded that there was no way that the government actually started this fire. Like, this isn't a very like controversial thing. Demon Mama, if you have controversial evidence, I would like to hear it, but my assumption is that you really haven't done any research and are just like saying it's controversial because Wikipedia said so.
No.
So what's your evidence?
No, I've watched quite a bit of stuff, and not only that, but there was a Justice Department report, I believe in 2001, that went over this and parsed through the evidence in a court of law and was not able to conclude that that there was evidence for the Branch Davidians having set the fire themselves. Now, I don't know. I believe it's certainly.
I'm reading that. The Justice Report literally says that that the sect members did start the fire. That was the conclusion of that Justice Report.
Oh, well, perhaps I'm misciting it then. Perhaps that one is incorrect.
Yeah, it seems like you are.
It's possible. I mean, but again, the point.
Can
the reason.
Can you give me a link to that Justice Report?
Yeah,
please?
I would love to see it. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see more of it. I mean, but
like the 2000 and the 96 and
also
2000 is the one that I thought was.
I'm just gonna assume my assumption that you haven't
I'm
done
putting
any
it in
research.
Okay, well,
correct,
nobody cares.
The research,
nobody
because
fucking
the research
cares about what you have to say right now.
I've watched stuff and
no.
listen,
Excuse me. I've done quite a lot of research on this. Like this is not.
You should have known with the DOJ report.
This is the type of shit that I'm talking about, though. This is the type of attitude of a fucking literal child who can walk into a room and declare, "Oh, Waco was justified," and then when people have concerns about certain aspects of it, that
you don't have any concerns.
Wait, I literally
the DOJ report.
Okay,
that's your only concern.
No, that's literally not my only concern. That was one of many that was asserted as fact. That are asserted as fact.
All right, stop fucking bickering.
I mean, wait, this is what happens. I literally never even got to finish the previous sentence, and then I get interrupted by somebody who's gonna try and pretend like they're the high end good faith actor in this conversation when they come in and say Waco was justified on Twitter. Ha ha, hot take. Nuclear hot take, guys.
Can I address that? Because you keep bringing this up. So generally, there are two major points. So generally, there are two main points.
Sorry, what are you saying there?
The Waco stuff.
Are you gonna wait? Are you saying something?
Okay, right. Come on. Let's let Malfi
come on. This is childish as shit.
Come on. Let's let Malfi speak.
Okay, so there are two main points of contention with regards to the WACO stuff. One, people contend, did the government really have a place being involved here at all? Was the search warrant justified? Two, there's the question of who started the fire. These are the main points of contention. So basically, when I said, and I clarified this under the tweet, Bastia even asked me, what do you mean when you say justified? And I immediately clarified it, unlike other people who you're trying to compare me to, when called out on their takes. So I immediately clarified what I was saying, and that I was saying, A, the Branch Davidians started the fire, and B, the initial involvement of the government was justified. And I've been incredibly clear that the government fucked up in a variety of ways. So you can say that, like, this tweet in and of itself, when removed from all other context and all other clarification that I've been giving for days, was like, I guess, like, bad rhetoric or, like, pretty vague. I guess that's fair, sure. But to, like, compare that to, like, other people who are, like, not only heavily implying something, but then refusing to give their answer on what they were implying, like, that just seems like a little bit silly to me. If you really, if you're so concerned with digging through my old tweets, then why not at least dig through the tweets?
I mean, these are literally relevant tweets, and I don't see any single clarification tweet on your timeline.
Could be. I literally replied to Bastia and said what I was saying.
The tweets don't matter anymore, right? Because
we were on the fucking fire. We were talking about the fire. Okay, Demon Mama cited a particular fucking report. No Nothing claims you linked the Danforth report. No Nothing. You linked a CNN article about the Danforth report. Was it the Danforth report that you're referring to, or is there another report in 2001 that you're claiming had different conclusions to the Danforth report?
Are you asking me, or are you asking No Nothing?
I'm asking you because you're the one who said that.
I think I believe I miscited this, so I apologize about that report, and that is a miscitation on my part.
All right, so pretty much a given that the Davidians started the fire. Fantastic. Where are we going to go now? Search warrant.
Yeah, sure. So I was thinking we could, we'll go back to the search warrant.
Wait. There was one more thing I wanted to say on that before we moved on, which is
okay, sure.
Which is that. In this exact report, sorry, I do apologize. I misstated the conclusion, but I do want to state that the Justice Department did conclude that incendiary tear gas canisters were used in this situation, which was one of the major concerns. Yeah. So, though I agree that
but they couldn't have started the fire because the fire started 4 hours later.
Are you serious right now? Okay. This is a joke.
Holy shit. Finish your point, and then anyone can respond, okay?
Yeah, okay. One of the main concerns that critics of the FBI and the ATF brought up, and I don't mean just right-wing critics, by the way, a lot of critics brought up that the incendiary tear gas canisters were used, which was denied, and there was a shit ton of controversy over this. So yes, I acknowledge.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Have you ever like been to a protest or anything and like had seen tear gas what kind of tear gas canisters aren't incendiary? I don't think I've ever seen any.
There's two kinds. So there's like a hyper compressed tear gas canister, which is like usually used. I don't remember how it ignites, but it's not like the ones that they use for crowds. It's usually used for like inside of flushing out for buildings. And because of the force because of the force and how they're designed, like they can potentially be sparked by really anything because they're just volatile. Because there's just
literally every tear gas canister I've ever seen would like fucking burn your hand off if you tried to
literally, hold on, I can cite this. I can cite this for you. Oh my god, this both was a double interruption of my point, and now I would like to be able to say what I was trying to say. There is literally I have a citation for this. The FBI claimed that they used non-incendiary tear gas canisters on multiple occasions. This was later confirmed, and I recall, and I apologize openly for misciting the conclusion. But this was what I was remembering, and I can cite this for you here.
I wasn't trying to get a dunk on you,
I know, but there's a great, I know, but the interruptions are making it so I can't actually make my point. My point is not that who was at fault in this situation. It's the fact that there has been, over the course of years, a lot of denial and misinformation, and there is legitimate concerns that rational people, not just fucking Branch Davidian apologists, have. And I think that this is getting lost in the interruptions, but the FBI claimed on multiple occasions they were using non-incendiary tear gas rounds. This was later confirmed to not be true. They did use incendiary tear gas rounds, which for many people who were claiming that was the case, confirmed as proof that the government was lying to them further. And this is how these things This is part of the problem, that
Yeah.
people become
And
validated.
That's what's really, really frustrating about the entirety of WACO and why it's so persistent.
Thank you.
Because, like a lot of conspiracy theories, there's like these kernels of truth, and there are lies told about these situations, or there are things that get confused. The whole they're shooting us from the choppers thing, right, is a really, really good example, because there's like that the phone call that I think the negotiator has with Koresh, where Koresh is just like, you're a fucking liar, dude, they're shooting at us from the choppers, and the negotiator doesn't have the information available to him to tell to be able to tell Koresh that like the people in the choppers are armed only with like 9mm pistols and like well out of effective range for those weapons, right?
Can I?
There's to this day, because of was it WACO, the big lie, and the second one as well. More the second one than the first one, I think. The myth is pervasive that they had fucking mounted machine guns and were like firing down into the compound, and that's all based off of like one person basically having that conversation with Koresh and not having the correct information to give him at the time.
And that was my point. That was my point.
I addressed the canister thing. Because while it's true that the government did deny the usage of pyrotechnic canisters, and then a later report found out that there was the usage of pyrotechnic canisters, this is irrelevant as to whether or not the fire was started by the government, because one, the ones that were used were deployed nearly 4 hours before the fire started, making it impossible for them to have been the cause. Two, the fire began in 3 places indoors simultaneously, which an independent arsonist investigation found meant that the fire was not started by the government. And 3, these canisters weren't even fired directly into the building. So while what you're saying
has
is
nothing
true,
to do with my argument.
So you're
missing the point of my argument.
You literally brought up this conclusion in support of the idea that there's controversy over whether or not the government started the fire. This is absolutely this does not follow. This is not evidence.
Wait,
of what you're
I brought
saying.
this up as a matter of people being dismissed outright as kooks for having any questions about the scenario. This is all my. Excuse me. Oh my god.
Can we stop trying to get dunks here? Because we're like
I'm not been trying to get dunks at all. I've been trying to bring out the point that
not you, Demon Mama. I was talking about Infidel because
I'm not trying to get dunks. I'm holding people to their positions. You said there was controversy over who started the fire, and you brought up this.
No, I'm saying that there has been a ridiculous amount of an employment of very, very, very confident, and I would argue inflammatory, interestingly, rhetoric that leads to the exact problems that I am most concerned with in this situation. I have no doubt that David Koresh and his cult were a hugely problematic organization, that something had to be addressed, that they had to be dealt with to some degree. But the way that was done, the response of the government is they are the most, at the end of the day, the government, the federal government has to be held to a higher standard than random citizens. And we have to be willing to acknowledge that if you dismiss legitimate criticism or legitimate concerns as apologia, which I believe was what happened, and it has happened, by the way, not just you, but in the greater discourse, this happens all the time, that leads to an environment in which extremism festers. And we have a huge problem with extremism to this day, because when you have the feds, who obviously knew whether they deployed incendiary grenades or not, refusing to acknowledge that, which we've corroborated on. I've corrected my miscitation of that particular study, and everything's been sorted out.
Well,
because the point was
nothing corrected it, but go for it.
Yeah, but wait.
We can keep going.
What does that even?
Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that this is something that was not true. This was an attempt at whitewashing or hiding the actions that actually unfolded, and that can cause a massive amount of confirmation, which I think both Vivian and I will agree on, that these sorts of behaviors and this lack of transparency by the government can lead to many of the very people who are the targets of extremist rhetoric concluding that they were correct in assuming all of the conspiracy involved. And we have to hold the government to a higher standard because they're the government.
True. I agree. I'm glad your new argument is much more defensible.
You're an idiot.
Okay, right.
You're an idiot.
That's it.
Okay, so it's not about shitting on Demon Mama.
Can
sorry,
we...
go ahead, Chad.
I was going to say...
Literal moron.
No, it's about shitting on Know Nothing, okay? No, I'm just kidding. Know Nothing's barely spoken this panel. I feel bad for him. Okay, listen. I'm
It's all
only
good.
right. Let's bring it back a bit, okay? So what I want to do, we're doing the Quentin Tarantino thing, okay? So we've done the third act. Let's go back to the first act, okay? So what I want to talk about now, and this is something that I've seen contentious discourse about. I don't know my own position on it because there's a lot of reading to do, and I don't like reading. But what do we think about the warrant? So it tends to be favoured around, was the warrant legal? Was it justified? Things like that. So I'm going to throw it out to Know Nothing first, and then Mel hasn't spoken for a little while. So Know Nothing, I want you to give your perspective on the warrant, and then Mel responds, and then we'll go back to open conversation.
Just before, the warrant is available in the source list that I posted, by the way. You can find that in the
Where did you post it?
top section. Sorry? I posted it in, I tagged all of you, like, prior to this.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, it's in Stream Chat in the Google Doc. I also posted the Google Doc in chat for anybody who's in chat who also wants to have a look at the search warrant. It's just at the top there, Mount Carmel search warrant.
Okay, Know Nothing, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm no expert on this warrant. That's not my expertise or anything, but it seems like my understanding is that when they added the meth lab as part of the warrant, that seems like it's very sketchy and based off of less like legit information. But in general, they were violating laws with the guns and ammunition, and I think the federal government has a right to do a search warrant when it believes that's the case. So I think it probably was justified to do that.
The evidence for the meth lab was so, like, it was basically nothing. The evidence was that there used to be a meth lab on the property that I think Koresh had actually reported and asked either the FBI or the local police to clear out. And that one of the Davidians had, like, a previous conviction for meth use, for possession. I'm pretty sure that's, like, just about all they based it on, but they wanted to have that so that they could have military support for the raid. Because if they could prove that that WACO was if they could allege that WACO was a drug nexus, they could get military support for the raid. And I think that's why they did it.
Well, they also knew that they had to do higher jurisdiction above the local and like state law enforcement, because at the time, like, there was no state involvement. Like, I don't think the state was like technically allowed to do anything at the time. And I know like the local sheriff's office and several of the officers were in Koresh's pocket. Like, they actually were like helping him throughout the whole ordeal, like even the hostage situation. It wasn't until the ATF took over the negotiations from the local law enforcement where like things sort of went south. So yeah, like, he was
Bleeders, you need to stop posting fucking WACO the big lie in chat. This is literally like the worst, most conspiracy-ridden fucking documentary on WACO. If you ever, I'm sorry,
right,
there's
yeah,
just like a
true.
lot of misinformation
I don't
going
know.
around in chat. WACO the Big Lie and WACO the Big Lie 2 are not to be fucking trusted as reliable fucking sources whatsoever. I can't go into it right now, but if you want to have a fucking talk about them with me in future, I'm glad to tell you why they're bullshit. But yeah.
I don't know. I was just elaborating that, like, yeah, like, I mean, the jurisdiction has to go higher than like what is already existent, like in terms of the state apparatus. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, they had like, what was it? Like, they had post
Nexus Hub. So far, everyone's
it's
been
either the
against
90s
Mouthy.
or the 80s assault weapons firearms ban. I can't remember, but they basically just had like unregistered AR-15 lowers, and like kits that were stripped and able to basically make weapons fire like full automatic. And that was the big contention, right? Was they were like, oh, these people are just assembling machine guns. And the FBI and the federal government has had a lot of whiplash from, I don't know if this was before or after the North Hollywood shootout, where a bunch of bank robbers like used fully automatic firearms, and like that was like sort of like the creation of like SWAT and all that. So I don't know. That's like kind of another reason why too, was like WACO was the culmination of like so many different policies, bureaucratic movements and social movements and culture and shit. Like, it was a really significant event in history, just why a lot of this stuff culminates.
Right. I think
Okay,
that yeah. Oh. Nope.
No, just open up. D-Man, we'll go ahead, jump in, and then we'll go from there.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think it's really, I find it very difficult to sort through every bit of the arrest warrants that were serviced. I think that's pretty tough to justify, but I think there's reason to believe that they had every reason to begin looking into this, especially given that there was weapons being stockpiled. But I do tend to agree with something that Vivian brought up at the beginning, which is that given that this was like a cult that there had been some research done on, and maybe this is a limitation of the time, but nonetheless, this could have been handled in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, not trying to arrest each individual at the compound where they believed the arms were being stored. To me, that seems like a decision that probably would fall on the shoulders of whoever built and organized the operations, because the serving of the initial arrest warrants started the shootout, if I'm not mistaken, and that's pretty dangerous to send your agents in to a facility that is populated with people who could be stockpiling automatic weapons, which was the initial reports were that there had been the sounds of automatic weapon fire coming from the ranch being reported by people in the area. And if that's the case, it seems relatively risky to just send agents to the front door to try and arrest the leader of a cult that is a cult, especially when you also know about that cult, which I believe there's plenty of evidence to show that they knew the structure of the cult, that this person is a messiah. Now, it might sound ridiculous to everyone that you would need to take their beliefs into account, but as it turns out, you actually have to take beliefs into account, because if you try to arrest the messiah of a cult, it can become a quite dangerous affair. So I think there may have been some issues in the strategy that was used in how they wanted to go about doing the arrests, and obviously I think there have been some changes over time to that, but nonetheless, I think that that disregard or the lack of seriousness given to that portion of it is worthy of some level of critique.
Okay, does everyone agree? Have we agreed on the warrant?
Yeah, basically.
Sorry,
I mean, the warrant, I think.
I
mean, the warrant seems pretty simple. Sorry, go ahead.
There were a couple of things that Demon Mama said that kind of stuck out to me. I think so. You said that they knew a lot. Like, there was actually like a whole congressional report into how poor their investigation was prior to formulating their plan to execute the search warrant in Waco. One of the major things that I said earlier, I think, was like they could have arrested Koresh while he was out running, right? But like in the immediate inquiry afterwards, they said, we didn't consider that as part of the plan because we thought that Koresh was basically bound to the compound. But they had a person who had infiltrated the compound who would have been able to tell them that like David Koresh was like an avid runner and went out running every day, pretty much, right? So there was like all these breakdowns in communication and all these failures to gather intelligence, and really just super lazy research done by the FBI and ATF. Prior to it, that meant that this all went down the way that it did. And I do advocate like arresting Koresh outside of the compound as a strategy, because although Mouthy Infidel rightly points out that there are other people who needed to be arrested, and also one of the main excuses was like, even if we arrest Koresh outside of the compound, we still have to execute the search warrant on the compound, right? I think that removing the leader from that situation means that it's much easier to sort of like, it's much easier to negotiate with the cult members who are currently there. It's much easier to keep it like from being non-violent and so on. And it also sticks a massive fucking spanner in the works of one of Koresh's main prophecies, which was that there was going to be like a massive showdown with government forces and that he would die during the fight. And if they can just prove that they have him incarcerated and he's not going to be part of any fight in the near future, that can also help defuse the situation. So a better knowledge of what the cult believed, what Koresh was saying, and what Koresh's activities were would have been really fucking important to do the investigation, and then that shit would have been included in the search warrant, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, so like I don't think I've given my take on this yet. I think this is like the one of the least contentious parts. Like I think that the search warrant, they thought they had illegal guns, so they got a search warrant. Turns out they did. Like seems like a pretty justified search warrant. The way that they executed the search warrant was lacking in a lot of ways. That like I think the ATF massively fucked up in a variety of different ways.
As well.
I sort of agree with Vivian's point that maybe they could have just like arrested David Koresh as he was like out running. I'm not sure if that would have had that much of an impact. It feels like a lot of cults are so like, even when things happen that like massively destroy like your narrative, it seems like there's always going to be this cognitive dissonance. So I'm not I'm not that confident that
but without the leader there isn't the authoritative control.
Yeah, he was
so
central to this group of people that if Koresh was just like moved away from the town, like if he wasn't getting embedded in the town that Mount Carmel was next to, or if they caught him, like they watched him jog like every single day and they knew that he was armed when he went out there. Like the feds, like they had standoffs. Like every time David Koresh would go out there and walk, like he would have an escort or people would have guns. So like they knew that all these things were happening. Like it's just they had chances and they never took them. And like I think that's the misunderstanding with cults and secret society kind of stuff, is like most of the time the government just views like the interpretation of all of the cult members as everything that the leader is, and so they have to like find a way to get all of them. And pretty much in almost every single standoff with a religious sect, like even outside of the United States, like even like Japan and stuff, like if you don't remove the leader from the situation, whether it's through violence or whether it's through legal means, like they're just going to, you know, they're just gonna stay. And like some of them do, like what is it, like Om Shinrikyo, like from Japan, they were responsible for like that sarin gas thing. Like the members,
Om Shinrikyo and now Aleph, without their leader, they like morphed into Aleph. Openly, they kind of like disavow a lot of the shit that went on, and they definitely haven't managed to get together and start making like chemical weapons again. Like they did under Shoko Asahara. So like the removal of the cult leaders definitely taken some of the steam out of them. For
like
sure.
could they have the potential to do like harm again? Like maybe, but like it's pretty unlikely without that sort of like push.
Oh, they did continue to do harm after Shoko Asahara was arrested.
did
but
they?
like but yeah, just not like organizational on the same scale of being able to like produce
Yeah, that's what I
sarin.
mean.
They actually
Yeah.
tried to like make nuclear weapons, but that kind of failed.
I mean, Scientology is an example of a cult that was able to continue past the initial founder and central
But it
figure.
had a successor, right?
But, yes,
Yeah.
but they had a
They
successor.
had a new I mean, technically, David Koresh is like a successor anyway, because he had that whole fight with the other dude who was supposed to take over the Branch Davidians. They had a fucking gunfight, and he ended up the other guy ended up going to jail. Koresh got off free, but the Davidians go right back to like they're like a splinter group of the Millerites.
Yeah. Which
who,
had
like,
previous
made this prediction that the world was going to end in, I think it was 1844, and literally set off like a period known as the Great Disappointment, when everybody was just like, yeah, we sold all our shit and got ready for the end of the world, and it didn't happen. And members of and Millerites ended up getting like beaten up and assaulted and all this sort of stuff, because there was a lot of
this is a side note, but yeah, the Seventh Day Adventists, who were the Seventh Day Adventists predated the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians split off of the Seventh Day Adventists, claiming that the Seventh Day Adventists were the dead branch, and you would go to the living branch, aka the Branch Davidians. And yeah, the Seventh Day Adventists are a totally different organization than what they once were. But like they're
so are the Branch Davidians mostly. I heard an interview with one of their pastors who seems to be a little bit Koreshi, which is kind of spooky actually. But they at least disavow all the shit that went down in the compound.
Yeah, and I think this is something that like again, the reason why I think it's relevant to discuss these types of things with regard to cults is I think that people need to learn a lot more about them. I think that America as a whole we're a country of perpetual cults. We have had so many cults formulate here, and our country seems uniquely vulnerable, or maybe not uniquely vulnerable, but very vulnerable regardless, to the formation of extremist often right-wing cults. And it is concerning. I mean, again, in this case, the result was 76 deaths in a facility, mostly, I mean, but obviously David Koresh himself died, but most of those people were victims of the cult. The victims of the
25 were children.
Yeah, 25 were children. I don't think that we can take, like, I don't think you can take, like, the how these things unfold lightly, nor can we, like, sort of brush off the failures to apprehend and isolate the leader from the rest of the cult. I also think, I do tend to agree that you know, had the federal officials been able to separate David Koresh from the cult, that would have probably changed the entire outcome. It is incredibly difficult to like, if you look at the history of many cults, like one that I pull on again is Scientology as an example of one that had a succession from one extremist leader to another, with David Miscavige. I always mispronounce his name. Miscavige, whatever his name. Yeah, Miscavige. Yeah, Miscavige took over from L. Ron Hubbard, but that took a long time. There was like a period of like 5-6 years after L. Ron Hubbard's death where there was internal strife within the church, and it was a church that was systemized and hierarchical in such a way that there was a feasible way for the power to be passed into the hands of Miscavige, and of course, even then there was a loss to a lot of members of the church who left, and those sorts of things shouldn't be discounted as being very valuable in the deconstruction of dangerous cults like this. Because again, if the goal is to stop the harm of innocence and stop the victimization of the people involved in the cults, you have to be more careful than just, you know, potentially doing a siege. It's just a sad fact.
Well, something that was part of the siege that I don't know if anyone touched was like the unending amount of like psychological warfare that they did. So like they hooked up speakers and lights and like sound systems, and they basically just like played like really abrasive noise to basically 24/7 so they couldn't sleep. They basically sleep deprive them. And like none of them broke from that compound. Like at the height of the like psychological warfare that the feds were using, like before things started to get more violent, like none of them broke. Like,
he's back.
These people were insanely dedicated to David Koresh. Like, and
the ATF did like negotiate like 19 kids out, so that's not like necessarily true.
I mean, but it doesn't, like, yeah, but still though, like the fact that like 19 kids is not the entire compound, like still,
yeah, of course, didn't get everyone out, sure.
Right, but like that's the problem. It's like you're like there were people that already, the people that left, like the people that did run to the like FBI and that were reporting the abuses in the initial like months up before the raid, like they were kind of dismissed and laughed at. It wasn't until people got to Mount Carmel and they started releasing more hostages when people realized, oh shit, this is actually really bad. Like they kind of just like waved this whole thing off for a really long time. Like there was at least a couple weeks before anything even happens. Like that's my issue, is like if victims leave a cult and say, hey, this guy is abusing us, and like nothing happens, like that just shows like perfectly like what Demon Mom and what Viv were saying earlier about how like we don't believe victims, we don't believe scenarios unless there has to be probable cause. And that's like why, like, and that's why I find it really particularly interesting that it was a weapons warrant and not like child predation, because there was plenty of evidence at the time to like link those things. Like the marriage ceremony, like
child predation didn't play a particularly huge part in.
I'm just saying, I'm surprised it did.
There was like a couple affidavits where former members of the cult were like saying like, yeah, David Koresh was like raping like minors, but there wasn't like substantial enough evidence, I think, so it didn't play a huge role in why the government initially went in there.
But all I'm saying is like that's how we just treat like abuse victims in general. Like it's like because like they don't understand that like cults operate on the idea of abuse. They have to see violence from these people in order to know that violence is okay. And this was largely applied to almost every single group, right? So like the Black Panthers could stand outside like an area with guns or whatever, but like they're not going to trust, like the federal government's not going to trust them because they have guns, so they're going to wait until there's an opportune time where they can do things. And that's like why there were assassinations of the Panthers and like numerous other groups. Like the state gets to decide like in what ways violence is inflicted on other people, depending on like how much they know. And like usually that has to be violence. So like that's why the ATF forum was specifically about firearms over kids, is because they needed a really good excuse to do the things they wanted to do.
Well, I think a lot of the reason was they had more substantive evidence of the guns than they did have for the child rape. I think like with the child rape, it was literally just like affidavits.
But they just flat out ignored it though. Like that's my point, is they flat out ignored it. Like it wasn't even the fact that it was like evidence or not. Like they just ignored like the cries of kids and just like let a bunch of other kids die in the process. Like
I mentioned earlier one of the like seminal pieces of reporting on the Branch Davidian cult, the Sinful Messiah, which was like this series of 3 articles published in the Waco Tribune. These were published like after the siege, or maybe during the siege, I forget. But it was definitely after the FBI rolled in, like at the start, because the whole reason the fucking siege was like Koresh knew about the siege, was because one of the journalists who already knew that the siege was coming, right, was asking for directions to Waco and accidentally told, like, it was like the brother of somebody in the compound or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, they told him outside.
Yeah.
He was with them, yeah.
I've got all the information in my brain, but it's not coming out. Anyway, the
yes,
point
he
is,
did
like,
say that.
they told the Waco Tribune, and they told the newspapers that they were going to be doing the siege, or they were going to be trying to execute this warrant rather, in order to stop them from publishing this series of articles, which made a lot of the allegations of child abuse public. So that's just fucking weird,
Okay.
right?
Okay, so I think what we can do then, if we move on to the next, unless anyone's got anything else, any other points of discussion on that?
Not in this particular one.
No, I think pretty much everyone's like in more or less agreement. So.
Okay. So let's move on. Let's move on to the siege now. So obviously, following the raid, obviously, well, in fact, we talked about the warrant, but we didn't really talk about the gunfight. So I guess we'll talk about the gunfight that occurred as a result of the warrant trying to be served, and then we'll talk about the raid from the back of that. So what do we think about, the actual gunfight? I can't remember the exact date. The gunfight that occurred that led to the siege. What are our thoughts on that?
I mean, I think in part, you can sort of say that the ATF is like somewhat culpable in this situation because they decided to go through with executing the search warrant after the cult had already been tipped off. So like that was like kind of a dumb thing to do. But from like, I think there's a lot of like dispute. Well, I should say dispute. There isn't much evidence with regards to like who fired the first gunshot. What I'm aware of is like there were like a few on the ground reporters who were there, and all of them testified in court that they believed that the Branch Davidians fired the first shot, but ultimately it's like that's eyewitness testimony. Like that's all there is. So it's not really
I think
hard
the
evidence either way.
prevailing theory is something like because there was like there was like an FBI guy who said that he thought that the first shots probably came from the dog team who were there to deal with the Davidians' dogs. So it might have been that they ended up like shooting one of the dogs or whatever, and those were the first shots heard, and then everybody just went fucking haywire.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised to find that's the case, honestly.
Yeah, I've seen that as well, and read that as well, that there was there could have been either confusion or outright aggression over the ATF. I think it was the ATF's dog team that was sent in to clear out dogs at the facility, and I mean,
like
that's
they were
volatile.
all ready. They were at the windows. They had the fucking guns and shit. They were forewarned like 40 minutes beforehand. Yeah. So like they were ready for a shootout. It's just like we don't really know who
Well,
set it
they
off.
even had the helicopter fly over. There was like a conflicting report that I read somewhere that says that like the dog team went in when they were flying the helicopter because they figured, oh wait, they're not gonna hear us go in here because we're flying a big stupid fucking helicopter over their compound. Like I don't know, it's just everything that they tried to do to
because 2 of the helicopters had to fucking land because they were getting shot at. So I'm not sure. Like, the helicopters arrived at the same time as the cars, They were supposed to arrive beforehand to get them looking over the other side of the compound. So that was also like a mistimed thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I do know I know one of the helicopters, like I know things got particularly bad because like one of David Koresh's wife like ran up to like a top bedroom, like even there's like a documentary, I don't know if it's like on Hulu or Netflix, but they even talked about that too. But like most of his wives, I think all of them but one of them, pretty much all of them, like had guns in their rooms, and they like kicked their kids out, and they were the ones the wives were the ones shooting from the windows like at the cops. And so those were the ones that were like most loyal, I guess. That's why they say they shot first, because David got shot in the initial. And so because once they heard David got shot, all the wives just started shooting back. That's why they
So like
being shot first.
just in terms of like the evidence that I'm aware of from in regards to like who shot first, here's a quote from a Dallas News article. Koresh claimed the ATF started the firefight, but agents who got closest to the compound and journalists who were there said the Davidians shot first. KWTX's cameraman who filmed the gunfight testified in the 1994 criminal trial that gunfire originated from inside the compound. In the first live broadcast from the scene, KWTX's reporter said shots came from inside as ATF agents concealed in cattle trailers pulled up to the building and began jumping out. They told the people to come out of the house, and those inside the house immediately started firing, and they began to return that fire. Another eyewitness, a Waco Tribune Herald reporter, told the news, quote, "From what I saw, the Davidians shot first." So like this seems to be like the prevailing consensus among like the eyewitness testimony, but again, it's not like super strong evidence like either way, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything else to add on the initial shootout? Or?
No, I think
federal government bad.
Well, I think it's kind of fucked that like after it started dying down, they just refused to like let Koresh get medical treatment. That was like one of the things that they withheld for fucking ages.
Yeah. There was also that guy that got shot in the water tower, and they just like left his body there. They didn't let anyone like.
That one's sketch. I can't remember the details of that, but I know there's a lot of weird shit around that, because I think that comes from like Thibodeau's book, and it's like, yeah, because I remember I was talking about it. I was talking about it with you the other day, and then I went and something was niggling at the back of my mind, and then I went and looked, and I was like, oh, it didn't happen quite exactly like I told Mel it happened. So like,
I did hear about that like before you told me, and I just assumed like that. Wow, because like when you confirmed it, I was like, oh, this must be true.
Yeah. Thibodeau reports that in his book, but it's more complicated than that.
Yeah, it does look like again, some of the stuff that I read about with regard to the allowing for medical treatment, it looks like there was somewhere between like an hour to 2 hours of gunfighting after apparently the Davidians claimed that they had called for a ceasefire and emergency services, which I think is, again, sometimes I find some sorting out the exact timelines on events like this to be very, very difficult in general. And the goal, at least again, what I tend to, when I'm looking at stuff like that, my thought process is usually we should try to prevent these things from happening in the first place, because it understandably becomes completely unreliable as to what people's memories are in a highly traumatic event with with shots going everywhere. But I do think that if there could be some room for criticism if there was a request for medical aid that was not allowed, or a ceasefire was not allowed. That could certainly make things worse. Now, one thing I don't, well, I guess we can talk about this part later. We'll get to this later.
Okay, yeah. So we'll move on to the. Sorry. Go
all I want to say is like I guess like the one thing is like, if people agree that the siege should have happened in a firefight, then you are partially also agreeing that like the children's lives in that compound like also did not matter, because like they knew that they were kids in that compound the entire time. Like this was very well-known information, and like they should have known that through this entire siege they had to have minimized violence. Regardless of the condition of those children, that should have been the #1 priority. And the victims that came forward that were talking about predation and the children that were released earlier like were given pretty much almost no treatment. Like I definitely remember reading reports that the children that were like released early as hostages, like they were given under the care of like court or like just appointed psychologists, and they were trying to bait those kids like freshly out of the situation to like divulge as much information as possible, which was like a really really bad decision to make. I don't know, like I guess regardless of how you feel about the siege in general, like it just shows that like regardless of what you think, who shot first, who didn't shoot first, like if you agree that this was like a good event or it was handled the best way or whatever, like it's still like their children still died, and it shouldn't ever be excusable. And like that's the problem with the justice system, is it doesn't really care. Like warrants aren't moral. Like you can't really moralize these things if people are going to die, especially children. And that's really it.
Okay, so let's move on to the siege itself then. So obviously after the initial gunfight, there was I think it's 53-day siege?
52.
52-day siege. That was obviously discussed. It's been discussed, dissected, talked about a hell of a lot. What are our thoughts on that element of it?
Well, I certainly think one thing that I found really interesting and certainly worthy of critique on the side of the feds in this case is that I didn't even know this until I started researching it, but the same person who oversaw the Ruby Ridge incident also oversaw the Waco incident. And
wait, if you're talking about the hostage negotiator,
Richard Rogers, right? The hostage rescue guy?
That's a fiction of the 2018 series.
Is it?
TV
because
series.
there's citations of this.
Happen.
There's citations of this even in the Wikipedia article. Yeah, I mean maybe
If
it's
we're
wrong.
I don't know who we're talking about here. If we're talking about the hostage negotiator, that's not the case. But like, if you're talking about somebody else, it might be. I'm not sure.
Maybe. This says
The hostage
I know in the
rescue team, I think.
2018 series
It
they
was
had
Richard
the hostage-
Rogers.
Yeah, Richard Rogers was previously criticized for actions during Ruby Ridge. There's multiple citations for this. I mean, I can go and double check on these, but it was a factoid I thought was certainly interesting, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's certainly possible that's not the case. There seems to be
Gary
at least 2 or 3 different ones.
Gary Nosno was the hostage negotiator at Waco. What was the guy you're talking about? What was his name again?
Let's see here. This was hold on. I was just opening up the archive of the FBI report on this that's cited. But it was the FBI hostage rescue team was headed by hostage rescue commander Richard Rogers, who had previously been
Wait, Richard Rogers.
Richard Rogers, yeah. At Ruby Ridge, Rogers overrode the site commander at Waco and had mobilized multiple teams to the same site. Yeah, this is the citation from, I mean, again, this citation is given as from the FBI's official report on this. Now, it's possible that I haven't read the entire FBI report.
No, well, we're talking about 2 different people. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, as far as I know,
because there's so many fucking like films and dramatizations and documentaries, and so like nearly all of them are inaccurate in some fucking way.
Right.
And I just thought
tried to
it was kind of
avoid
interesting, like the 2018 TV series puts Gary Nosner, the hostage negotiator at Ruby Ridge and Waco, but he was actually only at Waco.
It looks like
Richard Rogers was at Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, and it looks like even though like he wasn't, as far as I can tell from reading this, like he wasn't like the person at the site. He was like operating. I mean, he may have been there himself, but he was not like the actual site commander. He was like the like commander of the overall hostage rescue team, which again, this was even critiqued. Again, this once again, I'm pulling most of this as from a citation of a summary of the Justice Department report on this, which it seems to say that like he was overriding local people a lot at both Ruby Ridge and Waco. Now I'm not entirely sure like if he was one of the people who was censured. I know there were a number of people who were censured after Ruby Ridge, but I don't know if Richard Rogers was one of them. I don't have that information on hand.
But there were so like Gary Nosno as the hostage negotiator ended up getting basically like kicked out, right? This was because there was this whole big fight going on between, like in the FBI, between the people who wanted to like try and find a peaceful resolution and the people who just wanted to fucking breach the compound, right? And eventually, obviously, like the negotiators lost that argument because what happened happened. But yeah, sorry.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, any other perspectives to throw in on this one? Any the siege?
I mean, again, without trying to become repetitive to what I've said earlier, there is from just from my sort of lay perspective, and also there appears to be some people who also have studied cults extensively, and in my own research of having researched a lot of cults, there is a serious issue with playing into the prognostications of prophets in giving them the siege that they want, because if you spend decades potentially with certain cults telling your followers that one day the federal government is going to show up and it's going to be you defending the gates of heaven against that, and then that's literally what happens, even if they kind of force it. Again, I believe it's very important for us to do better than that, right? Like, the goal is not to respond in kind to a cult. The goal is to outwit them and out-tactic them. And I think that avoiding these sorts of siege situations is ideal, which clearly didn't happen here. But again, this isn't the first. It would be one thing if this was like the first event of its type. While it's one of the most famous, it is not even close to the first event of its type. And I think there is room to critique and criticize the FBI in their approach.
Oh yeah, I mean, cult experts at the time were saying like that a lot of the tactics were like really stupid, and that they'd just play into the narratives that Koresh had already spun. And I think Mel was right to bring up like the psychological warfare tactics are like playing. They played all kinds of shit, like songs and shit, but also like the screams of rabbits being slaughtered, like over these massive speakers. And like I don't know, if you're just like making everybody in the compound like horribly fucking sleep deprived, and you're expecting to be able to negotiate with them and like have a rational discussion with them when you're literally like fucking driving them insane, basically. Like,
yeah, that was like sort of my that's the thing. It's like people always look at violence usually.
Sorry, I've not been paying
like,
attention
it
to
has
chat.
be,
I've been
like,
thinking
deaths,
a lot.
like, people have to die or whatever. There needs to be like a big thing, but like, I don't know, psychological warfare is like incredibly damaging, and like it's used all the time on crowds. It's used all the time in protest movements. It's something that like the federal government like and the state apparatus like loves to inflict on people. And if you get past psychological warfare, then the government and the state has no choice but to like physically start doing things that the state does. And like that's usually the line of like predication, and like this happened at Waco. And the thing is again, like most of the time police officers, like these institutions, they don't know how to interact with people that are mentally ill. They don't know how to interact with like communities of color, and they don't know how to generally interact with like religious movements. And so like because they don't have these frameworks, they usually always end up doing these things through brute force. And there has to be enough legal jurisdiction and a cultural moral outcry to basically give them the authority and justification to do whatever they want, which is sort of my biggest line in the sand against like anything that the state does. Like you shouldn't just like give moral or judicial credence for the state to just do whatever. And like that's why white supremacists and white power groups think they can just kind of do whatever now, because like, hey, Waco was a success in a way. Now we can just do like we've seen this play out over and over and over again.
Well, and I'd have to say, like, utilizing psychological warfare tactics is a really good way to also play into the exact paranoias, fears, and conspiracies that are peddled by, well, like Alex Jones, let's say, who was there, let's recall. And even if there is
Alex Jones paid to have the fucking new Branch Davidian church set up, didn't he, afterwards?
Oh, I'm not sure about that particular fact.
He was involved in that too.
Yeah, but I think that it's... Oh.
No, sorry. Continue, Demon. I'll make your point, and then yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say. I mean, I think these sorts of things are genuinely concerning. Regardless of like, I think there's a concern in like, downplaying or minimizing the use of psychological warfare against victims of a cult. I mean, let's recall, like, and this was not unknown at the time, but I mean, sleep depriving people has been well researched as a way to basically guarantee that someone behaves irrationally, and the government certainly knows this, and that it makes you wonder, like I would assume this sort of thing is the matter of incompetence and cruelty, a sort of normalized cruelty. But for many people, that is a very understandable point where they can spin off into saying that this is some form of like malice or conspiracy, and that does fuel stuff. I mean, I can't imagine the sort of trauma that would even be inflicted on the biggest victims there, the children. Like, they're being subjected to psychological torture, and I do think that's very concerning. And was it even necessary? I don't think there's a good case to be made for that. That has a pretty bad effect, right? Like, the trade-off of perhaps having, perhaps the feds could argue, oh, well, maybe we needed to do this. But if not, if it was unnecessary, well, you've now played into the decades of conspiratorial screeching of right wing's group with something that's a matter of verifiable fact and public record. That's very bad. So this is something, this is one of the points I think people should take more seriously in looking back at events like Waco, that these sorts of psychological and cruel tactics can have a blowback on a cultural level that is unintended and can lead down the road to more extreme situations, in addition to potentially making the situation at hand worse.
Okay, brilliant. So what I want to do is just throw it over, because I want to throw it over to Know Nothing and Mouthy Infidel. Do you have any disagreements with the points that are being made, or anything else you want to add?
Not really.
No.
I mean, the idea that like this
is what I call a major
bad
walkback,
isn't
by the way.
particularly controversial. I mean, the ATF literally updated their guidelines like after the raid because
Waco
it was
was
so poorly
justified.
handled. Like nobody here is like I think disagreed with that at any point. Demon Mama, if you want to bring up when I did that, feel free to.
Okay, listen.
I think we sorted that out at the beginning. I think there's a little bit of fast and loose being played here, inability to admit when you may have been an edgy boy on Twitter or whatever. Like,
no, I admitted earlier in the panel that the wording of that tweet was vague, and I immediately clarified it several times.
There was a lot of similar things. I'm just saying that, like, this is.
Anyway, Twitter.
Look, we're past this.
I mean, as long as you're willing to say now that there's no contention over the fact that the FBI, in fact, did not do everything right and was not completely justified in all their actions, as long as you're willing to acknowledge that.
They really.
Well, there's a difference between the two. Like, you can be wrong and still justified in your action. Like, I think the FBI was justified in doing what it thought it needed to do to save the children, right?
I mean,
they used psychological warfare on children. They threw that all out the door. Like,
yeah,
you
like
can't
there's multiple. We've now acknowledged multiple. We've all.
What do you mean?
There's been consensus on this panel so far on multiple things that the FBI we can all pretty much agree they did wrong, and like those things.
I mean, wrong and justified.
They're not justified.
If this had been different, if they had airstruck the facility and you still said, well, we needed to stop the Branch Davidians, are we still, even though that was a wrong choice, is that still justifiable? I think this is stretching the meaning of the word justifiable. I think it's fair to say this was not okay. These things were not okay to employ.
I agree, it wasn't okay.
If
so
they
then it's not justified.
If they use psychological warfare on those children, and then every single cult member walked out of that building,
just can't be
it
wrong.
still would have been unjustified. Like, those people are traumatized.
Yeah, that's where I disagree.
Well, okay, this is just, to me, this just sounds like an inability to be wrong.
So you just think that state violence is okay? Like, what do you mean? Like,
you're using the word justified to mean different things. This is boring. You're talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, I want to.
No, not really.
Ever so slightly on this, like the whole you think state violence is okay thing. Like, in the absence of another another structure, another authority that can intervene in a situation that we all fucking agree needed some intervention. Like the FBI and the ATF are the people who like basically had to intervene in that situation. And in that sense, I do think that they were justified in intervening. It's just like that's like kind of where it ends. Everything else is like very debatable and and a lot of it is completely unjustified. Like the way that they chose to intervene is just terrible.
Thank you.
Right. Like
And
I guess
again,
if you wanna talk about in this like particular instance, like yeah, like I don't necessarily like disagree with anybody. But if we want to talk about it in the abstract, like framing it or like
Or
as a
in the
concept,
abstract, I'm a fucking anarchist. Obviously, I'm not down with this fucking state violence. Like,
right, and that's like yeah, and that's
in the far-flung fucking utopia, maybe we'll have
Right.
some kind of like community self-defense force that can deal with these things. But like, you know, that's
yeah, no, I'm just stating
now.
yeah, no, because I'm stating because like there is obviously like given the evidence in the situation that we have, like my opinion on like that in particular, and then there's like my broader opinion of state violence bad, ooh woo, like it's not good. But like that's like I said, those are two completely different conversations, and I don't want them to be conflated by like mouthy or no nothing. That's all.
That's reasonable.
What was I conflating?
I just don't want my arguments conflated. I'm not saying that you did. I'm just saying for future reference for anyone that just like wants to make sure that they have clarity for things that I say.
And as long as we can, I mean, I think it is important to be able to distinguish clearly the difference between everything that happened was justified and certain actions were justified or intervention was just justified. But I don't think that it is responsible, honest, correct, good to give blanket justification for everything that unfolded, especially when there are actions that are pretty agreeably non-justifiable. So that's as long as we're clear and in agreement on that, then sure.
Yeah, like
I think the problem with the siege is that like all the actions that they took, the cutting off of water and power, the blowing shit through speakers and so on, all of this stuff like really fucking hurt their ability to negotiate. All of this like consistently playing into the fucking like apocalyptic narrative that Koresh had already spun.
Right.
Like all of this means that like their attempts to negotiate are going to be squandered. And I
agree.
Yeah, it really seems to me like, because we know that there's like significant argument within the FBI about like whether they want negotiation or whether they want to just like go in and take them down. It really feels like the people who wanted the assault were like undermining the negotiators at almost every turn by just making their job like a million times fucking harder.
Right. They would do things like one of the strike teams was like they would do things to the compound, or they would send people to do stuff without telling the negotiators. And so the negotiators would wake up, or they would get to the site and they would go, why the fuck are they pissed now? And then so they would just leave them there. Like, well, we thought you weren't trying hard enough. We're getting pressure from Washington and Janet Reno and all these people, so we want you to like do more. So they would basically just like
sorry, carry on.
No, yeah, no. I just they like the feds like put them in a precarious situation. And like a lot of the negotiators just didn't have choices. Like they basically were like, okay, this is the best of what you got, and it was never ever acceptable. Like pretty much after the middle of the siege, like.
And actually, I hadn't thought about this before, but it goes beyond like the siege and the assault itself, because when I was talking earlier about like the hostage negotiator who was speaking to Koresh, who didn't have accurate information on how the people in the choppers were armed, like it seems kind of obvious to me that like divide between them, like prohibited certain information being shared between them, which not only undermined the hostage negotiators' abilities to do their job, but it also helped spawn some of the fucking conspiracy theories about WACO that persist to this day. Like this had like long-reaching, far-reaching consequences. So like, if anything, like the FBI and ATF needed to have like unified purpose and like fighting amongst themselves while they were trying to deal with this incredibly difficult situation. Like, yeah, just it's so dumb. It's so dumb, and it's been and like we all agree that the mistakes were made, but it's not just that mistakes were made. It seems like there's some kind of like there's like the cultural pressures. There's the bickering between them. There's like this structural shit that's wrong here that just like that caused it all to go the way that it did.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I think there's a couple of things to build onto that. Is like, I mean, again, this is all in the context of this being a 52-day siege. There is really, in my opinion, no excuse that over the course of 52 days that the federal agencies, who are the authorities, they are supposed to be the authorities, it would be irresponsible or that it would be like unfair to claim that some of their actions were not justified or were not grossly incompetent. I think that that's a fair claim, especially when you take it in a broader history of how these organizations have engaged in the past, that there were incidents that had occurred in recent memory. Some of the same people were even involved, and the same mistakes were made again, which resulted in deaths. And it starts to bring genuine questions about the seriousness with which this sort of internal ideology of these organizations is taken, like as to whether like how much value is being put on the life of these innocents versus ending a form of rebellion. And I do think that those considerations are very important because, again, it has now led to us having to grapple with a lot of similar movements since. And I find it, I do believe there are very big problems with the way that the federal government has handled splinter, rebellious, anti-government groups, especially cults in the past. You can even look into this with another group that had a very different history, like Scientology. A lot of people don't know this, but like L. Ron Hubbard's house was after he had run-ins with the law on multiple occasions and began to teach his followers that like, oh, the government's going to come for us. Like his house has towers in it that were built specifically to be able to house machine guns, and like these are the sorts of things that can be spun up and used by these cults. So the federal authorities that are supposed to handle these things should be held to a high standard, in my opinion.
Okay, so I feel like we're reaching some consensus and agreement. We'll talk about the final thing, and then that I think will be it. So the final aspect to all this is obviously the raid that occurred at the end of the siege. So I'm just interested, obviously we've spoken about the fire. I just want to talk a little bit about the tactics and the strategies that were engaged in, why this raid following the siege came about, whether that was justified, if there was another solution. What do people think about that?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with the raid was that it happened 2 days after they had finally gotten like someone who's like an expert on like the Bible or whatever to talk to Koresh and give him an alternate explanation to his Bible passage that made him believe that there needed to be a violent end to the whole ordeal. And Koresh actually said he was convinced and said, okay, you know what? Let me make an alternate manuscript of what my beliefs are now with the nonviolent ending part. And he said it'll take me a couple of weeks, and then 2 days later he gets raided. But he said at least that he was going to give in to authorities once he finished his manuscript, and they just didn't let him finish, which seems pretty crazy to me. And like it seems pretty unjustified to me that they wouldn't give him the time to do what he said he needed to do.
Yeah. The decisions that led to the raid are confusing and complex, and I really don't know what the motivation really is to end a siege prematurely in a situation like this, unless there is considerable evidence that like there is going to be a murder of the children who are being held hostage or something like that. I think the raid is one of the more tragic parts of this entire event personally. I don't entirely understand, besides political pressure or ideological pressure, perhaps, to move in. It just seems like it was an unnecessary what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word right now. Escalation of force. That, I mean, led to a lot of death. And yes, there had been some people who were already dead. But it doesn't seem to be that there's evidence that there was like any sort of a Jonestown situation planning on happening, or anything like that. It's very confusing to me as to why this was the decision that the federal authorities decided to go with.
Okay. I mean, does anyone else? I mean, if everyone said their piece,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm just kind of, I guess, I'm glad to see that people can agree on this, on this particular point. I feel like I'm a little surprised given how this started, but
Waco Siege bad.
Waco Siege bad.
Yeah.
Waco Siege bad.
Yeah, Waco Siege definitely bad.
The Twitter libs finally got you to admit it.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
no.
the Twitter libs are signing off on it right now. Just kidding.
You caved.
Waco
What about
Siege
genocide?
bad.
Genocide bad?
Okay.
I never thought I would see.
bad.
I never thought I would see consensus between these parties, but
No, genocide way bad.
It's been hard fought, okay?
It has been
I
hard
feel
fought,
like
yeah.
I deserve some credit here.
Absolutely, Vivian. Listen. I'm very happy that you were on this panel. I'll say that much.
And man, you know what? Fed's bad. Okay, the Fed boy meme is really funny, and I don't care what anyone says. I laugh at it all the time.
okay.
so good.
Well, I mean,
I think what's really, really important to get out of this, right, is that like, you know, in recognizing that this went really, really badly, and recognizing that people like people fucking died, right? We recognize that like those people, they didn't deserve to die. Most of them, like, I wouldn't call any of them like fucking stupid or crazy. Like, I think we really do need to have a better way of looking at cultic groups in general, in terms of this like coercive control, right? I really, really fucking hate it. And I said it at the start, like, I really hate it when I see posts that like disparaging cult members as crazy or stupid. And I hate it when people say, you know, the people involved in these cults are just all fucking evil. And I'm not saying that that's, you know, what Mouthy Infidel was saying, although it sounded like that's what he was saying according to some of the tweets, but we won't do Twitter anymore.
Okay.
I think
all I was saying was like Shu was like memeing about like how wasn't it so epic when the Branch Davidians BTFO'd the feds, and I thought that was really fucking cringe. I wasn't saying like they're all individually evil. I was saying, hey, probably don't be joking about how based like a child raping cult was. Like whether or not they were coerced or not, like is not relevant to what I was saying.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like,
Demon Mama,
like the thing that's frustrating to me too is like everyone always makes cults to be these like the leaders are dumb. He's just a crazy guy that got really lucky. Like David Koresh
was a fucking genius, honestly.
Like this guy literally like yeah, he kind of did troll feds in a way. Like the feds actually had to, like, they couldn't just, like, the hostage negotiator. I will give that guy probably more credit than any other person in this entire process. That man, like, legitimately tried to give Koresh everything that he wanted without giving Koresh everything that he wanted. And he was really good at his job. And he was frustrated that, like, the ATF or the feds, I can't remember if he was which hostage negotiator he was, but basically they would do a thing without telling him, and then he would have to show back up and like fix it somehow, and he like never, like, it would set them back like another week or 10 more days, or another situation would happen and he would have to, and then like at some point he just gives up. At some point they actually get mad at him because he's not giving them good enough results even though he's trying. And he's not even an expert in cults. Like, he was pretty much he wasn't like an unknown or anything, but like this wasn't his shtick. They just knew that he was good at this, So they were like, hey, yeah, like the FBI even admitted at the beginning that they had no idea how to deal with these people. So they're like, we're just gonna find the best person that we have open right now, and they just found this dude and brought him. And even he was just like,
we need to get so much better at identifying, like apocalypticism in movements as well. Like, you know, this is why I get really frustrated when people start calling things a death cult on Twitter. This is a fucking debate that I could have with Mindwaves and just shout at him for a couple of hours, because, you know, he posted the whole, like, what was it, conservatism's a death cult thing the other day, right? I think we need to be a lot, you know, people sort of, it doesn't seem to me like people take cults seriously, right? Which maybe that's my bias because I take them very seriously. But like when you say something like conservatism's a death cult, it's like, no, it's fucking not. It's fucking not. Like death cult is like a millenarianist apocalyptic cult that is like obsessed with like mass death to bring about a new millennium or a new age, like the Branch Davidians were, or it's a cult that is like specifically obsessed with death and like worshipping death, right? It's not like conservatism isn't. There are death cultists in the GOP. There are fucking like QAnoners and there are Dominionists and so on.
I mean, I will say, like, I do have some pretty serious concerns about the cultish nature or the increasing cultish nature of large segments of the conservative movement in America. And again, I say this as somebody who, you know, grew up in a cult, in an incredibly extreme Christian movement that was convinced that the rapture was going to happen. This was normal discussion when I was a child. I mean, I distinctly remember going on a long drive to a Christian camp, my youth pastor explaining to us his theory about how how he believed the rapture was going to come. Like, this was common. This was like common stuff in this church. It was talked about all the time, and it is shockingly prevalent set of beliefs among the conservative party. Now, I wouldn't really equate like conservatism as a whole with any individual one of these cults, but the elements are absolutely there, and I think that is a terrifying thing. And I also do... I
think conservatism as an ideology isn't a death cult, right? Like, it's also pretty America-centric to like analyze it the way that you just have by saying, oh, conservatives in America, by and large, like there's a huge prevalence of people who are involved in various death cults.
Of course.
But I remind you that like conservatism is like a worldwide ideology, and it's like naturally religious people are kind of attracted to conservatism because they tend to be traditionalist. And conservatism is all about conserving.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that, like, yes, obviously I have, being that I live here and mostly talk about American politics, most of my commentary and thoughts on conservatism are about American conservatism, which I do believe American conservatism is a particularly malignant form of conservatism.
I think we should be specific, right? Because if we just say, oh, conservatism's a death cult, then it's like, oh, well, everything's a death cult that you don't like, lib, right? And like, if somebody turns around and goes, hey, like, I'm worried that this group is turning into a death cult, right?
Yeah.
They have like apocalyptic prophecy.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I agree. At the same time,
at the same time, I think there is a lot of. I do agree that rhetoric should possibly be more careful on this particular subject, especially going forward. I do agree with that. But I will say, I think. And again, this is an American perspective because I'm an American and I grew up in an American evangelical cult and all this shit. But there are the aspects of the death cultiness and that how that plays into the sort of American brand of fascism is really becoming prominent, and it has led to mass death here in this country already, to the degree that, like, I mean, even today there was footage out of I can't remember what city it was. There was a protest, an anti-mask protest of people burning masks in the middle of a plague that's killed 600,000 people. Like, I don't know that this should be downplayed, but I do think that we need to change the way that we understand.
I mean, this isn't quite the same thing as a death cult,
right? Thing, but there are they're not very strong elements of this, and there's no avoiding the fact that in the rise of Donald Trump to popularity, end times prophecies were a huge part of his popularity, with a lot of Christian.
Well, they were popular with Obama. Like Obama was like the second coming of the devil and stuff.
Yes,
like,
but
these things
I
have always been
recognize that.
involved in.
But
they've always been there.
Okay,
this is not new.
Can we just like say this was a reach and move on?
Wait, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
like
What do you,
that-
what do you
like-
mean it's a reach? Like, what are you actually
Like
talking
this
about?
is not like this is.
There's I don't understand. I feel like you're talking about different things. The point that I'm trying to make is that there is a very, very, very concerning uptick in the conservative movement in the United States as to how much they integrate specifically evangelical doomsday rhetoric.
This has been around since the 1970s.
Okay, I don't care, Mel. Like, you're
Yeah,
not
and
talking about the
how
same
much-
thing.
And how many more people are like embracing it? I completely
Right,
agree
there's a
with you.
lot
Like,
of people, and again,
a really good example of this, especially the like really crazy evangelical bent of QAnon. But essentially, QAnon just says like, you know, that we're going to win the fight against the deep state, and we're going to usher in an age of world peace. And winning the fight against the deep state means mass executions and putting Hillary in Gitmo and stuff, right?
Well, and it
This
goes
is
more
why
than
I
that, though.
feel-
This is what I'm trying to speak to as having a different background than a lot of people here, having come from a ridiculously and still growing popular extremist fundamentalist Christian group. These are now Christianity as a whole is losing in popularity, but extremist Christianity is growing right now. And the reason, and part of how they're doing that is using, I mean, the same way that they've always have. They build these movements around these. They incorporate and digest and absorb parts of QAnon, and there's interchange between this. I mean, look at how if you even take a look at like the speeches. This is just an offhand example of this, but if you even look at the speeches of like the My Pillow guy, how he weaves Christianity in almost seamlessly into these absurd mass
he's like an
execution QAnon
insane
stuff.
QAnoner.
Yeah,
Oh, not insane.
yes,
but he's a QAnoner, and he's a fundamentalist Christian,
right?
Like,
And this is huge. And the Christian right in America is a mainstay of the GOP. They are perhaps the most powerful faction to this day. I know that everybody had their atheist phase, and people kind of think that religion is like declining, but it really isn't. They have a lot of power still, and it's really concerning, especially when you know that the government that is potentially going to be locked in conflict with a lot of these people, potentially because of situations like this, might respond in ways that in their minds further justify their beliefs. To me, that is a very scary thing, and I really want to send a message out to everybody out there. Something that I believe deeply is that we should start to really come to understand how indoctrination works and how that type of like cult and religious mind control. It sounds ridiculous to call it that, but that is what it is, because this is going to be something, especially for Americans, especially people who are going to be potentially arguing against or going up against a lot of fundamentalists in the coming years. Please start to learn about this stuff and pay attention to it, and don't underestimate it, please.
I don't like the term mind control because it sort of conjures up certain kind of like colloquial definitions in people's minds. I tend to use like either coercive control or like thought control because I think they're more helpful at like communicating. I'm not having a go at you.
No, that's perfectly fair.
That would use the term mind control, but I think when communicating to the layperson, I think those kinds of terms are better.
Yeah, usually what I would say is something like indoctrination.
Sorry, I was expecting this to go for about 2 hours, and I don't know. We've over that now. And we're kind of moving. So basically, I think we kind of established and covered the main stuff. Does anyone else have anything to add on the main topics or any other contention they want to discuss before we wrap things up?
Can somebody go into Chud's
should
chat
we do
and
like a final statement and
drop my
outro or
links?
something?
Yeah,
please?
let's do that.
No,
that's fine. That's fine. If everyone's happy to do that, anything else I don't want to talk about, but it doesn't seem like there is. So, what I'll do, I'll start in the bottom left, and we'll go around one by one. So, Mouthy and Fidel, do you want to give any final thoughts, and then just give yourself like a shield? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just like a brief overview. I think that the initial search warrant was justified. The ATF involving themselves in what was going on with the Branch Davidians was justified. I think the Branch Davidians were the ones who lit the fire. I think the ATF fucked up in a variety of ways. which is why the government subsequently updated their guidelines as a result of what happened. Yeah, and I don't think any of this is particularly controversial. So.
Okay, and give yourself a shield.
Oh,
so your channel and whatnot.
Yeah, sure. I'm Mouth the Infidel. That's what my YouTube channel is called. Usually I don't talk about cults. Usually I tend to talk about like using arguments to justify like good economic policy and civil rights stuff. I guess this is like somewhat of a departure, but yeah, I guess that's what I do. I also have Twitter, on which I tend to be a bit more spicy.
Okay, cool. Viv?
Me? Oh, yeah, just a little bit more empathy for members of cults and stuff. And if you want to learn how to do that, how to acquire that empathy, I'd suggest you follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Definitely Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, I get more followers and my number goes up. And not only does that give me endorphins, but it also makes me look like I'm a serious individual, which I really want to deceive certain large figures into thinking that I'm some kind of serious person that they should engage with so that I can get interviews with them, because that's literally what I love doing, is talking to people who have more expertise on issues than I do. And bringing those people to this platform so that you guys can hear what they have to say and even ask
Viv
them
is super
questions
cool.
if you want to. So
I
yeah,
have my
definitely follow me on
disagreements, but-
Twitter. I'm Mexican Wolf. I do cults and extremism. And if you want to catch me anywhere, you'll catch me at 4 p.m. EST on Touring News' channel every Saturday.
Okay, Mel?
Hi, Waco bad. Yeah, so basically the entire response to this situation I think was highly incredibly botched by the FBI. Cults are really bad, everyone. David Koresh was a very questionable human being, but he played the feds really hard.
Yeah, go for it, Windleby.
You know, government has
I'm
a
fine
really
with that.
just unnaturally bad response to these kinds of things. And
Yeah, I'd be good with
as
that.
we saw with the Capitol insurrection and the government response to that, we are going to keep having these things happen over and over and over again until we start holding groups accountable and, you know, building other institutional power structures. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Communism is pretty cool. I'm a fucking B tier shit poster on Twitter. I piss off all these people sometimes. Sometimes they're my friends. Sometimes they all hate my guts, but it depends on the day of the week. My name's Mel. I just hang out on Twitter. You can follow me at Twitter, Chaos is Mel. I don't really care like about the serotonin and dopamine like Viv does. So, you know, whatever. If you like dumb bullshit, follow me on Twitter. Thanks, everyone. Love you.
Okay. No, nothing. I feel like, you know, everyone here didn't get as much of a chance to speak, so I apologise for that. But obviously, lots of personalities
Well,
here.
it's up to me. I chose not to insert myself into the conversation as much, so nothing to do with you.
No worries. Okay. Well, in any case, you know, I'll give you 2 minutes unfiltered. Say your final thoughts. Give yourself a little self-shill. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me. This was nice to be part of. It's cool that we were able to pretty much reach like a consensus on most issues once we actually were able to talk in person versus on Twitter. So that's cool. Yeah, this was a nice convo. I don't need to sum up what the conclusions are. I think we get it at this point. I guess the biggest lesson here is like maybe try to be more clear on Twitter with what you think and like answer direct questions when you're asked. I think that can make things easier. But yeah, that's why it's always better. It's not just the debate bro thing to want to talk over Discord. It's just easier to get things figured out. I'm Know Nothing TV on Twitter and Twitch. You can follow me there. Thanks.
Sorry, just before we get to email, I just want to say, it does annoy me a lot when people are like, "Oh no, I'm not going to you," and I appreciate you might not want to go on a stream or whatever, but then they'll spend hours on Twitter arguing about it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just like,
yeah,
just fucking go to call about it. It's not a debate bro thing to talk. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you don't want it, but whatever. Anyway, sorry, I just wanted to add that on. Demon Mama, please, by all means, go ahead, say your piece, do your shill.
Hello, my name is Demon Mama. You can find everything at demonmama.com/live if you want to come to the live stream. I will be doing a Q&A after this where people can ask me questions or debate with me or call me an idiot if you really think I am, and then I'll call you an idiot back. And it would be a jolly good time. So if you're interested in coming by, feel free, and we'll talk. And yeah, I guess my general conclusion here is I was very happy to see that we were able to talk about some serious issues after we got through the initial blood at the beginning. I as you know, I'm a large critic of Twitter. So I have my imps code for a reason, because I think that oh yeah, it's demonmama.com/live. Somebody told me I didn't actually say the URL. Sorry, but yeah, Twitter is a place where it's very easy to put up a big front and be a goofball and shit post and say stupid things that then you know, weasel out of or walk back on or whatever. But people should do that less, and also have conversations like this, because then actual ideas get discussed and a whole bunch of people learn stuff, which I think probably happened for a lot of people in the audience today. If you want to learn more, come on by my stream, and thanks for having me on, Chud.
No worries. Thanks very much. Right, that's it. Panel's done. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. Okay. That's it now, okay? Thanks for listen, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming on Hashing Out Your Differences, and I'm sure I'll speak to you all soon, okay?
No, nothing bad.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh my god, okay. That's you later. Bye.
All right. That was fun, huh? I told you it was gonna be bloody. Well, now we are into the Q&A section. So we're gonna chit chat a little bit. We're gonna cool down. We're gonna vibe. WACO bad. Listen, Mel's shit posting is annoying to me. That's why I was coming down hard on both her and Mouthy Infidel. Maybe a little too hard on Mouthy Infidel. I do know he's like a kid. But like at the same time, if you're gonna try and come in and make big stupid statements and well, I don't have much to say about Mel. What am I supposed to say to Mel, nuts? That most of their problems with Mel had nothing to do with this actual issue. It's with previous takes. They're mad about previous unrelated bullshit. I think he's 16. Could you show Mouthy's tweet? Here, look, I'll show you what I was talking about. Yes, I will talk about this and why I think this is bad, because I don't think that it was easy enough to outline this, but here, let me show you. I did this the other day, but I'll do it again. Listen, hold on. Let me get rid of this. Let's do this here. Wait, where'd it go? Oops. Here we go. Okay. Here we have WACO was justified, which I think this is a unbelievably silly tweet to tweet. Like, just saying WACO was justified, and then you show up in an argument and you show that almost nothing was justified actually, except for perhaps the initial involvement. I think this is really stupid. And then of course, here we go. Here we have, you know, him sort of being spicy. So I think this is a pretty fair thing to critique, a 3-word tweet, and then to follow that up with almost like 3 days of posting about it. Okay. And then of course it goes in here a little more. Let's find some more of the tweets about it. WACO was justified. The Vosh Cord was not happy with this tweet. Stay mad. Well, I think there's good reasons that people would think this is a silly argument. Saying WACO was justified, and then of course with the context now, we have hindsight of knowing that actually Mouthy claims to not think. Yeah, come on. We all know what this was. We know what this was. We know what this is. Yeah. Then we have, what layer of dumb fuck populace do you have to be on to be defending the Branch Davidians? And who does he define here as being the Branch Davidians? I don't know. It seems like a lot of people probably had legitimate complaints, and he's just going to call them dumb fuck populist. Yep. And then we have him getting mad at the Branch Davidians. This tweet is deleted, by the way. This was the life has many doors fed boy. Haha, yeah, the Branch Davidians really owned those stinky feds when they burned those 25 children to death. And I think that's a pretty, extreme take on a meme. You know, I think that's a pretty extreme take on a meme, personally. So I think that's a little unfair. And then Shu replied with a single image, by the way. Shu replied with this single image of like somebody making a funny face, and he goes, defending a cult with raped and then incinerated children isn't a meme or an anti-epic establishment moment. It's disgusting. Well, okay, Mix Vivian Wolf, that's fine. Wait, somebody asked me to explain my reasoning, And I realized that. I said this the other night. But at the same time, Mixwell, I agree with you. He came to the debate. And there you go. I agree with you. I don't think Mouthy Infidel is like a bad person or anything like that. I just think he was being irresponsible and should own up to that. Yeah. I just think he jumped in the pit. He said a lot of shit to me. He said a lot of shit to a lot of people. If you're going to toss shit, you're going to get a little bit back. I'm not being harsh. I don't think I'm being harsh. I'm not saying he should be destroyed or anything. I just think that this is like exaggeratory. You know? This is pretty exaggeratory. Mixed Vivian Wolf, by the way, it was wonderful getting to talk on a panel with you again today. I really love talking to you about this kind of stuff. Yeah. And then you have a lot of these tweets. So I hope that answers you, Pinkwug. I think that his Twitter timeline here is pretty inflammatory and also is completely out of step with what he claimed to believe in this particular conversation. Seeing as how by the end his statement went from the FBI was justified to, well, actually most of what happened wasn't justified. Yeah, no, likewise. I mean, likewise. It was, I don't know, somewhere between that. Yeah, somewhere mysterious. Yeah. Look, I don't have any problem with Mouthy Infidel. Like, I don't really know much about him. He's 18. Okay, sure. Maybe. But at the same time, you know, I don't know. Mouthy was kind of rude to me personally, but whatever. Like, yeah, this is good. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to talk about more stuff with Vivian. We've had a lot of conversations in the past. It's been good. In fact, we had one debate where we were really harsh, but that was in the past. And it was fun. And now it's good. And we've had a lot of good conversations since then. In fact, I recently posted a video of us shitting on Donald Trump. It was pretty cool. I had fun in the beginning. Listen, I knew there was going to be blood. There was no way there wasn't going to be blood. And here's the thing. The reason why there was blood had nothing to do with WACO. It has to do with the fact that Mel, Know Nothing, and Mouthy Infidel hate each other and have this whole history online that nobody else knows about except for them. And so whenever they see each other, they all just kind of tear each other to shreds. And it's kind of funny to watch, if I'm completely honest. Why do they hate each other? It's like a big thing. Pinkwug, he said Waco was justified, then specified he meant what he meant. Pinkwug, do you want to just come on and talk to me about this? I mean, I think that is a very, very, very charitable interpretation of the way that this went, and perhaps a very uncharitable interpretation of Mel. Like Mel, I agree. Mel is slippery as fuck, but I've said this a million times. Mel's conversation with Dylan was just like made me want to hit myself in the head. And yeah, he did. Like, by the way, in the conversation, Mouthy was being spicy as fuck, trying to say, oh, I just don't think. Yeah. It's like, this isn't just vague though. Like, this isn't just vague. Making a tweet about, okay, simultaneously going on a high horse about a meme. Okay, Mixed Vivian Wolf, by the way, I talked about this before. I did a very short segment on all this like a couple of days ago. Just so you know, I agree with you, Mixed Vivian Wolf. I think that Mel gets Sea Lion to fuck. And by the way, this is as somebody I have a lot of criticisms of Mel, and regardless, I can acknowledge very easily that Mel gets Sea Lioned all the time. Like all the time. And it is annoying. It's very annoying. But at the same time, it would not be super hard to avoid that sea lioning by not doing what she did in the Dylan Burns debate, which I don't think the Dylan's Burn debate is, because I'll explain sea lion. Okay, sea lioning. Here, there's a comic. Let me show you. Here, I'll show you the comic. Here, let me show you. Oh, there it is. Hey, thank you. You're on it. Here you go. Wait, here. Let me grab this and I'll show you. This is great. Here. Thank you. Thank you for having that on hand. This comic came out during Gamergate, so it'll make sense. Like, I think it did, at least. Anyway, I don't mind most marine mammals, but sea lions, I could do without sea lions. Don't say that out loud. Pardon me, but I couldn't help overhear. Now you've done it. I would like to have a civil conversation about your statement. Would you mind showing me evidence of any negative thing any sea lion has ever done to you? Go away. There's no need to raise your voice. I'm right here. I'm just curious if you have any sources to back up your opinion. Now she's in bed. You're in my house. You made a statement to the public in public for all to hear. You're unable to defend the statements you make or simply unwilling to have a reasoned distinction. Told you, dude. Sea lions. I've been unfailingly polite and you two have been nothing but rude. I'm trying to eat my breakfast. Very well. We shall resume in 1 hour. This is the type of thing. This is also sometimes referred to as debate broing. It's like someone makes a random statement on like a random, maybe slightly in like this. Yeah, I believe this comic was made during the Gamergate days, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, September 19th, 2014. This literally came out right as Gamergate was starting. This was basically about Gamergate. That's where the term came in. They weren't being racist. Anyway, but this is a thing. Basically, it's where you get annoyed to hell by 100,000 different people, none of whom actually take any time to understand your position, and they annoy you at all hours of the day, and there's no way you can avoid them. And if you don't deal with them, then you will be justified to their audience as being evasive or whatever. And it's like, dude, I'm trying to live my life. Fuck off. And they're like, why can't you just answer the question? Why won't you just have a conversation with me about X thing? And then if you engage in the conversation, 10 minutes later, a different sea lion will come up and do the exact same thing to you. So it puts this undue, unfair burden. I talked about this the other night, by the way, with regard to Mel. And this is something I will defend Mel on. Mel gets sea lioned all the time. Now, I do agree that Mel is pretty weaselly sometimes, and her shit posting annoys the fuck out of me. But she gets sea lioned a lot, and I think it's okay to call that out. Mel gets sea lioned all the time. And that's why this conversation was so fucking stupid at the beginning. It was so stupid because there were two sea lions, like there were. But then I also edged on sea lioning? I did? How did I do it? Oh, wait, when you mean when I said, can we just answer this question? That's not sea lioning. Sea lioning is like, we're in a debate. We're in a debate, Vivian. I don't think it's fair to say that for the purposes of the debate, let's figure out what the answer is. I think that's perfectly fine. If you willingly come into a debate panel, I think it's perfectly fair to ask questions. Now, Mix Vivian, I don't think, listen, I haven't had. I was okay. That part I was being a little annoyed. Okay, I will admit that part. Yeah, I was trolling him a little bit, for sure. I can own up to that. But that was because I was getting annoyed with him. I was getting annoyed at everybody being called fucking pedophiles and him being weaselly as shit. I was just giving a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. And yeah, it's a little petty, but whatever. Anyway, just for the record, Mix Vivian Wolf, it's been a long time since I've had like a super contentious conversation. Like literally the last like super contentious conversation I had besides this one. Well, Vivian, I'm sorry. With all due respect, I don't think you've been watching much of my content lately if you think that like, look. I haven't had a fucking spicy conversation since last month, okay? And that one, we know the situation that happened there. But yeah, most of my conversations have been super chill. Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Mix Vivian. I mean, if you want to, I'll fucking talk to you about it, but I'm just gonna say, like, I am very. Oh yeah, if I was a no-show, it would have been more spicy. Are you kidding me? Do you think? Listen, no offense, but do you think if Viv and I weren't there, that we would have ever moved beyond that first chapter? We never would have. There never would have been conversation beyond the first part if Viv and I weren't there. So. Whatever, Vor buddy. It's how it goes. I'd rather be held to the higher standard. I can be spicy sometimes. Well, but sure, I'd be willing to watch that bread wave. listen. The thing is, am I spicy sometimes? Obviously. Am I antagonistic? Yes, sometimes. But I think that's justified. There is a time to be antagonistic. Like, are you guys kidding me? Do you want me just to be nice forever? Do you want me to just always just be demure? Do you want me to just be like, well, have you considered that maybe you shouldn't JQ? Have you considered, I don't want to bother you, but maybe you should stop being transphobic. Please? No. Come on. I get it. I get everybody wants to give their input. They want to give all the input on how what everybody everybody does is wrong. But listen, I'm never going to be able to get rid of all like antagonism. But like, please, let's not pretend that other people don't antagonize me. I'm willing to play that game, when it happens. But I tend to be pretty responsible with it. Well, Mixed Vivian, I don't think you were very nice in that debate either. So, but I didn't have the same, and also I didn't think you were enjoying that. I can only control me, yeah, but Mixed Vivian, I think that you look back on that conversation and forgive yourself of a lot of the same sins you would accuse me of. So, we can always review it, but all I'm going to say is, well, okay, there you go. All I'm saying is, people who engage in debate should also learn to not hold grudges forever. Because I don't care. I think you were kind of an asshole to me, but I don't fucking give a shit. I've had like 50 nice conversations with you and I had one fight. Why would I let one fight ruin that? People have called me fucking horrible things and I go on to have nice conversations with them. People like, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. If you don't want to talk to me anymore, fine. But anyway, you've had debates with me since then. You literally came on to debate me about art after that. You're silly. Mix Vivian Wolf, listen, I have a lot of respect for you. Sometimes you can be a little silly yourself, I never said that. Now you're doing it. I never said that. Come on and talk to me about cults or something. Come on. Yeah, that art debate was good. Mixed Vivian Wolf, I love you. You're amazing. Seriously. I'm like, obviously, like, I don't personally love you, but I think you're amazing and you're one of my favorite content creators. And I love your tweets on Twitter. I love the shit that you do. I love your passion to understand cults. And also, you turned me on to following Sarah Hightower, who is super, super interesting to follow. And I learned a fucking whole bunch about Aum Shinrikyo thanks to you. That was because of you. You alone were the person who got me into learning about that stuff. So there you go. There's your moment. You got what you wanted? Yes, I was destroyed. You won. You beat me via chat too. Take the victory. Gracious in defeat. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, let's talk. Let's have a talk. That'd be great. That'd be fucking awesome. Hello.
Sup, batch?
Hi. Hey, how are you? Let's get you up on here.
Yeah.
All right.
She's not talking, chat.
Wait.
I can't hear her.
Wait, can you hear me or no? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oops. I forgot I still had push to talk on. By the way, I don't want to mess up, but what are your preferred pronouns?
Hey, she, her, they, them.
Okay.
Probably she, her. I don't know.
Let's do she, her then, and then we'll put that since you said that one.
Gender's
more
a cunt.
I agree. Gender is bullshit. I had a fucking 3-hour conversation with people about gender yesterday, which was easily the most granular discussion I've ever had on gender. That was it was an interesting one. I don't know if I don't know if
how do you define woman though?
Yeah, well, listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold off on any spicy takes until the second part of the debate. I'm just going to say that the first part of the debate was granular, slow, and a little bit torturous and required a lot of patience, but it was nonetheless enjoyable. The second part where we started to get into what their potential definitions were, I have a lot of concerns, but I'm sure that they didn't mean it that way, and we'll see. Yeah, so biologically, John, the gender 51% female, 49% male is it means that you actually tip over. You're not non-binary anymore. Anyway, yeah, it's. I don't want to be spicy. I honestly don't. I think the conversation I had with Ask Yourself and Avi yesterday was fine. I do have concerns about their definition, but they haven't given it in full, so. We'll see. Don't maul at them, chat, please. It hasn't been done yet.
But yeah, on Shinrikyo, like I've got some books on my bedside table.
Please,
anyway,
if you have
some of them that I was looking at for this, but I've also got on my bedside table 2 books that if you're interested in Shinrikyo, you should definitely read.
Please.
The first one is Murakami. Underground.
Shinrikyo Murakami.
Yeah. Murakami.
Okay. And that's titled Underground.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is just like a straight up whatever. Yeah, it's one of the more like sympathetic looks at the Shinrikyo cult. And then Robert J. Lifton is a fucking guru for me. Sort of. Anyway, I try not to have gurus because that's kind of culty.
Yeah.
But
how's his last name spelled? Lipton? Or Lifton?
Yeah, Robert J. Lifton. Jay Lifton.
Lefton.
Lifton.
Lifton. Okay.
And he is there's a lot of fucking hackery, and I'm still flailing around after like about 3-4 years now of doing this shit.
Yeah.
In trying to find people that I think are reliable, not just picking up shit other people have said and like sort of elaborating on it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Robert J. Lifton, like he's got a couple of like talks and lectures on YouTube. Might be interesting to watch with your chat at some point. He's quite old, so
and he just talks on cults in general,
or likes those kinds of lectures. But sorry,
sorry, and he has lectures on cults in general, or specifically on Shinrikyo.
One of them is definitely about Shinrikyo, but he sort of got his start doing. I've got one of his other books here, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, which is a study of brainwashing in China. He sort of interviewed people who are like POWs of the Maoist government and Maoist defectors to try and examine how the Maoist regime like used coercive control to try and get people to conform, basically.
Wow.
Which is the basis for his sort of like his model of like cultic mind control, which is one of the ones that I heavily rely on. Which is like these 8 points basically of like how.
I think I'm familiar with these actually. Now that I think of it, yeah.
Yeah. If you go to like, I think you can find it. Just type in Lifton's criteria of thought reform, and you'll find. I think Freedom of Mind has it, but see, Freedom of Mind is run by Stephen Hassan, which is somebody that I don't have as much respect for.
Yeah.
Because he's sort of started talking about like the transgender cult. So, like,
nice.
yeah. But that website is still a really good resource just for other people's work because he's kind of got a lot of it together.
Wow.
Anyway, the point was the book, Destroying the World to Save It, Aum Shinrikyo, Apocalyptic Violence and the New Global Terrorism, is Robert J. Lifton's study of the psychology, well, not just the psychology, the history of the Aum Shinrikyo cult and the psychology of apocalypticism.
Do you want to give the chat a bit of a rundown on Aum Shinrikyo, since you know more of it about it than I do? Although I have done actually quite a decent amount of reading since you recommended me to follow Sarah Hightower and look into that.
Sure, yeah.
Stuff.
Sarah Hightower's a really cool person. I interviewed her on my channel a little while ago. I still need to post that video to YouTube. I should do it. We didn't really talk about Aum Shinrikyo much. I think it was the day that the Nexium leader was sent away, right? He was like found guilty, so like we talked a little bit about that, but I also had Faraday Speaks on at the time, so we were bouncing over a whole load of fucking topics.
Well, those types of conversations can be fun.
Yeah, I was in my element, you know. Me and Caleb Kane get on pretty well. Like we've known each other quite a while, and Sarah Hightower's like obviously somebody that we both have like a huge amount of respect for. So it was just, you know, and we're just talking like cults and Nazis and all kinds of shit. So just bang on in my element. So it was way like if I just got Sarah Hightower on to talk about Aum Shinrikyo, it would be a completely different conversation. Anyway, Aum Shinrikyo, what's the lowdown? Aum Shinrikyo is like this, is a Japanese cult run by a guy called Shoko Asahara, or it was run by Shoko Asahara. Shoko Asahara was executed by hanging in 2018. But, how to put it? So Shoko Asahara is like mostly blind. And he was like in a school for the blind, and it's reported that he was a bit of a bully back then, even bit of a like didn't really fit in a lot of places and so on, and eventually ended up starting up this like Chinese medicine business in Japan, where he sold literal snake oil, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he sold literal oil from snakes, but like about as close to a snake oil salesman.
It's like the nootropic
grift.
Oil.
Yeah. And then he moved into like yoga and started developing like this theory of like body and mind and all that sort of stuff. So like Aum Shinrikyo starts in a fucking yoga studio. It's pretty mad, but I don't know. I have said before, like yoga is a gateway to the alt-right, kind of memeily, but like
no, I mean
definitely exists.
It definitely exists, unfortunately. I mean, after all,
yoga to crystal mom to QAnon to
and
QAnon
a lot of yoga studios in the United States are owned by members of Falun Gong here in the States.
Yeah. The Falun Gong things, like, I need to read up more on Falun Gong. I don't want to talk about them too much because I just don't know enough about them.
We should have a talk about that sometime, because I could so Falun Gong is huge here where I live in Seattle, because there's a big Chinese population who no longer live in China, and they appeal to that. You know, they appeal to people who have critiques of the Chinese system, and they also publish the Epoch Times, which is now in every single Asian market I've been to in this area. They stock Epoch Times.
Is like, it's really prevalent all over the place, which is why I really need to get to grips with Falun Gong. It's just one of the groups I haven't like delved into properly yet.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I want to do too. I was this was like last year. I wanted to start doing wanted to do an episode, like a one of my more formalized segments on Epoch Times, and then I realized, oh my god, this is so big. I'm going to need to take a lot more time for this.
Yeah. Anyway, so Aum Shinrikyo, so Shoko Asahara like sets himself up, like TLDR, sets himself up as like this messianic figure. One of the key teachings is that you can achieve a kind of oneness with Shoko, where you sort of like lose yourself. And to this end, they had like these weird little electric helmets that they put on people that actually cause burns and fucking like they put them on kids. It was so fucked, man. It really was. But in an attempt to like achieve oneness with Shoko, who was, I mean, he has a book called Declaring Myself the Christ. Okay, like this is a dude who's and he mixed like Buddhism, Hinduism, and Christianity, and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about the New World Order into this sort of apocalyptic prophecy, and the idea was that Russia and the United States and Japan were going to get into a nuclear war, which would bring about basically the end of this world and the beginning of a new one, right? That's typical millenarianism.
Yeah.
And the cult began trying to make this come about. Originally, I think there's some talk. I need to look into whether this is true or not. I know that they started. So this is true. I know that they started trying to work on nuclear weapons, and I think there's some talk about the Russians like helping to supply them.
Jesus.
But I don't want to say that for definite. Because who knows, that might be a conspiracy theory. It's really hard to separate. You've got to properly research shit before you make claims like that. So just take that one with a pinch of salt. But there's definitely rumors that that the Russians were helping them. So they tried to make nuclear weapons, but it didn't really work out. So they sort of turned to chemical, like a dirty bomb originally, and then just like chemical weapons. And they ended up being able to have a chemical making facility in which they, I think they were going to try anthrax to start with, and then they moved to sarin. So like Shoko Asahara decides that he's going to have his followers go into the Tokyo subway and pierce these bags filled with sarin in order to unleash an attack on Japan that he likely hopes is going to be attributed to like America or Russia or something, right?
Yeah.
And that it's going to help trigger this apocalyptic nuclear war. It didn't. Everybody, like the cult was obviously behind it. And so Shoko Asahara, a whole bunch of other people were arrested. He was on the run for a while. He was on the run for several months. And then he and 12 cult members were executed in 2018, which really, really fucking sucks, you know, because again, like I said with the Branch Davidians, like I fuck Shoko Asahara. Shoko Asahara was a you know, I don't really like the term sociopathic, but like definitely lacked empathy, definitely very controlling, very manipulative, con man. Who essentially like abused his followers. Fuck that dude. I'm still not super down with capital punishment, but you know, if you're gonna have it, Shoko Asahara, fuck it, he's probably the only one who deserved it. The other 12, like, I don't think they did, and that makes me really, really fucking sad. But even Shoko Asahara, they like kept him in pretty much in solitary confinement for fucking ages. They told his daughter, or at least his daughter says that she was told by the prison that Shoko was just like too insane to go and see and stuff like that. Wow. So by the time he ended up being hung, there's a fair possibility he just wasn't like compos mentis enough to be able to be like responsible for any of his
like totally like incapable of speech or rationality anymore.
Yeah, I really don't know how much that is true, obviously, because they just didn't really let many people in to see him.
Yeah, so these things, some of these you just don't get answers for.
Yeah, but it's still just a fucked up story. So yeah, they get executed in 2018, and that's, you would think, would be the end of the cult, but no. Like it continues on today in the guise of Aleph. Which is basically what the cult ended up being renamed to. There was also like a whole load of shit. Like there's a journalist that I follow on Twitter called Shoko Egawa. She only posts in Japanese, but like she, due to her reporting on the cult, they like fed sarin through her letterbox, and
Holy shit.
yeah, like she got out. But
For those of you who
it's
don't
fine.
know, sarin gas is a nerve agent that will
Yeah.
very quickly kill you, very agonizingly kill you, and you don't
Yeah,
need to
it
have
killed-
much of it.
I think it only killed like 12 people or something on the subway, but like the effects of it, like it affected like a whole bunch of other people. Some people went blind from it. Some people still like experience pain and shit to this day. Like, yeah, you're right. I didn't mention the anime. I didn't mention the stabbing to death of like one of the detractors. I didn't there's like so much stuff to do with it. Basically, they were an extraordinarily dangerous cult. They stood for election, which is one of the comparisons that like we were making with QAnon early on. Is like, you know, the Om Shinrikyo standing for election, they didn't manage to get anybody in, right? They didn't get anybody elected. Like QAnon now has people in the Senate,
which is
now has people
terrifying given the parallels.
Yeah. And although they're not necessarily angling for a nuclear war between three nations to end the world, they are angling for a military takeover of the country that will result in all their enemies being like executed or like basically indefinitely imprisoned, right?
Yeah.
Which is like just about nearly as scary, and the fact that they now have people in the Senate is even scarier. So I guess like we just see how much the GOP. That's the other thing that scares me. The GOP has not been like, get rid of this stupid QAnon shit. We're not having it, right?
No, they've courted it.
They haven't.
Did you happen to watch
They're playing
CPAC
into
at
it.
all? Did you watch any of CPAC? I wouldn't blame you if you hadn't, but
I watched some of CPAC, but I mostly watched it to have a look at the Jay Aber, who's actually a leadership figure within another Japanese cult called Happy Science. They've been going to CPAC for the last 10 years, actually, since 2011. Yeah.
It's pretty terrifying. There was the rhetoric at CPAC this year is just utterly terrifying. And like, I mean, Donald Trump was like in the speech of Donald Trump, which was of course the highlight of the entire thing, the number of times he just flatly said America first, America first, America first is just flooring.
Well, that's the chant now, isn't it?
Well, it is, but
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's become completely mask off. And at CPAC, the polling showed that Donald Trump pulled 55. By the way, I mean, he says he's going to run again in 2024, but that's a long way off. And at CPAC, as of right now, he had 55% of people said they were going to be voting for Donald Trump come 2024. His next closest was like 12%, I think. He doesn't even have competition. There's no one in the in the Republican Party that even comes close. So it really looks like the scenario that us Americans are going to be having to grapple with is a basically QAnon takeover of the Republican Party, which is
but I mean, the point of mentioning the Happy Science thing earlier is to say that like CPAC has always been batshit fucking crazy. Jay Aber spoke after Don Jr. this year, but he's been speaking at CPAC since 2011.
Yeah.
Right? Like you've always had fucking crazy ass dominionists and evangelicals and members of different cults speaking at QAnon. At fucking CPAC. So yeah, I just want to challenge one thing I saw in your chat though. Like somebody mentioned the Odal Rune stage floor thing. That the people who did the set, they've done the set for like the Democratic Convention as well. They've done like sets for other things. The lady who runs it was really, really happy to get this fucking job because the pandemic had like killed her fucking business, right? There's not many like events that need stages right now. And from everything I can tell, like there's absolutely no way that this was intentional, like the Odal Rune thing. It was just you can't expect everybody to know how many of you in the fucking chat knew what an Odal Rune was before that story broke? Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, be honest with yourselves, right? And like the design of the stage isn't like, yeah. Anyway,
Some people did. I do know some people IRL who did, but yeah.
That was on purpose.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. There's other shit that the Trump campaign has done, like putting the red triangles in their thing, and the Facebook ads with like, you know, it was like, what was it, 14. They booked 88 ads with like 14 words in the first line, a red triangle on the advert for the Trump campaign. Like that to me says that there's a neo-Nazi somewhere in there, like fucking with people, basically.
Yeah, I mean, my take on it was that like my take on it was that I doubt it was like a like CPAC was like, yes, let us do this, but someone with a position of authority somewhere, or at least some ability to make the call, I think somebody did it. I think somebody got that on there, and nobody else knew it enough to notice.
There's like this outside there's like this outside chance that somebody managed to influence the stage designers to like do this.
I mean, I do think it's very weird that like
I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings about it, because on one hand, I do think that like the idea of CPAC like secretly trying to slip an Odal rune onto their stage is like kind of low. Like I don't think they're that I don't think they're that ridiculously mask off, but the design of the stage is like shockingly the Odal rune, and it's like down to like having Donald Trump stand in a white gap that like represents the gap in the actual rune. It's very weird, and it makes me think that like maybe it was and I do think there are a lot of like legitimate Nazis. I mean, we had fucking Stephen Miller in the White House. I
think the problem with the whole stage thing though is that like, even if there is a chance that somebody managed to influence the stage designers to do this shit, blah blah blah, you're probably never going to find out who that person was, right?
Yep.
And like, I feel like focusing so much on the Odal rune and not the fucking shit that was actually said at CPAC that you can point to and say, hey, this is fascistic, and demonstrate how it's fascistic. You're essentially playing into the right like narrative of like, oh, look at these crazy fucking leftists, they call everything Nazi, like they're calling a random shaped stage a Nazi symbol, blah blah blah, you know, when you don't really need to focus on that to say, hey, you know, there's a lot of alarmingly fascist shit going on at CPAC.
Like when I did coverage of it, we talked about the rune for about like 30 seconds, and we talked about Donald Trump's rhetoric for almost 2 hours. It was his speech
I wasn't
was
just talking about you there.
Oh yeah, no, I just meant like in general. Like I agree with you. Yeah, I was just trying to say that sounded. In retrospect, that sounded kind of like silly and self-centered. But what I meant to say was like, yes, I agree with you. I was trying to demonstrate that I agree with you. That yes, I agree as well. Like I think that the focus should be on the ridiculous rhetoric that was being put down at CPAC. And I do agree. Like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, on one hand, I'm always like, I hate touching on rhetoric. Like, oh, like the Republicans used to stand for something. I hate that rhetoric because I know it to be false. Like, obviously, the Republicans have always been this pretty, I mean, not always been this bad, but they've always been very bad. And I mean, I did a stream on Rush Limbaugh where I talked about the fact I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh. We went, and because I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh, I knew a whole bunch of segments and songs that he aired, and like, you know, comedy quote unquote songs that he aired that are just disgustingly racist. And we listened to some of those just so I could show people that Rush Limbaugh, these songs were all from the 90s and early 2000s, that he's been broadcasting the same type of bullshit that people are kind of shocked by coming out of conservatives now for a very, very long time. They've been doing this for a long time. However, even with that knowledge, they have ramped up. Like, there is an
I think it really is the Rush Limbaugh, like, because when because the whole point of like Rush Limbaugh was to try and bring the GOP platform to like the national media stage, right? And this was like the combined thing of like national talk radio with Rush Limbaugh and Fox News, basically. And that was all oh shit. I was gonna say Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch is one of them. Yes, Rupert Murdoch is one of the people involved in that. Rush Limbaugh himself is one of the other people. Rush Limbaugh is the, like, I would say he's probably one of the most influential media figures on American politics ever. Because he was one of the people, he made talk radio a thing, beyond what it was, totally changed it completely. Talk radio before Rush Limbaugh was literally a bunch of stuffy academics or journalists talking about the tiny details of, and what he did was he turned it into
a fascist if he's pro-Israel. That's my question.
What's that?
How can he be a fascist if he's pro-Israel?
True. Good question.
Fucking got him. Fucking got him. Fucking libs. They don't know. They don't know what fascism even means.
Well, I mean, some people don't even know, to the extent to which Rush Limbaugh changed the face of American media. Because through his partnerships, his success allowed him to leverage and become highly influential in a lot of the with a lot of the advertisers that now determine that have for the past few decades determined what goes on the radio. And his influence at Clear Channel, which are these huge radio advertisers, meant that all of American radio, all of American talk radio is right wing with almost no exceptions. So the shows that exist are David Pakman and Sam Cedar, and you could maybe argue NPR has some talk shows, but these shows are not all of them, most of these are not even nationally syndicated. They're local, and they're just, the rest is just Rush Limbaugh clones. I mean, I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh and a Rush Limbaugh clone, a regional Rush Limbaugh clone who also was highly successful. And he did the same show as Rush Limbaugh, just a slightly different flavor, and same talking points, same disgusting rhetoric, regularly. I remember having this moment in, God, it must have been 2012 or so, where I was tuning through the radio in a car at my job while I was driving the car to the repair facility. And I tuned through and landed on this guy, Howie Carr is his name. Retcon's gonna fucking mauled in chat because I know Retcon knows about Howie Carr. But Howie Carr, and I was just he was just literally running a segment that I could only describe as raw transphobia. Just straight up every stereotype. Yeah.
Sorry, this is another thing that I've been talking about recently that's been really frustrating me. And actually, I started kind of thinking about it from your conversation with RGR, actually. But we won't go into that. We won't talk about that.
I don't mind talking about that in private with you.
About it. Yeah, but I don't want to. I really can't be fucked getting involved with that bullshit.
Yeah, I don't ask you to, so don't worry. It's just if you have questions for me or concerns, we can talk about it in private.
No, it's cool. Maybe we can talk gender some other time, but I can't be bothered with a contentious conversation right now.
Sure.
One of the things that I've been sort of following up on recently is I'm seeing a lot of signs in the United States that you're gonna have this explosion of turfism, right? Which the GOP is pushing it pretty hard, but I think there's a good possibility that the added conspiratorialism of the particular narrative of turfism that we have here in the UK that is spreading to the US, I think that conspiratorialism is very, very good, or Americans will take much better to it than they did to the British strand of turfism that infected us over here. And what I mean by that is there's this fucking turf who was quoted by fucking everybody. She has this website called The 11th Hour. You can go fucking look at that if you want to see some real batshit stuff. I'm not going to call her an academic because she doesn't fucking deserve it, but I believe she does have some qualifications and stuff. But essentially what she alleges, right, is, what the Nazis fucking allege, which is that transgenderism is a transhumanist experiment, or it's an attempt to get transhumanism to be more acceptable among the general public, and that basically it's the triple parenthesis elites trying to make humanity more susceptible to doing transhumanist shit. So eventually you'll be just like plugged into the internet and they can control you, right? Like it's fucked up shit. But and if that sounds fucking insane, it's because it is. But the reason that I bring it up is because it's not fringe, right?
Right,
It's being adopted by all the transphobes in America. All the fucking transphobes in America are like quoting Jennifer Billick as like a serious academic.
I gotta
and a
write that
serious
name
source.
down. I gotta keep an eye on this shit.
I think it's Jennifer Billick. It's definitely Billick, Bilek. I just want to. I'll make sure I've got the first name right.
Jennifer Billick.
Yeah, it's Jennifer Billick. I got this whole thread actually. One of my, a person I know, Krista Peterson. She like hosts. I don't know if you know Katie Montgomery.
I vaguely know. I know of them. I don't know much about them.
Fair enough. Yeah, Katie Montgomery does like write a whole load of shit on turfism in general, and she hosts a little show called the I think she does like the XX Factor and Turf Wars, which are both.
Oh, I do know of Turf Wars. Yeah. I've heard the name. I don't. Yeah.
And Krista Peterson like co-hosts with her pretty regularly, but Krista Peterson's like a PhD. A PhD student, and she has done a lot of fucking work on this stuff, and she compiled like this fucking crazy good thread. I'm just trying to look for it because I retweeted it as well, so I'll find it on my timeline. But just like literally all about like Jennifer Billick and the fucking the anti-Semitism in the TERF movement. We're almost there. Almost got it. I'll find the thread.
Wow.
Holy fucking shit! I tweet a lot.
Yeah, you do. It's true. You do.
I tweet too much. What's wrong with me?
You've got a good fucking pace going. I don't know. Most of your tweets are pretty. They're pretty Imps Code approved. Most of them.
To be fair, like my Twitter is incredibly based, and everybody should follow.
True. You'll learn a lot of stuff.
Yeah. But here you go.
You have to sift through a couple of bad takes.
That's the Krista Peterson thread. I'd recommend saving that. You can go through it at your leisure
I've got a little notepad
maybe talk about it in a future stream or something. But so the point I was trying to make is that like you're getting this explosion of transphobia and turfish arguments popping up in the United States right now and gaining a lot of traction and gaining a lot of popularity. And I think that a lot of US trans people and people who are like pro-trans in the US have very, very little familiarity with like the TERF movement, the kind of arguments they make, the strategies they use, and so on. And so I think it's really, really important that you guys start familiarizing yourself with that so that you have some kind of like immunization against it. Because if your idea of TERFism is just like Ariel Scarcella's YouTube videos, I don't mean to be condescending, but you're not equipped for like what's coming, All I see is this fucking tidal wave of TERFism heading towards the United States, and I want you guys to have
I don't even know, like, I mean, honestly, like, most of what we deal with over here is just, it's not even TERFism, it's just raw transphobia, and that, I mean, it's possible. I mean, I do think it's possible that TERFism becomes an increasingly, I think you're right to point that out. But it's also unfortunate that like here the ground is so fertile for just raw transphobia that we can't even get past. We can't even get to the point of like, we don't even have like the backbone of feminism necessary to necessitate TERFism, because they don't even need it. They don't even need the veneer of feminism anymore.
So a lot of the laws, like for example, the recent Alabama verdict is like based on like TERFish rhetoric from the UK, like the trans children puberty blockers stuff. Like a lot of the arguments that are made in that case and so on. And there's a lot of crossover between like members of different TERF organizations here in the United Kingdom and like the Heritage Foundation in the United States.
Damn.
yeah, so like some of the key players are like the same as well. Yeah, I just think it's important to do, and it's also like the way that turf organizations make themselves look much bigger than they are, right? AstroTurfing. by like setting up multiple organizations that all have like the same the same members, basically, right? So they make themselves look as if they've got like a shitload of worldwide organizations, when in fact like their members still come from a very small pool.
Yeah.
That are all in all of these groups.
Well, there's the fucking astroturfing thing is like the American conservative, like that's the Heritage Foundation's like fucking thing. I mean, we had a whole, it's been a while since I did this video, but I did a video on a PragerU video where they were talking about this organization in Seattle that was fighting for like, they were fighting against the raising of the minimum wage, and you go and look into it, and it's a fucking, the website is like a garbage, like slapped together WordPress, and it's fucking, they've got, and their donors are the Heritage Foundation. It's just like, oh my god, here we go. It's literally just like, this is inflated.
The Heritage Foundation is fucking cancer. Somebody said like the UK exporting turfism. No, fuck you. You're just getting it back.
Yeah,
right?
the UK was the testing ground for the Heritage Foundation's approach, and now they're bringing it back.
It reminds me of Christian evangelicals in Uganda, you know, like when gay marriage was like passed into law, and like a lot of Christian evangelicals like fucked off to Africa, to Uganda and Zimbabwe, and there was like one Christian evangelical, I can't remember his fucking name, but you all should like check out the documentary. What's it fucking called? God Loves Uganda, because that follows him quite a lot, and that's a really, it's a sad documentary, but it you know, I think it's an important one to watch. But so they went over there and they started like fucking around in African politics, trying to get the laws that they wanted in the United States like passed over there, right? Like the illegalization of homosexuality, essentially.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at that, and I kind of look at what's happened with like turfism in the UK as like being a very similar kind of thing. Like a lot of the arguments and so on, like the US left was somewhat immunized to turfism because the US right had already started shitting on trans people in a big way, right? And because the right had already started shitting on them, the left had already started opposing them. So like some of the arguments that took hold in the UK, where like there wasn't as big a, you know, like the right hadn't made a big statement about it yet.
Should probably do a series,
they didn't take hold in the US, they took hold in the UK, and so we got the turf wave from the United States, and it's just lapping back to your shores now.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if there's a way that I could actually do something about this, like in any way. Like, I mean, if I could get like a series of videos out that are like good for the algorithm, that might be good, because if we could start, I don't know, if a bunch of lefty content creators can get like control of the algorithm early, before this, like, I don't know, like trans people and feminism with like relatively neutral titles that are still eye-catching, and like we might be able to sort of control the algorithm so it doesn't take over. I don't know enough about it. That's something to think about, though.
I think the problem is the wedge issues, right?
Yeah.
You want to try and get ahead of the wedge issues, try and work out what they're going to use as a wedge issue next in order to like convert some, because, you know, you have Democrats. We have a lot of people who consider themselves left-wing. They aren't left-wing anymore because their whole world has been absorbed by turfism, and they're basically just right-wing transphobes now who write for the Daily Mail and go on fucking talk shows with JF Gary Epi, right? But they still kind of consider themselves left-wing.
Yeah.
And you've got Democrats like Kamala Harris, like who was it recently we were fucking talking about, also saying some turfy bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Like who are like ostensibly on the left wing of your politics, who are agreeing with these like turf arguments and voting against trans rights. Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot more of that, because I think that like I said, the same arguments, the same tactics that were effective in the United Kingdom are now being sort of adapted for an American audience.
Oh, we've got a
Sorry.
long road in
I'm
front.
so doomer.
No,
Everything I say is
no.
doomer.
Listen, I'm the bloomer. You're the doomer. We've had this conversation a couple times, and it's okay.
I'm really sorry.
Listen. Your dooming gives me the thought fuel I need so that we can keep blooming. Okay, listen.
Tulsi, that's a fucking bitch.
This is good.
Thanks,
this is good information for me to have, and it's given me a lot to think about. Because I mean, I'm structuring out what content I want to do this coming month, and one of the things I'm going to do, you might have even seen my tweet about it, but I was really inspired by. Are you familiar with Good Mythical Morning?
Very, very vaguely.
Yeah, they're like a massively popular, one of the most popular YouTube shows of like all time, and they're really cool.
I've watched them a few times, but
yeah, almost everyone has seen at least one of their viral videos. Like, they're really funny. They're actually really talented. And
if I watch something happy, I then have to watch like several hours of like, you know, footage from the Azerbaijani invasion or something, you know. Like, I'm not capable of being happy for long periods of time. I'm not allowed.
Well, all right. I no comment on that. All right, listen. Just fucking. I'm gonna give you the same advice I gave to my imps last night, which is don't fucking die. I need you to fucking keep holding on. All right, no matter what. No fucking doom overdose. All right. And that's it. That's the one thing I ask of you. Don't die. But I was gonna say one of the things I was really inspired. The two creators of Good Mythical Morning, Rhett and Link, who are like the main faces and people involved in it, they have a side podcast that they do called Ear Biscuits, and it's a podcast where they talk about, you know, it's a much smaller podcast, but they talk about their personal stuff, they talk about their life, their experiences. You know, I think the tagline is lifelong friends talk about life for a long time, and it's really good. But they did a section called Our Spiritual Deconstruction, and it's like a total of like 5 or 6 episodes over the course of the last 2 years, where they talk about their experiences in the evangelical church and in becoming, I mean, they were literal staff members for years, and it's really, really amazing. And I was highly inspired by it because it's surprisingly deep for you know, you didn't expect like fucking family friendly YouTubers to have this really long conversation about indoctrination and how they came to challenge their faith and how they evolved. And so I want to do one for myself. So inspired by that, I'm going to be working on my spiritual deconstruction. And it's not like an atheism thing, because like neither of them are atheists. Like really, I think Rhett is like closer to that position, but Link isn't. And but I want to talk about that, and I want to do a whole thing, because one of the things they did in there was they went back and they like found their old journals, they looked at their thought processes, and like a whole bunch of different stuff. And so I want to do that. I want to have like one like solid little stream that anybody can watch and understand like my experiences with, my insights on, and whatever I have to talk about religion and extremism and all of this, and go back and find, you know, because I know where most of my journals are and stuff, you know, and I want to go look at that. And so, yeah, I don't know, that might be something you might like. I can send you the links to the ones that Rhett and Link did. I think it's very insightful into understanding not just the lingo, but the process of how a lot of evangelical churches work. And now, of course, theirs was different than mine, but there's a lot of similar elements. And there was, especially in the second half, where they talk about like leaving the church that they were a part of and all of this. And like, God, it's a lot. And since you're interested in cults and whatnot, I think it would be very interesting for you. If you'd like me to send you the links, I can. I can actually Yeah, I'll DM them to you after this conversation. I'm going to put that on my to-do list so that I don't forget. Because I think you'd really, really enjoy watching it. And there's again, it's a lot of stuff to listen to, but I found it once I started listening, I couldn't stop. It was so fascinating, and they're both very great storytellers. And but yeah, so I figured and link spiritual.
Well, you know, there's a lot to be said for just like. I was thinking this before. I wrote this fucking article on Medium, which was just basically explaining about different models of like cultic mind control, like I was talking earlier. And the main feature of the article is just like explaining Lifton's 8 criteria of thought reform, and talking about how like even if you don't think you're in a cult, even if you're very likely not in a cult, right? Like a lot of these things exist in social spheres in sort of lesser to like lesser degrees.
Yeah, forms of manipulation. Yep.
Yeah, and the problem with them is that they stifle critical thought and the ability for you to be able to sort of think for yourself, basically, or to like look objectively at a situation. It's like another kind of bias. You know, people have the confirmation bias and all that sort of shit that I'm sure you learnt about in atheist videos when you were 15 or whatever.
Well, for me,
there's
it would have
also
been 2021 when I started getting
yeah. But there's also the social pressure, like the broader social pressure of the ideological groups that you attach yourself to. And even as leftists, like in fact, as leftists, we're absolutely not like immune to this.
For sure.
And there are definitely like factions within the left and like groups, even within like the Twitch left, who function in ways that are like sometimes disturbingly cultic.
I agree. I agree with you. Yeah.
I'm not saying that they are cults. I'm just saying that there are some similarities there within, like, yeah. Where is that fucking Medium article? But
I think I feel like I read at least part of it. But
did you?
Yeah.
Are you in a cult like behavior and abuse in social groups?
What's that?
Are you in a cult like behavior and abuse in social groups? That's what I type.
Hey, awesome! I will be sure to read this later. Yeah, because I wanna read this too. So
yeah, I just think it's really useful to do those kinds of like experiments, right? So that you can just like I was saying, you know, you learnt about this shit from atheist YouTube videos when you were younger about different fallacies of logic and different kinds of cognitive bias.
I mean, I think people don't understand like
to learn about influence and coercion within especially ideologically focused social groups, so that you don't fall prey to having your ability to think critically about a situation blunted by the milieu you're part of.
Yeah, and something that sort of speaks to what you're talking about here is like, I mean, when I was a part of the church that I was, which I do have one video up on it, but that video is really good. It's called The Cult We Grew Up In, and it's me talking with one of my friends and viewers and members of my Discord who, you know, I've known for a while now. We both had a conversation one night about growing up in this cult and on different sides of the country, different segments of it. And I never would have believed it was a cult at the time because like I was like, oh, well, you know, there's like a lot of people here and there's church, it's a church and you know, it's friendly and blah, blah, blah. And it didn't look like any of the movie cults that you saw. You know what I mean? There wasn't any secret satanic things. It was on the surface a friendly and loving environment. And then as you dig into it, you find just how manipulative it is, how much there's tactics of isolation are utilized, like how they sort of they start to build into your life all these things that you start to rely on, and you can't leave once you do. And I mean, God, they have a one of the things that became most revelatory as I, you know, got out of the space was like, I didn't even realize how some of the more obvious things that they were doing. Like, for example, my church ran a quote unquote they weren't allowed to call it a rehab program, but it was functional. It was a rehab program where they would people would commit themselves to the program, and then you would be taken, like you would go to the place that would deliberately be far away from where you lived. And when you arrived, they would take all of your identification and all of your money and your cell phone and everything, and you would live on a farm, worshiping and doing work for the cult all the time. And you were not paid, but all of your needs were taken care of. And over the course of time, you know, you would become completely brought into the church, and then eventually, once they deemed that you were ready, you would be able to graduate and leave the program, and you know, you could potentially go. You are strongly encouraged not to go back home. You know what I mean? But you could technically. But
Yeah,
of course,
why would you?
Why would
Like,
you? Right.
That's your entire fucking social environment now, right?
After 2 years of being in a farm where like everybody you're around all the time is always reinforcing you in the same ways, and you're told that you'll get employment reliably from the church, and
I think it's important you mention isolation there, because there's like in Lifton's 8 criteria of thought reform, like so many of them do have like links to isolation, right? Like the first one is actually like control of the milieu. For anyone who doesn't know, like a milieu is a person's social environment, right?
It's huge.
So yeah, and they might, you know, they set up like an us versus them dichotomy or what have you, right? But that also plays into other points like the demand for purity. And this was one that really made me think about like a lot of the activity that goes on in Twitch and Twitter and all that sort of fucking shit with leftists in general. And I'll read what I've written about it there. The group adopts a black-white moral outlook. The world is divided into good and evil, and they leave little space for the nuances and complexities of human morality. This creates a powerful tool to compel action through guilt or shame. And it also gives license for their 8th point, which is dispensing of existence, right? The group, having their sacred science, is enlightened and the outside world is ignorant and evil. Should one leave the group, then they should be shunned or destroyed. As the group is the only one with access to the truth, they're the only ones with the right to decide the validity of others' right to exist. Ones outside the group may always gain legitimacy by joining the group. Helps to exert control through fear of consequences, but also motivates members to attack outsiders, apostates, and threats to their legitimacy.
And that happened all like to so many degrees in this.
It's just happened so much. And while I don't disagree that like attacking people who are like really fucking awful people is like, you know, there are certain ways you can attack that. Like I'm fucking anti-fascist, for crying out loud. Deplatform the shit out of fascists, right? That's my whole gig. But
these things unfold way differently in like like it's like not just deplatforming.
Between leftist and Nazi, and in that is what I said earlier, which I'm quite proud of this sentence, right? They leave little space for the nuances and complexities of human morality, like trying to get somebody to go plays into what was happening with Mel as well, right? Where it's just like, Mel, say that this thing is bad. We want you to say that this thing is bad, and then you'll be fine, right? And it needs to, you know, there's a lot more nuance to a lot of these conversations than simply, just say that it's bad and we'll leave you alone, right? Like this
I agree.
very, yeah. Anyway, sorry, I've been talking a while.
No, that's fine. No, like, I mean, I do think that like this is like an almost like it's stuff like that is a slightly more innocuous form of what these groups do, but it certainly is. It certainly falls along the same lines. Because I mean, oh God, I'm trying to think of some of the best examples. Like, and this was something that Rhett and Link also talked about that I experienced that resonated very strongly with me, was the idea that like people like the cult starts to get a smell for like they almost seem to be able to smell out any doubt, and you will be encircled and almost quarantined if you start to ask problematic questions. And eventually you will start to feel yourself crowded out, sometimes completely. And I mean, this can happen for a number of reasons, and there's varying degrees of it in like the cult like I grew up in. I mean, some were severe. Like there were times where families just gone. They were just disappeared. And you didn't know what happened to them, and you might bump into them years later because they still live in the area, but they were just squeezed out because they had some conflict with somebody higher up in the church, and that was deemed enough of an offense that they were no longer allowed, and everybody turned their back on them, and they felt nervous coming back.
You don't question what that offense is. You just rely upon, you know, essentially the divine judiciary of you know, the leaders of the church or whatever to say, oh, this is a bad person that you shouldn't interact with. And you're just like, well, okay then, like.
Yeah, and it's also like here's one that I think you'll just find this interesting. It's sort of tangentially related to what you were talking about with the like enforcement of like basically no room for nuance, no room for like that humanity, and also like that becomes reinforced by some other things. Like for example, in this particular church, the people who were in that rehab program had 3 rows at the front of the church that were reserved for them, and everybody knew why that was. And that was, and the preacher would regularly refer to this, that they would sit up front because they weren't supposed to be able to look around at other members of the church because they were not yet, like, it wasn't explicitly said that they were not yet purified, but he would, you know, regularly joke like, well, I don't want you, like, you know, you're just coming in from the world. I don't want you gawking at the women in the church and stuff like that. And it was like, so that the rest of the congregation would watch their backs was how it was framed. So they wouldn't backslide into their previous things. But you can understand how, and literally there would be times where that I learned about that you wouldn't really see this unless you were part of the program. Well, my stepdad was a part of that program at one point. And the pastors who were like assigned to be the leaders of the U-turn movement would regularly like sort of publicly call out and shame people who weren't like paying close enough attention to the sermon. So if they were looking around or whatever, they'd be like, you stop. And like it would humiliate them. You know what I mean? As if they were doing something wrong just by looking around the room. It's so wild the way that these like social pressures are used. It's
there's just good and evil. There's just like good and bad acts, and like you're either on one side or the other.
My church literally was responsible for protesting. Like a porn shop opened up near my town, and they were so offended by this that like they literally circled the building with like a crowd for days, and until the business owners were like, we're out of here, fuck this shit. Like literally they drove out a porn shop out of our town because they were so, and also my church was against like evolution, against psychology. They would call this stuff the teaching, they would call it the knowledge of man, is what it would be called by my church. And that's very common, by the way. That particular line isn't just contained to churches like mine. The knowledge of man is utilized by many Christian churches to say that like
lean not on your own understanding, blah blah blah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the idea that like there is something inherently flawed about science, about psychology, about anything, that it's not just, it might sound right, but that's because it's Satan.
You can't help. Yeah, you can't understand. You have to put your faith in God.
Yes, you have to, and also if it doesn't make sense to you, well, that's because if it doesn't make sense to you, that's because it is the knowledge of man, which is the dominion of Satan. And so therefore it is meant to be deceiving. It is meant to be confusing. It's meant to tempt you away from the true truth. They were very serious about this. It was constantly talked about. That was reaffirmed constantly. So, yeah, it's wild.
I just want to clarify for your chat, because like a couple of people seem to have got the wrong idea, even though I fucking specified when I started talking about it. I was not saying that because like some cliques of the left express these like behaviors in any way that like the left is a cult. That wasn't my point at all. It was that like these kinds of manipulative behaviors can arise spontaneously within social groups and are more likely to arise within groups that have a strong ideological identity
or doctrine.
And that, you know, just expressing these to some degree, or expressing only a few of them, or whatever. Like that, it's not enough to call something a cult, right? Like Lifton developed this 8 criteria of thought reform from interviewing prisoners of the Maoist regime and Maoist defectors, right? And I guess I would say that Maoism was very cultish, but like
I agree.
It's the reason I brought it up is that I think that we were talking about how analyzing religion or analyzing our previous religious beliefs or whatever can help illuminate us to like different ways that we think and different ways in which our thoughts might be stymied. Right, we might fuck things up, which is why I alluded to like cognitive biases and logical fallacies and all that sort of stuff. Right, at the end of the day, these manipulative techniques are kind of intuitive to a lot of people anyway.
Yeah.
And they work on human psychology, and we are all human, right? I'm not saying that the left is a cult. I'm saying that learning about these things can help you become aware of them, and thus, when you're conscious, you can kind of counter it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that there.
Influences on you.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought you were ending the sentence. That's my bad.
No, that's cool. Yeah, if you're aware of the influences on you, then you at least have a chance of countering it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do believe that there are like subsections of the left that have some pretty questionable culty elements, but I don't know. Like, I think it's like a case has to be made. You know what I mean? Before I like throw that out. But I do think I agree. So I couldn't agree with you enough about the idea that like these are often discovered like intuitively, and like they are often reinforced by doctrinal things. Like, for example, I mean, the cult that I grew up in, like they had like colleges, like, or not really colleges, but schools that they would teach the tactics to. But most of it just came from them finding charismatic individuals that already figured out what type of things tend to work on crowds, what things tend to work with people. They understand this organically, because I mean, it's the same. A lot of cult tactics are literally the same type of tactics that an abuser, like a manipulative person, like abusive relationship partner would use. It's just they're slightly tweaked.
Like I said, it's intuitive to a lot of people, right?
Yeah,
like we understand intuitively how we can kind of like manipulate people, and some people are much better at it than others.
Yeah.
But like, especially when there's a strong ideological identity to a group, I think that the strong ideological identity incentivizes some of these things. Things like the demand for purity, right?
Yeah.
I.e., people must adhere to the ideology, and people are always like trying to compete with each other to be the best leftist, the most leftist, right? Like, these are like kind of unhealthy attitudes.
Yeah.
I think. And actually distinctly fucking anti-leftist, right? Because we're supposed to be like, I mean, I don't know, if you're a fucking Marxist and Leninist or whatever, maybe not, but like if you're an anarchist like me, we should be cooperating to make all of us the best leftists that we can be, rather than like competing to be the best leftist.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I generally agree. And I also think that like one of the things that's really, really important, something that I've come to find increasingly important over time to myself and to my political views, is like it is so important that we break down structures that repeat and reinforce this type of behavior, and also build new structures that are resistant to it. Because the thing is like people are weak to manipulation. It's true. We all are. Everybody has been at some point of their life manipulated by somebody else. But it's even worse when there are systems that empower that manipulation and that repeat it and teach new people it and keep it going. But it's complicated. Also, somebody in chat wanted me to ask you a question about the Teal Swan cult. Are you familiar with that?
Teal Swan's one of these like health and wellness influencer type people. I think she's like She does like mental health advice for people who are depressed or thinking about suicide. Suicide is a topic that I find very, very difficult to engage with. I'm tensing up right now just saying the fucking word because I suffer with depression and I lost a friend to it last year. So I've not engaged with that one particularly strongly. But from what I've heard from other people who are experts in the field, the kind of advice that she gives to people who are depressed is really kind of harmful and may have pushed some of her followers towards ending their lives. See, I find the word difficult to say.
I understand.
But yes,
don't feel pressured on that. That's terrifying stuff.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it all that much. It doesn't seem like a good cult to be involved in.
Yeah. Then and unfortunately, this is something that I think I was just talking about this yesterday. Actually, I was talking about how we really need to learn very rapidly how cults are going to unfold in the age of the internet, because even me, having had cult experience with a relatively quote unquote modern cult, you know, the church I grew up in was very good at, utilizing radio, TV, all kinds of stuff. I mean, they literally ended up building their own radio tower, and getting all the licenses necessary to have a local radio station that would be the one station that all of their adherents would listen to. And like, but that they didn't really have much of a presence on the internet yet. But we're now entering the age of people and cults that have properly entered into the frontier of the internet.
Internet cults are a big problem. I mean, QAnon's a really good example, right?
Yeah, because you can be isolated and reached simultaneously without any need for physical isolation, which is sometimes the hardest part, you know? Because here's the thing.
You can physically isolate someone. Usually you'd isolate someone from their friends and family through engagement with the cult,
right?
But then, they're at least in a room full of other like cultists and stuff, and they might communicate amongst each other.
And getting them there in the first place is hard, right? Because you would need to get like in the case of mine, like they had to gain a lot of followers. One of the ways they gained a lot of loyal followers was by basically importing them through this drug program, this anti-drug program where they could. But now what can happen is
Alcoholics Anonymous has a lot to answer for. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I agree, and like the so a lot of America. And of course, I know I have Americentric, but that's because I lived my whole life here and whatever. But a lot of America is very rural. And so there are a lot of people are already isolated. And one of the limitations of a lot of cults, like the one I grew up in, is that, they were comparatively good at reaching people. And one of the ways they would do this is, they would get set up in a place like the town that I lived in, which was a rural area, but like a local hotspot, one of the biggest cities in the area. Not very big, but still. And then they would get set up in like the suburbs there, and then they start to build up a church. And as they get more promising members and loyal members, they would then seed a new church in a more rural area. And so there ends up being a network of these rurally located at like local cultural hubs, a church in every one. And I asked this to chat. I asked people to go and just real quick, just Google in your area if there is one. Almost everybody's got one in their area now. Because what they do is they take the money, they get a fuckload of money, and then they just seed a new church, and they will dump money into it, even at a loss, to build up a new church in that area. And because it's the only church, might be the only church nearby, people start going to it, and they get pulled into the cult, and then they can do it again on a further rural area, and then they'll sometimes clump congregations together, and there's a whole complex process. But that is still limited. They still need a physical congregation. They still need the time necessary to train up new pastors and all of that. Yeah, there you go. Somebody in chat. There are 8 in Portland. Yep. And now what can happen is through the internet, you can reach all of those people who live a mile away from their nearest neighbors, who spend all their time playing solitaire and listening to Fox News, and now they're also getting involved in QAnon stuff and socializing via the internet.
I mean, it was the same shit with Rush Limbaugh. Did you ever watch?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch The Brainwashing of My Dad?
I don't think so.
Oh, you should Google that shit. I think you can watch it free on Amazon Prime at the moment. I don't know if that's just in the UK, but like, the gist of that was just talking about the whole history of. I mean, I'd super recommend watching it. It's a really good documentary. But it was talking about how like talk radio and Rush Limbaugh became this huge fucking thing. So it goes into all of that. But it also talks about the documentary filmmaker's father and how he sunk into being basically a hateful, angry, fearful man because he was spending so many hours with Rush Limbaugh in his daily commute. And then he started getting like all the emails from like the GOP and stuff and was like immersing himself in this shit.
It's wild.
And
how systematized it is.
And I really recommend watching that documentary. It's really interesting.
Yeah, look at this in chat, by the way. But just look at these. I don't know if you can see chat, but if you can see chat, look. I just mentioned it now, and everybody's fucking finding out how many there are near them. It's true. They have a model that works. They've been exploding. I've been trying to warn people about this for the past 10 years that this cult is growing.
The cavalry.
Yeah, the Calvary Chapel.
Calvary,
yeah, Calvary Chapel. And the thing is, like, I mean, I really try to avoid like overdoxing myself, but like I grew up under one of the most influential members of the church, of the greater church, and I showed once a sermon of his on stream, and it is just wild. And he's been hugely instrumental in growing the church because he's so aggressive, he's so charismatic, he appeals to this like he really hammers down on like the same thing we talk about with fascists, like lonely, lost men who feel disappointed with their lives, and he brings them in. I mean, he had all kinds of, I mean, there's all of this stuff that's so much of the church is centered around the men's ministry and like building up male leaders, and those leaders end up becoming cult leaders of their own right, learning, to various degrees of success, but usually across a certain line to go and lead a church and do the exact same thing elsewhere. And so
Jordan Peterson-y.
It is very Jordan Peterson-y. Yep.
And a lot of these Jordan Peterson-y spheres are like spookily culty. I'm just saying.
I agree. Yeah.
Doing the meat diet, worshipping Jordan Peterson's every fucking word. Yeah. Anyway, I'm fucking exhausted. I only meant to come and chat with you for like half an hour. I have no idea how long it's been.
It's been like
I think it's probably been longer than that at this point.
Yeah.
And
it's been wonderful.
Frankly, I should start charging.
Fair.
But no.
I don't think I've gotten any donos while you were on here, so I should start charging too. Come on, Amps, cough it up. No, I'm just kidding. Don't. My show will always be free. That's a promise. I say it on video a million times because I will never stop making my show free. So there you go. But yeah, Vivian, thank you so much for coming on. You're amazing, and just know that, okay?
Yeah, and if anybody in your chat found anything like super interesting, please follow me on Twitter. I'm just trying to get everybody to follow me on Twitter, because the more people that follow me on Twitter, the more Twitter clout I have, the more like cult experts and shit that I can contact and have interviews with, and then bring even more fucking interesting shit to you guys.
Yeah, and hey, listen,
it doesn't cost you a fucking penny. Just click the button, and it helps me out immensely.
Go do it. Come on, I promise you won't regret this. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll try and get those. In the last batch of interviews up on YouTube soon. All
awesome.
Right.
Good
Much
night.
love, everybody. Peace.
Bye. What a great conversation. What a fucking good conversation. Vivian is look. Listen, I fucking love talking to Vivian. It's so good. That was so fucking good. Yeah, we do need a Viv command. We do need to make a Viv command. I need to make here. Let me make it right now. I'm gonna make a Vivian command. All right, watch this. We're gonna make a Vivian command. Okay, listen. We're making a fucking Vivian command. Where's the fucking chatbot? Here we go. Chatbot commands, custom commands. Vivian. It's gonna be a Viv command. Here we go. Viv response. How do we stop the cult? Oh boy, that's a big question. I hope to learn that. I don't know all the answers right now. Here's the Twitter. Hold on one second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll answer. I'll answer. Hold on. What's this one? Give me a second. Give me a second. I got to get Vivian's YouTube in there. Wait a second. Apparently I wasn't subscribed to her YouTube? What? That's weird. I was on Twitter, so there you go. Well, that fixed that. Here you go. Okay, that should be good. Here we go. Let's try it. Let's test the command. Let me test the command. What? Why didn't it work? Why didn't the damn command work? Is the bot broken? Oh, there we go. I didn't save it. I didn't save it. I'm dumb. I saved it. I saved it. Hold on. Ah! Why? Why are you not working? Okay, hold on a second. Why is the command not working? What did I do? This is weird. I don't know why this is breaking. There it goes. Oh, there it goes. It took a second to upload. Oh, I needed to use another command first. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. There we go. Oh, are you on Twitch too? Okay, yeah, I'll add Twitch. Viv, that's probably where I followed you previously. It's just mixed video. There we go. Okay, yep, I'm adding your Twitch right now. I'm adding it right now.
We made
Hey! Okay, there we go. Oops. Let me make it look nice. I'm gonna make it look nicer. Here we go. YouTube. I gotta make it look fancy and nice. Then we gotta go here. We'll go Mama Mauled. There we go. Okay, let's see. This should look much nicer now. It should look much nicer. What happened to this being a short stream? Oh, nuts. Oh, nuts. Demon Mama doing a short stream? Come now. Come now. I have never heard of the Brother Stare cult, and it sounds like you're about to fucking ligma me. So I hope we won't be dealing with them, but here we go. Look at that. Okay, that looks much better. That looks much better. Look at that. That looks way better. I mean, it's still kind of messy, but anyway. Now, not today. Not today. Does Calvary ever come for you? No. No. Did I mess something up? Oh no! Oh no, the Twitch part broke. The Twitch part broke. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Don't worry, I'll fix it. I just caught that. Here we go. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I fixed it. 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 There it goes. See, now it's got the emotes. Wait, what was yours? I don't think I saw your comment. Go ahead and write it again, the guy who could. This is a tangentially related issue. My brother gave me shit for saying goddamn when playing a game and getting frustrated. Told me not to say it because I was damning God and that went against his religion. I told him that I will keep saying it because it's my right and he's only making an issue while I see nothing wrong with it. Can you comment? Or, well, I mean, I think you have a right to swear. He doesn't need to swear, but you have every right. Good night, Vivian. Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one, the guy who could. I've had conflicts with family members. I don't think they have a right to tell me how I say things. That's basically what it is. If they don't want to, that's fine. But if you want to say it, they don't really have control over that. Yeah, look, I am successful. I completed it. Listen, you silly goose. Yeah, I made it. I succeeded. You silly geese. You silly geese. Jesus fucks. I bet he did. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Cephalus. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm trying to think what I was going to say. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Oh, I don't know about that, Dango Bangle. That's up for you to decide. I don't care. No offense, but I don't give a shit. I can't remember what I was gonna say. There was gonna be something, but I can't remember it now because my brain is deflating in real time. I don't know. Let me go check. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and go check and see if the guitar is here, and then I'll come back and we'll spend a little time together, and then we'll go from there. BRB. You all have fun with each other in chat and don't go anywhere. We got a little bit more time, okay? Go for it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay? Unfortunately, no guitar. Fucking FedEx said they couldn't locate the package, so we have to wait till Tuesday for it to be redelivered. By the way, fuck FedEx, just so you know. Fuck FedEx. It's okay. That was when I expected it to arrive. I expected it to arrive on Tuesday originally. So, not a big deal. We'll be all right. We'll survive. And who knows? It might come on Monday. You never know. But I think Monday's a holiday or something, isn't it? Hey! Red shirt with backwards text from the sign. That would be good.
Merch idea. Red
True.
shirt with the backwards text from that sign.
Thank you. Thank you so much, 85D2D Derek. That is a good idea. That is a good idea. God, there are so many fucking people fighting and shit. Yeah, by the way, this is exactly the type of shit I'm talking about. Look at this shit. So that was pretty fun, at least the first part. My favorite part was when Demon Mama claimed to have done extensive research on who started the fire, and then her evidence was one DOJ report where the conclusion was the opposite, and I literally corrected that was not my point. Mel's weaseling on her rape tweet is a close second. I'll upload only the good parts soon. What a fucking... Okay, so I mean, I think we can see where this fucking literal child is going with things. Straight down the DGG avenue. Yeah. No, I'm not Ziggy Richards, because when I was in the church, they were greatly growing their international ministry and having a huge amount of success. Yeah, whatever. Ah, well. Ah, well. I'm sure he'll post it. No, I don't know how expensive they are. Are they expensive? Whatever. He'll grow up. Maybe. Someday. I heard about a video about this Flex person. I haven't gotten, somebody sent me it, but I didn't get a chance to respond yet. Honestly, they have like no followers, so I don't really care. Like, I don't really mind. Like, if it's like really egregious, then okay. But the person has like no followers, and they just seem to be like trying to generate content. So I'm flattered, I guess. I guess I've made it, right? Once you have like a bunch of people making like response videos and takedown videos of you, I guess you've kind of made it, right? Have I made it, imps? Is that what that means? I don't know. We've been doing pretty fucking good today. We've had like an average of like 180 viewers today. That's pretty fucking incredible. Oh yeah, I saw that. Dan the Step. We just looked at that one. Good job dealing with Demon Mama. I can't imagine doing that. Yeah, but that's because Dylan isn't a kid. Sorry, Dylan's not a kid. Dylan is mature. Dylan is an adult who acts like an adult and behaves like an adult and thinks like an adult. Mouthy Infidel is a child who acts like a child and thinks like a child and talks like a child. So, there you go. Oh, sure, let's watch it. All right, Breadwave, let's give this a watch. Hey, Vermin Hands, let's give this a watch. You know what? We're gonna watch a fan fan video. Let's listen to Breadwave. Breadwave, this is an opportunity. I don't do this often. Let's give it a watch, all right? Are you cool with that? Breadwave, are you cool with that? I'll ask your permission. Breadwave, you cool with that? Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch what Breadwave has to say. Whoa, I like your shirt.
So last night I watched the debate that Dima Mama had with Ask Yourself and Avi, and I just had some thoughts about it that I wanted to share. So, while I found the beginning of the conversation to be pretty frustrating and not particularly productive, the second half of the conversation is really what I wanted to talk about. So, I don't want this to be too long, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So, the way that I understand it, a woman exists as an identifier for a social construct that exists as a collection of social norms and expectations. So, people identify as women because they want to be treated by others as a woman, not because they get some sort of abstract satisfaction from the idea of being a woman, right? It's a social thing. You want to be treated as a woman by other, and seen as a woman by other people. Women exist in the context of broader society, and their relationship to the world is constantly changing as social norms and expectations change. And that's true for all women, not just an individual. But an individual is the only one who can fully understand their relationship with society at large, and therefore any person who says they are a woman is a woman, since they are the only one who can know these things. Demon Mama's definition, while is definitely valid, I think it's a little too vague and it leaves too much unsaid to make people unfamiliar with gender dynamics understand it. I know this can be hard to believe sometimes because we're like terminally online, but there definitely are normies who are not transphobic and would generally be open to the idea of these things if it's explained to them in the right way. That's obviously not true of everyone, but at the very least there are some people who would have like a knee-jerk reaction against just anyone as a woman who says they are a woman because they don't understand it fully, and they're set in their former definitions of the word.
Doomer chat.
So, as far as the definition that Avi and Ask Yourself use, I really, really disliked it because it basically essentializes what it means to be a woman. Even though they weren't willing to commit to a certain threshold of trait combinations, the implicit suggestion is that there are some combination of traits a person can be that would disqualify them from being a woman. And I think that this is just fundamentally wrong. There are women that exist with every conceivable type of traits and every conceivable combination, as there are for all genders. A person's gender is something that is first and foremost understood by them as their relationship to others and to society at large. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I would love to hear your thoughts about it. And if you enjoyed this, consider giving this channel a subscribe. I'm going to be talking about politics and anime and the intersection of the two, as well as a variety of other stuff too. So, thank you.
Hey, all right, that was a fair response. I agree, there are potential problems with my definition. By the way, here's the link to the video if anyone else wants to watch it and sub and whatever. There you go. I agree there are problems with the definition. I believe it is possible for it to be misinterpreted, but I don't really know what else to use. And it's very, very difficult to even begin to approach the topic without unintentionally reinforcing problematic ideas. Oh, you do have 4. You have the sub badge. So you have 4 badges because you have a sub badge, you are a mod, you are a content creator, and you are trusted. Trusted gets you the little pompo. And the yellow is because somebody gifted you a sub. Yeah, blinged out. Yeah, it means you can command a Charizard in battle. It's very cool. Oh, yeah, Vermin, the website's really fucking weird about when it decides to show the pink versus when it decides to show the yellow. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's a white nervosa thing, I guess. I don't know if it's something I did wrong or what. Maybe I need to... Yeah, maybe I need to... Maybe I have the weighting set up wrong. Oh, okay. Well, I can probably fix that. Let me see. I can probably fix that. Here we go. Oh, that's not the right menu. Give me a second here. Ah, here we... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. No. Ah. Roles and icons. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What? It should be. Wait, this one? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Hold on. No. Okay, so it's definitely on the site. This is on the site's problem because I have it set higher. I have it set higher. So it should automatically be more important. Yeah, it should be, but I guess it's not working. I don't know why. Damn. Sorry, can't fix it. Not right now. I'll try and get it fixed, though. I'll try and figure it out what's wrong. Yeah, I don't know what's up with it, but I'll try and fix it, okay? I will. I promise. I'll try and fix it. What the fuck was I even talking about? Moral oral. I do know about moral oral. I don't know if it's I don't think it's directly based on Calvary Chapel, but it is based on similar movements to Calvary Chapel. Keep in mind that Calvary Chapel is only one of a bunch of churches that came out of a specific movement. Oh yeah, the video. Okay, the gender video. Yeah, I think there's problems with I think there's certain issues with my definition, but I think it has problems, and other definitions often pressure people into essentialist positions unintentionally. So, for example, and normies don't know what gender is. So we have a lot of work to do on that front. Like, normies simply do not understand gender. When they say gender, they mean it. Sometimes they think that it has to do with sex, and sometimes they think it has to do with gender roles, and sometimes they think it has to do with gender identity. It is a complete roll of the dice, sometimes from conversation to conversation. Having talked with many normies about gender, it is literally, sometimes you will talk to them and they will use gender to refer to sex, and other times they'll use it to refer to gender expression, and they don't even know which one they're using. They won't even notice between conversations. We have a lot of work to do, but first we need to, the major thing to talk to people is about gender is not sex. Gender is the sort of totality of gender identity and gender expression. And you go forward. Oh no, you got what the bleep do we know? Oh shit. We are bombarding that cell over and over again with the same emotions. What the bleep down the rabbit hole. This is incredible. This is amazing. I love this. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I love it. There appears to be multiple feminine blobs. I think this is what happens when you transition. When you start taking estradiol, these are your cells getting force femmed. No, I don't think so. This appears to be a germ. This appears to be a germ that's attacking her. So I think she's stabbed by a germ. Like, if you notice, this one is shooting sparks. Damn. Ziggy, that's great. I didn't know you were gelatinous. I think that's cool. I think she's getting, yeah, it looks like these are making sparks. So these appear to be some sort of attack. and she's being killed, and this one's trying to drag her out. Maybe this is the estradiol that's turning them into women. Like they're getting hit by, these are like estradiol particles that are hitting them and turning them into women. I don't know. That's my guess. That's my theory. Okay, everyone? That's my theory. Thank you for that. Thank you for sending that. What would qualify as a normie? Good luck with that. I'm not getting tricked into another definition. You fuckers and your definitions. This is what I hate about bread tubers. Bread tubers are all obsessed with their definition mongering. Some of you will get that. Most of you won't. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Do I think an actual civil war could happen in the near future? Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep, I do think that's a risk. I don't know for sure, but I am very concerned about that being a very real risk. Yeah. It's quite concerning. I'm sorry, but it's just true. It's just a fact. Like, we already had an uprising. We had an insurrection on the Capitol. It's anything goes right now, and it is scary. Yeah. I don't either, Panic Stasis, but I don't know. A normie? No, a normie is just like somebody who doesn't spend a lot of time online. That's basically what a normie is. A normie is just somebody who doesn't spend a whole lot of time online. I don't know. I don't know how it will unfold, Dango Bangle. Unfortunately, modern civil wars are really nasty. I mean, civil wars are always disgusting affairs. But civil wars in the modern era are like messy things that that take forever to resolve, and they just keep sort of blowing. Yeah, exactly, like the Syrian civil war. Look, this is a really doomer topic, and I don't want to get into doomer topics right now. Okay, everyone, listen, no doomer topics right now. Okay, I'm gonna like laugh at things and I don't know, talk some shit. We had everything. What the fuck, everybody? This week has just been big brain bullshit, okay? On Friday, I have some fucking giant conversation I had to do a bunch of research on linguistics for, and got like the most granular conversation I've ever had as to like what word is a modal or which word is a use case, and fuck. And then secondly, they even confused themselves with their own argument. No, I was kidding. They didn't. I'm not shit talking. Seriously, I enjoyed the conversation. But then today, I had to do a whole bunch of reading and bullshit for this thing. I've been researching this shit all week. And then I had a big brain conversation with Vivian Wolf. What the fuck you want from me? You all want me to keep, big thinky things. Tell me about the future. Predict the future for me. Ooh. I'm just kidding. Dango, I'm playing. This is my performative anger. I'm not angry at you. I'm just goofing. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're fine, Dango Bangle. You're perfectly fine. I promise you, I'm not angry at you at all. More anime? Nah, we talked about all the anime. I do be thinking sometimes. Can we get a pure meme stream? Hell no. Listen. I'm sorry, you all, but last time, listen, that last meme stream was, those memes were duds. You're going to have to do better. You all need to like coordinate to upgrade the meme channel. Well, I mean, I've seen some good ones in there, but that last meme stream was a dud. Just a total dud. Those were just like, I know we need the starboard. I know we need a starboard. For sure. I want to get that set up, but I don't know how to do it yet. So we do need to do that. That would be great, because that would be a way to filter out the best of the memes. But listen, I hate meme streams that are full of duds. You know what the worst thing is? When I go to my meme channel to do a meme stream, and I look and I see a rage comic. If I see a rage comic in my memes channel, like, I just want to leave the internet forever. Okay? It makes me want to TOS. Okay? When I go in and I see Herpina and Derpina, and they're like, the next big meme. Hi, Herp. Hi, Derpina. Foo. Get out of here. Le derp. Le herp. Do the herp-de derp. Do the herp-de. Does anybody know that shit? You want to see a painful meme? I'm pretty sure this is like, oh, it's Shmo-Yoho. They'll hit me. I can't. Shmo-Yoho will hit me. They always hit me. Oh, Vermin, you young one. High school? I was in college when the rise of fucking that shit happened. It's okay. I'll just sing it to you. Ready? It goes, do the herp-de-derp. Do the herp-de-derp. Do the herp-de-derp. There you go. Do the herp-de-derp. There you go. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Also, let me check in on YouTube chat. YouTube chat! You all have been very patient today. I'm sorry I haven't popped in too frequently. Today was I was very preoccupied today, and it's incredibly hard to open an extra window. Much love to you all. Much love to you all. Hope you're doing well. Amen. A woman. NB. True. YouTube chat. Hi. Hi, Jesse Ease. Hi, Dizzy. Hi, Mr. Democracy. Hi, Comrade Cat Pernicus. How you doing? Jonah Feed. Hannah Marie. Jack Mehoff. Hey. Mesmerized. Hi. Yeah. Damn. Much love. Hearts to all of you. There you go. Communal love to you. That is a very difficult question, Nibiru. I can't answer that. I'm sorry. That is a question that has way too many factors. I don't even know how to give you advice. I can't. I just can't. I don't know enough about you or your life. That's a very difficult question. Just be careful and, you know, try to, I don't know. See, I can't even begin. Anyway, I don't even know if I'm the good person to ask because I got disowned by my family. So, I did say NB. I did say NB. What do you mean? I literally said NB. Are you not hearing? Are you not hearing me? Is my mic broken? These people are just dying to cancel me at the moment. Everyone is just dying to cancel me. Jesus Christ. Fucking TikTok and now my own chat. I wonder if TikTok got back to me. Oh, I can't even check it right now. Damn, TikTok fucking canceling me. No, I'm not banned on TikTok. Well, damn. It's a lot of people who want to cancel me. Yeah, I came after your culture, your meme, your rage comic culture. Listen, I'm sorry. I've seen more rage comics than you could possibly know. I have seen ancient rage comics. I am a rage comic? Ooh, maybe. Maybe I was a rage comic in human skin all along. Chick track? I don't want to do chick tracks. I don't want to do chick tracks. I don't want to. I just want to hang out. Can't I just hang out and talk with chat? Can't I just hang out and talk with you guys for a few minutes? Let's vibe. Can't we vibe? We've done so much today. We've been... Oh, by the way, I talked to Vadim today. Fun story. I talked to Vadim today. Vadim's gonna come on soon. Pog. I followed up with Vadim today. Vadim watched us, by the way, just so you know. Vadim went and watched the stream where we watched it. and he said he was so happy to see you all enjoying the video. So, good job, everybody. That was fun as fuck. Made me happy. It made me happy because he deserves it. He deserves some praise. Yeah, it was a fucking good video. Yeah. Oh shit, we got Fancy Amogus in chat. Yeah, that's fine, Gayfesh. I understand. Yeah, it was great. I loved it. It was fucking good. Fuck Tim Pool, basically. Yeah. Do I ever talk about life outside of streaming? A little bit, but I don't talk about it that much. You know, it's mostly stream relevant stuff. Like, I don't know what to talk about. I mean, I guess I do sometimes talk about stuff that I do, like games and movies and stuff, but I don't really like do life updates or anything like that. It's not that interesting. I'm kind of boring. Well, I guess I'm not. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of boring, yeah. I mostly just stream, to be completely honest. Most of my life is streaming these days. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Actually, I had bratwurst for breakfast, which were really fucking good. There you go. Now you get some parasocial knowledge. I had bratwurst this morning. They were fucking great. Yeah, they were so good. Oh, okay, I do Story Mama, but those are very selective slices of my life. You know, I'm 30 years old. I've been all over the fucking place. But, you know, sometimes I like to. I think when it's relevant, when there's something that's relevant to talk about. I mean, for just so you know, when I told the story about working in sales and the differences between being a guy, like a pre-transition, like outwardly identified as guy in sales and a woman in sales, that was really, really great. Like, I feel like that was, I was a little opening up to you all. Like, so I felt a little vulnerable and nervous, but it was really, valuable to me, actually, believe it or not. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, AD5D2D Derek, you know, it's, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I know that there's going to be, listen, this is complicated. Yeah. That was a complicated experience, you know, but I feel like I gained from it. So I'm happy to have shared it with you all. And I think hopefully other people gain from it too. Suggest some good documentaries on Netflix, Hulu. I feel bored and brain dead, so I need something to learn from and fall asleep to. I need so much sleep. Oh, fuck. Documentaries. Is Finding Miss Locklear on there? I don't know. Maybe that one wouldn't be good though. Let's see. Documentaries. Oh, I know a good one. Meru. Look up the movie Meru. Here, it's this documentary right here. This thing, this is fucking wild shit. This is amazing documentary. So good. I think it's on Amazon Prime. But I think it's free on Amazon Prime. I can't remember. It's so good. This movie is so fucking good. It's about a group of people who try to climb. It's about a group of hikers who try to climb a peak that no one else has ever achieved climbing. One of the hardest to climb peaks in the world. The peak of Meru. And it is so wild. So fucking wild. And there's some parts that are a little scary, but they filmed it. They fucking filmed them doing this, like, feat that no one else had accomplished. And it's terrifying. There's a part where they're getting to the top of the mountain and one guy passes the camera down to the other guy, and you get to see him trying to pass a camera while climbing a mountain down to another guy. And it's terrifying and amazing. Terrifying, but also amazing. Just wild. Really good documentary. Totally. There's a good one. Let me think of another one. There is, oh shit, what's it called? Fuck, what's it called? Clubhouse invite? What the fuck do you mean by a clubhouse invite? Tiger King. Oh, nice. Wait, Vermin, were you here when I told the story about the time I rented a car to Tiger King? Were you here when I said that? I literally did. I'm not kidding you. I literally rented a car to Tiger King before he was Tiger King. Well, he was Tiger King, but he wasn't the Tiger King. He wasn't in the show yet. Yeah. Vermin, I used to work in an airport doing car sales, and he came to rent a car, and I was just like, this dude's fucking wild. And he was joking at the time. I had no I remembered him because he was so strange. Oh, that's cool, Ada. Somebody give me an invite. Hey, thank you, Holodor. Yeah, so I rented to this guy. I will wish you luck, Nibiru. Seriously. You know, I wish I could help you more, but there's not much more I can do. But good luck. So yeah, the Tiger King came in and he was literally telling me about how they were coming to my state to try and rescue a tiger or an exotic animal or something. And I was like, hey, that's interesting, but please don't put it in our rental car. And I made like a joke because I thought he was kidding. I thought he was fucking with me. But no. And then when Tiger King came out on Netflix, everybody was talking about it. I went and looked at him like, wait a minute, I know that guy. I rented a car to that guy. I don't think he put it in the car. I was joking with him at the time, like, you know, I don't know what you're talking about, dude, but you know, because we get weird people, you know, when you work in a place like that. But he probably put it in the car. But yeah, he might have. But there was no damage to the car, so he got away with it. But I joked with him because I was like, dude, there's fucking weird people come through airports. I promise you. So many weird stories I have from that job. But, like, so many weird stories. I mean, I told you the luggage castle one already. I told you the luggage fortress. You already got the luggage fortress story. Also, anyway, I have a million stories. I'll try and tell them over time, okay? But yes, I did rent to Tiger King, and it was very weird when I saw the Tiger King become a show that everyone was talking about, and I'm like, I know that guy. I don't know him, but I met him. Oh, really? I missed meeting Colin Mockery by like 5 minutes, which would have been awesome. Colin Mockery is based as fuck. I missed meeting him by like 5 minutes, which sucks. Colin Mockery? Wait, Colin Mockery? You all know this guy. He's from Whose Line? The Whose Line guy. This guy. This guy, by the way, just so you know, this guy right here, based as fuck. Did you know his daughter is trans and he's like a super advocate for trans rights? Not only is he really funny, but he's also like a super advocate for trans rights. And he's like literally like he's yelled at people who like were being weird, like being uncomfortable to his daughter and shit. He's fucking, I have a lot of respect for him. Looking based boomer. Yep, Colin Mockery, PogChamp. Indeed. I can't because it's all copyrighted media. I know, it's so sad, but it's all copyrighted media, so you can't. It's unfortunate. Also, what was her name? Laura, the piano player for Whose Line? Damn. She was so good at piano. Is it worth being a streamer? For me, it has been. I don't know if it will be for everyone. I don't know how to say that. I don't know for sure. For me, it has been. But remember, it has been, while for me, it has been very rewarding, and I have put basically my all into it for sure. I've put like all of it in. It is exhausting. It is challenging. There's a lot of luck involved, and you should do it if you like doing it. If you think you'll have fun with it, do it, and then see how much you can put in. For me, I've really loved being a streamer. I love all of it. I love the wildness. I mean, okay, I don't love everything, but I love the fact that it like there's a ton for me to do. There's always shit for me to work on. Like I could always be working on shit in the Discord or going and hanging out in somebody else's stream and talking about stream stuff or setting up new stuff or reading, you know, all that stuff. I love that shit. So Tubi, well, there you go. Watch it. It's a fucking good movie. There was another documentary I was going to recommend, but I couldn't think of it. Hold on a second. Actually, I want to recommend this. I want to recommend this because it's really good. What was it fucking called? What is this one? God damn it. I'm never going to be able to remember his name. Shit, he has a funky name. He has a funny name, and I don't remember his name. God damn it. No, but I know about Murder Mountain. I know about it. I haven't watched the actual documentary, but I've read about it. Fuck, what's his name? His name has something with like an H. Oh, fuck. He had a series on HBO. No, it was like a really complicated name. He has like a strange name. I think it starts with an H. And his dad had the same name. And his dad was a war journalist, and then he became a war journalist, not Herzog. And then he became a war journalist, and he made this series with HBO that is so good. So fucking good. And I'm trying to remember what it was fucking called. God damn it. This is driving me nuts. I need to think of this. Is it Witness? Oh, it might be Witness series. Let me see. They had different regions. They went to different... Yeah, hey, there he is. Eris Hoagland. Eris Hoagland. Yeah, Hoagland. That guy. Okay, so he has a... Okay, Hoagland. His name is Eris Hoagland. And on HBO, he has a series of movies called Witness X. Yeah, good job, Dango Bangle. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dango. And it's called Witness, like, Area. And he goes to different parts of the world, like war-torn areas, and he films. And he embeds himself with, like, in the wild. This guy has, like, a spine of fucking titanium. Like, literally, this guy got himself, like, choiceably kidnapped by a cartel in Brazil at one point so that he could speak to their leader. And they literally they literally were like, if you want to talk to our leader, we get to decide how it happens. And he's like, okay, just bring my camera guy. And then they came in the middle of the night. They put a bag on his head, on him and his cameraman's head. And then they take him out. And then they take him out into the middle of a field, and they meet. All of them have masks on, and he talks to the leader of this cartel. And they're like, if you don't do what we say, we will kill you. And he's just like, yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I want to hear what you got to say. Dude is nuts. Dude is crazy, but brave. And he has a whole series of really good documentaries about various areas of the world that are like war-torn. And he gets like this footage that nobody else gets. His dad died in, I think it was Iraq, trying to cover I think it was the Iraq War. And his dad got hit by a bomb and killed. Like in a firefight. Like a firefight broke out somewhere where he was filming, and like a mortar shell blew up and killed his dad. His dad was also a war journalist, but he was very inspired by his dad because his dad was hugely influential war journalist. But yeah, so Eris Hoagland, the Witness series. This is very, very, very interesting stuff. Oh, he retired? Oh no, he retired. Oh. Oh shit, Vermin. Oh God, how did he live? Hate thy neighbor? I have not. Oh my God, he left. Oh, he left. Oh, there's an article about it. Oh no. It started to feel like entertainment for intellectuals. Oof. He grew weary of what he was witnessing and skeptical of its worth. Oh, that hurts. Well, I'm glad he's alive and well, Vermin Hands. Oh, that really hurts. I can understand that, though. I mean, he talks about it in his videos, by the way. In his documentaries, he talks about how hard it is and how he deals with the stress. Because the dude's no doubt, like, there's one of his videos, he literally is shown, he's shown the dead body of a opponent of one of the people that he's filming. They, like, literally take him to some undisclosed location, and they're like, look in there. And he's like, why? And they're like, look in there. And he goes and shows the camera, and there's a dead body in there. And they're like, you'll end up like him if you fucking don't do what we say. And there he is. He's dead. So, and there's no way that, you know, he's not allowed to show the camera any location or anything. So there's no way they could find the guy. Like, they know they've got him. That's why they show him. But it's an intimidation tactic. It's fucking wild. And his name is Eris Hoagland. Here you go. Here's the name. Here's his name if you all want to go check it out. It's fucking wild. Yeah, Eris Hoagland. The dude's like real deal. Real shit, dude. Like, this guy, brave as fuck. But again, that's why, yeah, I'm sure he doesn't want to die. I'm sure he doesn't want to die like his father did, you know, which was something he talks about extensively. But anyway, they're really, really, it's a good series. I watched like most of it. Another series, another documentary that's really good. I gotta remember the name of it. It's a movie called Girl Model. And it's not perfect. It has some flaws. But it's still really eye-opening and super, super interesting. Oh yeah, Dark Tourist. Yeah, I've been recommended Dark Tourist. I think you recommended it to me. I gotta check that out. I gotta actually sit down and watch it. So yes, the film, this one called is called Girl Model. Like, that's the title of the film, and it's a documentary about Serbian girls who get basically roped into these contracts where they're usually done by Americans. So these like American model talent agents will go to Serbia and recruit like young girl models from rural villages where they have like no hope of a future, and then they bring them to Japan where they don't speak the language and have them do all this stuff. Usually young girls. Some of them are like really, really young, and other ones are like just at the age of 18. It's very wild. And the like okay, so again, it's a problematic documentary because I feel like it doesn't answer a lot of questions, and it kind of, there's a little bit of slant in it, but there's some unbelievable wild shit in it that you learn about, including they at one point extensively interview one of the managers who oversaw these sort of modeling operations. And it is so incredibly uncomfortable, the interview with this woman who has obviously has devoted her life to this modeling shit, has no clue. Like, I mean, she obviously recognizes it's fucked up, but she's like completely justifying it. like, because she does it. She makes a lot of money off of it, but she's alone. She spends all of her time traveling all over the world for this company, and traffics young people into horrible, oppressive contracts. And she's like trying to explain it, and it unravels before your eyes. So even though I have some problems with the documentary, for that scene alone, it is unbelievable to like witness someone sort of their brain slightly grasping that they're a monster, but not quite able to conclude that they are. Incredible. Unbelievable. So there's another documentary. That's called Girl Model, is what it's called. Very, very fucked film. But, yeah. I think that like one of the main characters that they follow is like a 13-year-old model who's like very clearly anorexic. And it's very sad. But again, I think it's a good documentary, all things considered, even though it has some problems. Like serious critics of the film have brought up that like, it kind of shies away from denouncing some of the people that were involved with the film, and like it kind of hand waves some of the issues. But at the same time, it also has an unprecedented look into the modeling agencies that you can understand, and now people know about, and nobody really had been able to get in and report on this stuff in the past. It's pretty chilling, and depressing, but yeah. Keddy? No, I haven't seen the movie Keddy. Is that a documentary? That sounds great. That sounds cute as hell. Let me put that on my documentary list. Sounds great. Yes. But I mean, it's not, but Breadwave, it goes beyond just any accusations. It just, it kind of shies away from making much commentary, which is a little sad. Yeah. Yeah. So it has flaws. It's a Girl Model is the name of the movie. Girl Model. I recommend watching it with a critical eye because it is fucked, but you'll learn a lot, but it is flawed. It's flawed. But I still liked it, and it has been overall reviewed relatively strongly, but there has been credible critique of the film. Oh, cool. That sounds great. Yeah. But again, I do recommend it. I'm trying to think of other good documentaries. See, this was a good topic. Damn. Who was it who asked me for a documentary? Whoever it was who asked me for a documentary. I'm trying to remember. Was it, who asked me for a documentary originally? Oh, also, thank you, International T-Bone. Ooh, we might need to get on Clubhouse to find some people to debate. Ooh. Yeah, oh, I know Mike Rao is a transphobe. Supercrat, you're amazing. Thank you. That was a good question. It's a fucking good question. Oh, Paris is burning. Yeah, Paris is burning. This is fucked, but important, unfortunately. Hate thy neighbor. Oh, interesting. And of course, by the way, if you ever want good, but also kind of funny, like if you want a nice, well-rounded like documentary series, look up Weird Weekends with Louis Theroux. Louis Theroux is his Weird Weekend series is older, but it holds up so well. Oh my God, it's so good. And there's just so many episodes of it. And it's free online because it was a BBC thing. That's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of libs out there. Okay, I'll put Hate Thy Neighbor on there. That sounds really interesting. I'll put that on my list. I'm expanding my master media recommendation list. But yeah, Louis Theroux, oh my God, there's so many good ones. Louis Theroux did, oh my God, He did one. Oh my God. He did one into, what's it called? Infomercial salesman. He did one into, the porn industry in, like in California, which was wild. So good. Oh, it's so fucking good. And Paris is Burning, of course, is classic. Raised by Wolves. I've heard of that. Oh, yeah. Louis Theroux's episode on the Westboro Baptist Church is a newer episode. Well, newer. It's years old now, but it's newer than the rest of his, than a lot of his other stuff. It's very good. Paris. Oh, Spyro Gal, you gotta see Paris is Burning. It's like an essential. The Keepers? Interesting. I'll put that one on the list. Oh, wow. Oh, that's brave as fuck, Vermin Hands. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm just chilling right now. We're having fun chit-chatting and chatting. You know, just all that kind of stuff. John Itarola's climate change documentary? Oh, I haven't seen that one. The best Pokemon game? Well, I have a soft spot for Gold, but I don't know. I really liked Sapphire. Sapphire and Ruby were really fucking good. Sapphire and Ruby were awesome. This art documentary? Huh. Oh, this is interesting. You know, there was an art documentary I watched that was called The History of Art in 3 Colors, I think is what it was called. It was a BBC documentary about like literally fixating on the development of color technology. It was super interesting. And there was this really beautiful segment where they talk about when ultramarine was discovered and how they discovered ultramarine and how it revolutionized art across the western part of the world because you could have blue all of a sudden, and blue was so hard to make previously. And yeah, it's really amazing. Oh. Yes, I've heard of that, Ada Stardust. Interesting. I should put that on there. Ask a Mortician, huh? Interesting. Oh my god. Oh no, 8D5D2D Derek. That's painful. I've never watched Ask a Mortician. I'm trying to think of any other documentaries I really enjoyed. I'm trying to think. I've seen a lot of documentaries in my time. Well, of course, Herzog. Herzog is always amazing. If you haven't seen Grizzly Man, you got to see Grizzly Man. If you haven't seen Lessons in Darkness, you got to see Lessons in Darkness. Herzog is like amazing. Dango Bangle, that was a porn video, and that was not a documentary. I've seen Grizzly Man 3 times. Have I ever heard of Carl Tanzler? No, I have not. I don't think. Grizzly Man is a fucking good movie. It's very sad, though. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that one. Oh, and then there's Jesus Camp. Jesus Camp is a depressing one, but I found it very interesting. Jesus Camp is a very, very interesting documentary about exactly what it says. Jesus camps. I attended those. A little bit different ones than the one that's in that video, but nonetheless, a lot of similarities. The Kings and Generals YouTube channel. I have not. Yeah, Jesus Camp is really good. Yeah, that was normal. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Gayfish. Yep. She's a based as hell video about the iconic corpse of Lenin. Probably could watch on stream. It's not super graphic or anything. It's super fascinating. Maybe we would watch. That's a good idea to watch on stream. Yep. Yeah. No, Spyro Gal. Have you seen me and Gayfesh's video that we did about the cults we grew up in? Check it out. No, we don't need imp camps. No, we do not. We will not be having imp camps. You should check it out, Spyro Gal. It's real good. I'm gonna do a more formal video about it soon. I don't want to do imp camps. That'd be bad. No, stop. Stop it. I'm gonna spray you all with a spray bottle. Jesus. Do you have a Senate? Sure. Okay, I mean, now, Vermin, now that's a really good idea. Now that is a really good idea. Now that is a good idea, but I'm a long way off from that. Maybe someday if I'm really rich, then maybe I'll do that. If you imps someday turn me into a rich person, I will build a cool summer camp, or I'll donate to or something, or establish a foundation so that it can be ethical and everything like that, and we'll make a fun, cool camp. That would be cool and fun and awesome. Don't worry, there won't be any stupid zip lines that will pulverize children or anything like that. Don't worry. Oh, wait, Vermin, do you not know about that? Oh, I gotta tell that story on stream. I've done it on stream before, way back in the day. The what's it called? The death line? I can't remember what they called it. The death machine? It was a famous, an infamous thread from Something Awful about a guy, an engineer, who was brought into a camp to help them, or was asked to help consult on the creation of a zip line for a summer camp. And they had already begun the project, and as it turns out, it would have killed the children if they had ever actually put children on it. And their original plan was to have like a mattress at the end that would catch the children, but it wouldn't matter. And the engineer was like explaining his frustration and just screaming and ranting in this thread about how much he hated this fucking camp and how they were going to kill these kids. And yeah, it was hilarious. Anyway, it's one of the most famous, it's like a famous Something Awful thread. I have it saved somewhere. I've literally saved it multiple times because it's such a funny story. I've read it on stream before. I read this story on stream way back in the day. Well, who's Carl Tanzler? You got to tell me what it's all about. It's a big video. It can be. Pie all the time. It absolutely can be. Yeah. Yes! 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 I think this is the one. All right, we're going to do it now. Bonus content, everybody. Bonus content. This is the one. Yes, he translated it. Yes! This is the one! Better late than ever. Better late than never. The rip line. An oral history. Here we go. Bonus. Tomorrow, I'll recount the story of the dude who built a zip line for a summer camp with a 143-foot vertical drop tower to tower, bringing a test sandbag up to around 55 to 65 miles per hour by the time it reached the receiving platform. This one is a bit harder to reassemble accurately as the original poster went back and edited all their posts once they realized how boned they were. But the story of it is a dude creates a new post asking for advice. Hey, I work at a summer camp and my bosses gave me a huge pile of money to make something new and fun. So we went ahead and we built the zip line, but it seems to be a bit fast. What can we do? Here's the zip line. Ready? Okay. You got the pictures now? They had a lot of construction expertise on the team. The whole approximately $30,000 project is very solidly built, but they had no engineering experience and they didn't do any math until after it was done. So it turns out that this extremely long, incredibly high zip line has a 19-degree angle of incline, a 143-foot vertical drop, and reaches an end speed of 55 to 65 miles per hour. Declined solutions included a bungee cord. A long enough bungee is too expensive and the risk of failure is way too high. Padding. There's nothing practical that you can hit at 65 miles an hour that won't injure or kill you. An on-harness braking system. Well, you can't rely on 10-year-olds to brake, and it's a failure point. Off-harness braking system, like a counterweight, too complex and a failure point. Passive braking, like dragging a rock or something along the ground. Passive resistance from a giant fan. Won't do anything, and now you're hurtling at 55 miles per hour towards spinning blades. Put a lot of slack in the line so that riders hit a nadir and slow as they reach the receiving platform. Well, let's go back to that height issue. Because they didn't want to risk any kid ever coming close to the ground, the nadir of the line is almost 40 feet off the ground. So you could put a lot of slack in the line and it would still be 20 plus feet off the ground, which is a problem if you need to make sure that 70-pound kids make it to the end while 200-pound teenagers don't smack into the platform below, still going 30 plus miles per hour. If the light kids slow too much, they might not even make it to the platform and are now suspended 20 feet off of the ground in the middle of a gulch. So, getting the slack to be just right is almost impossible because you're not trying to bleed a couple feet per second of velocity to smooth out the landing. You're trying to drop from highway speeds down to a light sprint. So this raises the question, just how far off target were they? How much taller was the tower than it ought to have been? About 19 times. We had a very productive couple of days, Thursday and Friday. On Thursday, we sat down and did some math. G times 143 equals 0.5 V squared. That's 95 feet per second or 65 miles per hour. We knew that from this thread, thanks Daughtery Meerkat. So we decided that maybe 15 miles per hour might be more sane. So we plugged that in for V and solved for H. We came up with 7.5 feet. That's right. We overshot the optimal height by 19 times. Good for us. What this means is that they should have built a 7.5 foot tall platform. And they built a 143 foot tall platform. 7.5, 153 foot platform. The reception of this rip line, the machine to kill children, is of course only enhanced by the mass grave aesthetic of the wide gulch that they bulldozed out between the two towers. This one just kind of peters out. Like I said, the OP went back and deleted all of his posts to just say never mind after he realized how screwed he was. But shortly for that, he left us this gem. I'll post pictures of the new and improved plan so you armchair lawyers can tell me how stupid I still am and how the lawsuit storm clouds are swirling above my head. Oh no! Visual aids, if you so desire. Here we go. Hill launch tower. Actual receiving tower. Actual optimal receiving tower. 175.5 feet. Literally taller than the Washington Monument. So this, as it stands, basically slingshots tiny children into their death over here. It's just like, whoosh, and then they're just dead. Just red smear. Like literally, there was, oh my God, it's so fucking funny. Literally. Okay, so the original meme was titled "A Machine to Kill Children." And there was jokes. You should, oh my God, I wish you could see. I'll find you them. I have them saved somewhere here. At some point, I'll do a second part of this. But there's screenshots from the actual thread of what people are saying in response, and they're like, oh yeah, just put a mattress on there, then you'll have a child smashed into a mattress. And it's just like, holy shit, like literally a machine designed to obliterate children into dust. Okay, I want you to think about this. I'm sure many of you have driven a car at 65 miles an hour. You don't survive a car accident at 65 miles an hour most of the time. It's very lethal, okay? I might make this a segment. We'll see. But yeah, just put 20 feet of ballistic gel. Whatever. But problem with ballistic gel is when you hit ballistic gel, it's hard. So you will die. There is nothing that they could have done besides building the tower 175 feet taller. Now, listen, I know you're like, well, that can't be that big of a deal, right? Like, right? It's like, oh, come on. They built this one. Well, they had a mountain. It turns out it's really hard to build a 175-foot tower and then have children climb a ladder 175 feet into the air. Can you imagine having fucking children at a summer camp literally climbing the height of a mountain on a fucking rickety ass ladder? And what's the alternative? You have an elevator that's like pulled by rope all the way up to the top? Are you gonna try and build like a spiral staircase 175 feet up into the air? Listen, I have been on some very tall water slides in my life, and walking up the stairs around a water slide which might be 25 feet tall is terrifying. I don't think you can understand how terrifying it would be to try and walk up a stairway or staircase around the outside of a 175-foot tower. That is some... Yeah, exactly. There you go. Like, you literally have them bounce down into a giant... there's a pit that has a trampoline on it, and they go... Boing, boom, and they get fired up in the air, and then they have to use a squirrel suit to glide over to the top of the tower. There were people in the thread who were suggesting that they use the money to buy a gun instead and just shoot the children when they come to the camp because it would be more efficient. That was like some of the suggestions that people were giving in the comment thread. Just like, why don't you use the $30,000 to buy like a gun and just kill the children when they arrive at camp? Because that's what you're basically going to do right now. Yeah, a machine to kill children. Yes. Like, look at this. Look at this. Holy shit. I want you to look at... Some of these things are just stunning, right? Because even if you could get them to slow down, do you know how terrifying it would be right here? On this part of the ride, you would be in free fall. For the child, it would feel like free fall. So even if you could get it to slow down in time, this would essentially feel like free fall down the side of a mountain. And then you would maybe, at the end, you would feel the latch as you get whipped upwards and go whoosh. And you would still be, even at the bottom of it, 40 feet above the ground. Yeah, you'd break your neck. So wild. Yeah, here's the little car. Well, I mean, you saw the photos, right? Let's look. Here, we'll look at the photos again. Just now we've got the whole idea. This is the actual photos of the thing. Here's the thing on top of the mountain, right? Here's the thing on the mountain. This is the gulch below. This is where they dug it out below. So you're going from way up here and you basically fall rapidly downwards, and then you're still elevated 40 fucking feet. Yes, this is real. Eli Caval, this was real. This was like this was like a gem of the early internet. Look at this. Look at the line. That would be your experience. Free falling down to there. You would be free falling until the nadir. Yeah, this is basically a euthanasia coaster. Yes, I agree. Yes. Actually, I kind of want to watch one more thing with you all. I kind of want to watch one more thing. Oh, that's disturbing. Strange. Wow, that's a strange link you've sent me. Do you want to watch something funny? Less extreme, but also very funny. I think we can watch Defunct Land, right? I think we can watch a Defunct Land. I'm having fun. Here we go. This is the best. This is so good. All right, I think we can watch Defunct Land without getting slapped. Okay, look, this is so good. This is a short little one. Oh, we'll watch Action Park another time. Fun fact, everyone. I have been to a park that was based on Action Park. I have literally multiple times in my life ridden on a concrete slide almost identical to the one at Action Park. And yes, while I was not injured, one of my friends and one of my siblings did get injured. Yeah, concrete slides are actually fun, but they're very dangerous. Concrete slides are good when you have the little cart, but if you get injured, they're very dangerous. I mean, literally, the jackass guy, whatever his name is, I always forget his name. A concrete slide? Here, I'll show you. Let me show you. Steve-O. Yeah, Steve-O knocked his eyeball out on one of these. Literally. He popped his eyeball out on one of these. This is it. This is what they look like. Here you go. Look. This right here. This is an alpine concrete slide. This is an alpine slide. So, alpine slides, you have a little cart and you shoot down the side of a mountain. These are built into the side of mountains and you zip down. Now, these things are disasters. These are legal disasters, by the way. They're really fun. I've been on these so many times you can't even believe. But I'm just saying the injury rate on these things are wild. Like, the injuries are ridiculous. And I've witnessed multiple injuries while I was going on them. Yeah. Oh yeah, they don't do helmets. Kids lose their teeth all the time. My friend got the tip of his nose burnt off because he turned around to look behind him as he was going on a slide, and when he turned back around, he went up on the corner and his nose dragged against the concrete and went, and literally he had a flat spot on his nose. I'm not kidding you. That actually happened. I'm not kidding you. He got to the bottom and his nose was bleeding, and he was like, he's like, Mom, I fucking hit my nose, and his nose was fucking flat. Yeah, they put him on ski slopes. Usually you take a ski lift to the top. You found the thread. Oh, you're amazing. Yes. Okay, we found the original thread. Yes. Oh, Goddess Trans Girl. Yes. Here it is. Here we go. Welcome back, friends. I'm not going to shit out one of these days, but when the border Chowder Julius gifted me an archives account, I knew I had to look for one particular thread. Tell me how to fix this zip line. Sadly, this one won't be as good because the OP deleted all of his posts. I've salvaged what I can from people that quoted him. This is a thread about zip lines, but someone did something really ugly. Sorry, we're closed. The story, as far as I understand it, is that the OP, Dexter Stratton, works at a summer camp. His boss told him and his coworkers to build a zip line, but apparently to just figured out DIY style instead of, hiring an engineering and construction company. Somehow these budgetary restrictions did not keep them from spending $40,000 on 2 very large platforms and digging out a massive artificial valley between them. The contraption had a vertical difference from start to end points of 143 feet. For reference, that's larger than the first drop on most roller coasters circa the mid 1990s. This is what it looked like. Here's the pictures that we saw before. Oh, hey, they have new other pictures. So cool. When we started planning, we asked for an engineer but was told there wasn't money. It's like this. The director wanted a zip line and asked us to build one in a specific area. We can build anything, but we don't always get to have input as to whether or not we should build it. And all along we were saying, I just wonder how this is supposed to stop. No one was surprised when the first test weight slammed into the pole, and by then all of the money for the project had been spent. OP then does the logical thing, asks the posters of something awful how to fix his zipline so that it does not murder every single child that uses it. Are you serious? Says one user. 143-foot vertical drop from platform to platform? I guess make whatever you have hanging off the zip line have a speed governor somehow. Friction material on pulleys? Instead of creating ways to slow the person down, just make it so they don't go that fast to begin with. Also, get a lot of insurance. Yeah, that's sort of the problem. It turns out it works out to be an almost 19-degree slope, and most zip lines don't ever go over 10 degrees. Really, I'm just hoping someone in this 100,000 pool of generally smart people might have dealt with an issue like this before and can throw me an answer. A user replies, without changing the geometry of your platforms, you'll have to deal with all the potential energy you have from that height change. I remember seeing a show on those gondola lift rescue teams and their zipline things had brakes on them. The way you're approaching it right now, you're trying to make them stop at almost full speed. Set it up where they can't get that fast to begin with. Another user, I figured it was some cheap backyard setup, but these pictures are terrifying. What speeds are you reaching at the end? The response, without friction, about 65 miles per hour from the quick back of the envelope math. Here we go. Another user response. How about something squashable on the end of the line? Ideally, variably squashable, like old tires at the back for mostly solid stopping power. And then, I don't know, bike tires and then dense foam and then whatever else works. I know the zip line I rode as a kid had old tires mounted sideways as the stopping block at the end so you wouldn't crash into anything more solid. They may have had some sort of metal rivet eye roll thing around the piercings to minimize friction on the line. I don't remember, but that's what I would do if I was to build one. Same basic idea as the bungee cord, but simpler and less prone to catastrophic wear. Actually, how about this? A whole bunch of mattress springs around the line near the bottom and a sideways old tire at the top and bottom of the lines as a stop block. Maybe extra old tires at the bottom to make absolutely sure that even if the springs were squashed right down to nothing, you still wouldn't hit the post. Another user wrote, add a second line running parallel to the main suspension cable. This line would be a circular loop and go around a drum wheel at each end. Multiple wraps around the drum for friction at the braking end would be a good idea. The rider is attached to a device that slides down the main suspension cable, and the device is permanently affixed to the second cable, such that the drum needs to rotate for the rider to move down the zip line. The return on the cable loop should be very far away from the rider, so the rider cannot contact it even if it's bouncing. Then add a braking system to the drum. Rider goes down, operator uses the brake to control the drum and therefore the rider's speed. For additional safety, add a second braking system at the other end of the line so that the rider can be stopped using either the top or bottom braking system. Adding additional cable run out at the lower end with a cargo net on bungees would also be a good idea in case the braking system fails, which would kill the child instantly. Dexter's reply to this is deleted except for a partial repost. 2 problems with this. Empty. And then another person quoted this and replied, there's one problem with this. It wouldn't ever work. There's no way you could practically build a fan blade large enough to make any difference. You really, really need to get a professional on this before somebody gets killed. Somebody else, the gay bean, the gay bean responded, can you really just decide to do this and do it? I mean, aren't there permits, inspectors, and the like, as with any other structure that you build? Another user, if you do not re-engineer this or retool this, you have built a death ride. Congratulations. Speeds of 44 to 60 miles per hour. Are you fucking kidding me? You do not tone that down. You tear it down. Any other option is inviting yourself to lawsuit hell. It's a great looking platform. Too bad it was designed for murder speed. If you do not implement a modification, to something that can kill to make it, now it's usable. You start from the get-go and you design something that under 99% of cases, this will be damn safe. You do not retool bad designs to make it work when lives are at stake. This is for children, for Christ's sake. Dead Pressed says, Jesus Christ, this is the reason there are consultants and engineers in the world. What the fuck were you guys thinking just erecting this without knowing, one, how fast you'd be going, and two, how to stop your velocity? And then somebody else says, just have the bad kids ride it. Oh my God. Just make the bad kids ride it. Get some small parachutes like they use at professional zipline places for people who are too heavy for the established system to slow them down enough. Also, not understanding all the internet spurgage, that's their words, spurgage, over finding an engineer to design all of this. A zipline is not it's a zipline, not a particle accelerator. And then somebody responds to that and says, hey, particles don't die and they can't sue your brains out when they get accelerated too much. I'll post pictures of the new and improved plan so you armchair lawyers can tell me how stupid I am and how the lawsuit storm clouds are swirling above my head. We had a very productive couple of days. This is the one I read before. They overshot the optimal height by 19%. The rest of his post isn't quoted, but the replies make it clear the OP is committed to letting children ride this thing. As a mechanical engineer, I hope to Christ you get someone who knows what they're doing to dissuade you, because otherwise you're going to have one huge lawsuit on yourself when you kill a kid. Your engineer friend willing to sign off on it is crazy, because this has so many issues, it's unbelievable. Then he replies, the person replies, this thread should take a deep breath. It's Saturday. No one should be this pissed off on a Saturday. First of all, to answer a few questions, there is no governing body over challenge courses, zip lines, and the like. There's the ACCT that issues a list of guidelines for zip lines, but will not certify anything built by anyone. With that being said, after everything was constructed, we had the head of the PUD come out and look at our cables and poles. He told us everything we built was better than what his crew had done to string the high tension 250,000 volt lines that come from the hydroelectric dam upriver from us. So we felt pretty good about that. Another problem. Children aren't high voltage lines. Children aren't high voltage lines. This is the same as the particle accelerator thing. Somebody replies, lol, yep, someone's gonna die. At this point, the fuck you and die subforum links to it. Some goon actually built this shit for a summer camp and assumed it would work perfectly and not kill the kids. Somebody else says, for only $20 a day, we will throw your child off a mountain, instantly killing them. Somebody else says, that looks tree punk as hell. Hell, it even looks like an empty mass grave. Look at the man on your left. Now look at the man on your right. By the end of summer adventure camp, they will both be dead. The zip line ends at the truck, but the ride doesn't end at the end of the truck. From there, the kids are driven to the set of American gladiators, where they must fight Blaze Bro, Nitro, and Wild Dog, all of whom have been given permission to use wrestling moves on the children. Check ignition, and may God's love be with you. We've really fucked the grade, but the goons sure think old tires will stop you there. Now it's time to send your children down, if you dare. I know why you died last summer. G times 153 equals 0.5 V squared. So we need to, yes? Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Andrews. Your daughter is perfectly fine. I was just hoping you could help us out with the math here. So, sorry. V is velocity. 143 is the drop in feet. And G is your daughter, Sandy. Oh, God. Dear mother, Camp Zippy Week 3 is fun. No longer afraid of death. odd distaste for life. Tomorrow's activity is round 2 of telephone line or power line, and I don't care if I lose anymore. I might just try to sabotage Colin's turn. There's only 1 day left, always starting over. It is given to us at dawn and taken away from us at dusk. Best wishes, Corey, age 8. Someone links to a previous post of Dexter Stratton. What are your favorite things to do outside? Crash things, sail things. Somebody replies, crash things, like children, into the mountainside. Oh my God, he's a former airline baggage handler. Hey, I'm a former airline baggage handler. Bags fly free. However, sending your child flying to his death costs only $20. Somebody replies, supersonic youth. The expressway to your skull. My child is goo. Across the trees. Oh my God. So fucking good. I always want to. I need to add this. I need to add this particular record to my account. How do I add this to my account? I love this so fucking much. How do I get this? Oh, I'm not signed in. Okay, I'll do this in a minute. I'll save it here. I have to. I'll save it. I already have it saved somewhere, but it's so good. Now we got to watch this. Let's watch this. Now this is not nearly as intense. However, it is also incredibly funny. That forum is an ancient place called Something Awful. Something Awful. You may remember. Some of you ancients may remember this place. Anyway, I want to watch this Defunct Land episode together. This is really funny. Oh yeah, I can link it here. Of course you were Marinara. That makes so much sense. Oh, I remember Low Tax. Oh boy. Low Tax is still around. Anyway. You paid, gay fash. Ooh. Anyway, nah, it's fine. Let's watch this. This is Defunct Land, the history of the worst Six Flags roller coaster ever. Green Lantern, first flight. Oh yes, we'll do Grover House another time. Get ready to laugh more because this is amazing.
Amusement and theme park rides are often divisive. What is beloved by one fan might be despised by another. There are endless debates on whether any given ride is good
Cyborg,
or bad,
that's how it works.
thrilling or uncomfortable, fun or boring. But every now and then, the stars align and a majority opinion emerges, and fans, critics, and casual guests alike all come together in their shared love or hatred of an attraction. And in Six Flags' case, there is no coaster in recent history that has been so widely rebuked as Magic Mountain's Green Lantern First Flight.
Just wait. Also known as the Ball Crusher. Perhaps it was the inspiration for Mickey's Dick Smasher.
On May 29, 1971, Magic Mountain opened its gates. The park, located in Valencia, a neighborhood of Santa Clarita, California, opened with 38 listed attractions. Of those, 3 were created by Intamin, a Swiss-based ride designer and manufacturer that had opened just a few years prior. Another designer and manufacturer, the California-based Aero Development, famous for its contributions to Disneyland, would provide 4 rides to Magic Mountain, including the park's signature coaster, Gold Rusher. This, combined with the Bradley & Kay Little Dipper Kiddie Coaster, meant that the park would only operate 2 coasters in its first year. But this would soon change. Over the next 3 decades, the park would gain an additional 15 coasters, lose 3 of them, for a grand total of 13 by 2000. This put Magic Mountain, which had since been bought by Six Flags and renamed to Six Flags Magic Mountain.
Wait, do you not know about Mickey's Dick Smasher? Listen, it's great. Okay, here's how it works. All right, Mickey's Dick Smasher. There's a cart with guests in one end. There's a cart with guests in another. They go down a slope, and you have the guest with their dick on a little thing, and the 2 carts go bam, and they smash your dick, and everybody has a great time. The one guest gets their dick smashed. The other 2 get a great line, get a great ride. It's Mickey's Dick Smasher. It's great, fantastic.
In striking distance of Cedar Point. Amusement parks thrive on records. It is almost a requirement for parks to have at least one ride that can boast being the tallest, fastest, longest, or first of its type, but the record for the most coasters in a
Is this the one? Is this the original one? Disney World's new. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Here you go. Here, I'll open this up and we'll look at it as a little. This is a great to mix in with this documentary. Here you go. Mickey's Dick Smasher. Here you go. 2 roller coasters that collide into each other. Guy or girl stands here and gets their dick mashed between the 2 roller coasters. As you can tell, this was made by a trans person, obviously. Roller coaster cart design. Optimal dick smashing height. Here's the weeks. Noise comes from here. The ride in action. Works perfectly. I see nothing wrong with this. My idea for a new Disney World ride. Please signal boost this so that the ride can be at Disney World. Oh, look, you can support them on Patreon still. Splendid Land. Damn, they're not doing bad for themselves. I think they're on Twitter too. I also made a meme once. We need a dick. Yeah, we need a Mickey's Tit Smasher. Anyway, let's get back to the documentary.
Single park is an especially coveted title. Six Flags Magic Mountain announced in late 2000 their intention to add 2 additional coasters, bringing Magic Mountain's total to 15 and beating out Cedar Point by 1. One of the rides would be a record-breaking Vekoma boomerang named Deja Vu, and the other would be a coaster unlike anything on Earth. Aero, which had become Aerohus and then Aerodynamics, now had 3 coasters operating at Six Flags Magic Mountain, and they were partnering with the park to create a one-of-a-kind coaster, using a design patented in the mid-90s by John F. Mayers, an attorney that apparently just patents coaster designs in his free time. Aero and Six Flags Magic Mountain set out to build the first ever 4th dimension roller coaster. A 4th dimension coaster is characterized by the addition of a horizontal axis, in which the cars can turn and spin guests perpendicular to the track. This can create additional inversions, or even keep guests upright as the vehicle inverts. Aero's coaster, designed by engineer Alan Schilke, used 4 rails rather than the standard 2. 2 rails would keep the train on the tracks, and the other 2 would use a rack and pinion gear to control the spin of the seats. So while the coaster would appear to spin freely, the rotation would be controlled and the same for every guest as the train made its way along the track. The coaster was an innovative concept.
By the way, Defunct Land is awesome. If you find engineering fascinating, this shit is incredible. Yeah, like the engineering that goes into this is sometimes wild. Like, it's unbelievable, but yeah.
Aero, who had lost significant ground in the industry since their heyday decades prior. The coaster, titled simply X, or sometimes Xtreme, was planned to open in the summer of 2000, but this would not be the case. Design issues and miscalculated construction costs would delay the build months, with previews taking place in December and the ride finally opening on January 12, 2002. The ride would put Six Flags Magic Mountain at 15 coasters, 1 more than Cedar Point, awarding Magic Mountain the coveted title.
No, this
However,
isn't Lance.
The ride's debut was not the celebration that it should have been for Aero or Magic Mountain. Aero lost millions on the coaster. The unique design was supposed to put them back on the map, but it instead forced them into bankruptcy. On top of this, Six Flags' frustration over the delays and mechanical issues led them to sue Aero, which was the final nail in the coffin for the company. Meanwhile, Magic Mountain was doing their best to keep the attraction operating through constant mechanical issues, which caused delays in opening every day and multiple downtimes. The dispatch rate of the unique design was slow as well, and wait times could be as long as 5 hours. The reception of the ride itself was generally positive, ignoring these inconveniences, but it was clear that the ride was not functioning correctly. In early June of 2002, after only 6 months of operation, Magic Mountain closed X for repairs. In the meantime, Cedar Point was able to win back the title of most coasters operating in a single park with their addition of Wicked Twister. This would be brief, as X would be up and running again in August, resulting in a tie between the 2 parks. Aero and its assets would be sold to the Utah-based manufacturer SNS, which created SNS Aero to continue the company's legacy. However, SNS seemed to be only interested in the 4th dimension coaster, and using X's design, SNS Aero would build the world's second 4th dimension coaster, named Ejinika, at Fujiku Highland in Japan. This coaster had a few design differences that fixed many of the issues of X, which was still struggling at Magic Mountain. After years of issues, delays, downtimes, and even periods of closure for maintenance, Six Flags bit the bullet and revamped the ride. In December of 2007, X closed for renovations, opening back up on May 24th, 2008 as X2 or X Squared. A new color scheme, new effects, new trains, and critically, a new loading system was implemented. X2 operated more efficiently and was better received by guests. Despite all of the issues with the initial Fourth Dimension coaster, the promise of the concept did not go unnoticed. Rival manufacturer Intamin began designing their own Fourth Dimension coaster in the mid-2000s, debuting their version, named the Intamin Zackspin, in 2007. Two Zackspins were created, Hirnu at Linnanmäki in Finland, and Inferno at Terra Mítica in Spain. Despite being Fourth Dimension coasters, giving riders the ability to flip on a horizontal axis, there were significant differences between Intamin and Arrow's design. First, the Zackspin's track is laid out vertically, resulting in a very small footprint and compact design. Second, while X2 had 7 cars to a train, with 2 guests on either side of a car, and all 28 guests facing the same direction, the Zackspin had a single vehicle, with 4 guests on either side, 2 facing one way and 2 facing the other. This resulted in difference number 3. The axis of the rotation was not centered to the riders, rather it was centered to the car. And finally, and most importantly, the Zackspin models were free spinning. While Arrow's designed predetermined rotations, Intamin's varied depending on weight distribution. The first 2 Zackspins were rather short in length. In 2009, a slightly larger Zackspin in Grönalund in Sweden, named Insane, would debut. 2 years after that, Intamin would create a 4th Zackspin, identical in layout to Insane. This would be the first Zackspin to debut in North America, and it will be located at none other than Six Flags Magic Mountain. On October 20th, 2010, Six Flags Magic Mountain announced the addition of 2 new coasters, a relocated kiddie coaster from Six Flags New Orleans, and a new Zackspin themed to the Green Lantern titled Green Lantern First Flight.
We're having fun right now.
Six Flags, which used to be owned by Time Warner until 1998, still had a close relationship with the Warner Brothers movie studio, holding the long-term licensing rights to many of their classic characters and DC Comics heroes. The new ride would take this synergy one step further, as the new Zackspin was set to debut at the same time of the Green Lantern film starring Ryan Reynolds, which was scheduled to open June 15, 2011. This was somewhat appropriate, as both would be received similarly. Green Lantern First Flight would be located in the westernmost section of the park, which at the time was named the Gotham City Backlot. It would be renamed to DC Universe to accommodate Green Lantern's addition. The ride would take over a small section of land that at the time held trees, lunch tables, and a Gotham City statue. Construction began in early 2011 and continued into the early summer. However, the ride would miss its opening date, being delayed 2 weeks past the movie's premiere. Testing began in June, and there were a few kinks to work out. In reality, this was probably just caused by someone not tightening the lid on the water test dummies. But never ignore an omen. The ride
such a bad sign when the water dummies like spew their innards out. I'm sorry, can we watch that again? That was so funny.
However, the ride would miss its opening date, being delayed 2 weeks past the movie's premiere. Testing began in June, and there were a few kinks to work out. In reality, this was probably just caused by someone not tightening the lid on the water test dummies. But never ignore an omen. The ride had the same specs as Insane. It was 107 feet tall and reached speeds of 35 miles an hour. It was celebrated as the first ever completely vertical pattern zigzag roller coaster featuring 360-degree spinning seats in North America. What took them so long? Most importantly, for marketing, it was a record-breaking coaster, technically. The coaster itself broke no records. As aforementioned, it was a clone of Insane. However, the existence of the coaster broke arguably the most important record, which is, of course, the most coasters in a park. Green Lantern First Flight would be the park's 18th coaster, beating Cedar Point's 17.
Now with the most coasters on the planet, go big. Go Six Flags Magic Mountain.
This was just in time for Magic Mountain's 40th anniversary, and the park touted that they now had the most comprehensive collection of thrilling coasters anywhere in the world. A media event was held for the ride on June 30th, 2011. The grand opening ceremony was star-studded. Aquaman was there, Wonder Woman was there, and of course the Green Lantern himself was there. In brightest day, in blackest night, in spandex that hide nothing from sight.
There's too much confetti, I can't see!
The following day, the ride was open to the public. guests would approach the ride, viewing the coaster, a large Green Lantern power battery, and a large Green Lantern illustration. They would pass under a sign for Ferris Aircraft, where courage takes
Yeah, you wanna
flight.
see
The
that?
fictional
You wanna
aircraft
replay
company where
that?
Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern
Here, we'll do a
himself,
quick
and following
replay.
day-
I'm sorry, that's so funny. I just love it so much.
The following day, the ride was open to the public. Guests would approach the ride, viewing the coaster,
Yes,
a
it
large
does.
Green Lantern power battery, and a large Green Lantern illustration. They would pass under a sign for Ferris Aircraft, where courage takes flight. The fictional aircraft company where Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern himself, was a test pilot. They would pass by a model of a plane and more information on Ferris Aircraft. As guests entered the Q building, they would be met with Ab and Sir's wrecked starship. The next room would feature a Green Lantern power battery and a pre-show video of animated Green Lantern illustrations. Next, they would be greeted by a sign featuring the Green Lantern Oath. The line would then be split so that guests could board on both sides of the track. Guests would be seated 8 to a vehicle, 4 in each car, with 2 passengers facing forward and the other 2 facing back. The ride began and the spin was unlocked, giving riders their first preview of what was to come. They would lock in position as guests began their ascent,
Yes, there is.
resulting in
God,
guests
okay.
climbing the lift hill at a number of angles depending on weight distribution. Guests would then brave the 107-foot or 33-meter lift hill before beginning their zigzag descent along the 828-foot or 252-meter track. The most intense section was the final element, which whipped guests up and over a steep curve before locking the cars upright and returning guests to the boarding area. Guests would exit the ride on the backside of the Q building. The entire experience was about 60 seconds. Reviews of Green Lantern First Flight were generally positive out of the gate, and fans and critics praised the coaster as an intense and thrilling addition to Magic Mountain, compacting some of the unique experiences of X2 into a small footprint. Some critics were underwhelmed, calling it a glorified flat ride, but overall, reviews were good. The ride had a maximum capacity of around 800 people an hour, but Magic Mountain almost always ran the attraction with fewer than the maximum amount of vehicles, resulting in the capacity being closer to 500 an hour. Guest demand for the small coaster was not as overwhelming as the larger attractions, but it seemed that Green Lantern First Flight was a solid, thrilling addition to Magic Mountain. However, guests' opinions were about to do a 180. As it turns out, Zack spins are much more about the spin than the Zack. It was reported that the maximum amount of 360-degree rotations the free-spinning cars on Green Lantern First Flight could accomplish was 3, with the minimum being 0. But many reported in the early months accomplishing 4, 5, or even 6 spins. The amount of rotations depended on the weight distribution of the car, and reportedly, how much the cars were allowed to spin. The latter rumor purported that there was a friction mechanism that the park or ride operators could control, so while the cars would still be free spinning and capable of 360-degree rotations, the amount of force necessary to make a full rotation could be much greater depending on the setting. But this has not been confirmed.
Smash your head on
Weight
a Lego.
distribution, on the other hand, definitely
One of the worst
plays
roller
a huge
coasters
role.
ever.
Supposedly, ride operators in European parks where the other 3 Zaxspin coasters resided make an effort to maximize the number of rotations by purposefully picking heavier riders and pairing them with lighter ones. Of course, Six Flags would not make this same effort, resulting in varying ride experiences. Fewer rotations leading to a less thrilling ride was not even the real problem. The biggest issue was the experience that fewer rotations could cause. Not only is going upside down fun, but on the Zaxspin's intense zigzag descent, it is often necessary to avoid whiplash. Cars that are inverting with the curves of the track have the force of each sharp turn distributed more comfortably. But if the car remains upright the whole time, riders are violently pushed, pulled, raised, and dropped, banging around in their restraints, defeating the enjoyment and purpose of the ride. Plus, as previously mentioned, Zaxspins placed guests off the horizontal axis in which they spin, exacerbating the whiplash effect, as each guest is essentially catching up with the movement of the ride. The restraints were also less than comfortable, with many guests complaining of pain in the shoulders and, in some cases, hits below the belt. To put it delicately, it was a pelvic nightmare. This tainted the ride for many guests, but the complaints were minimal during the ride's opening months. It wasn't until early 2012 that the ride would develop its reputation among coaster fans and regular guests as one of, if not the worst Six Flags coaster in operation. Through late 2011 and early 2012,
Tainted the ride, I
ride
never
experienced
caught
a
that
few
one.
breakdowns, leaving riders either facing the sky or upside down for an extended period of time. This was either a prevalent issue or something Six Flags wanted to avoid entirely, as an adjustment was made to the ride's design to prevent this from happening. The vehicles, which prominently displayed fins that appeared in the formation of a throwing star, were given additional metal,
soon,
filling
Rockfin.
in the gaps, resulting in a solid structure. Reportedly, this weighed the vehicles down and significantly reduced the amount of possible rotations. And after this change, riders reported a much worse and much more painful experience. Some called the ride neutered, fitting considering that others began reporting that this is what the ride did to them. This is not merely to engage in the immature humor of the classic low blow. The only ball busting going on here was that of the ride. The reports of crotch botches plagued the ride's reputation.
My husband calls it the ball crusher.
The ride was advertised as an attraction capable of, quote, squeezing a lifetime of action into 90 seconds. But many riders claimed after the change that it only squeezed one's ability to make a life out of them in 90 seconds. The ride's bad reputation would only grow throughout the years, and a palpable hatred was brewed. In July of 2014, Green Lantern First Flight and all of the Intamin Zaxpins were closed out of caution after an 18-year-old man died after falling out of the Inferno Zaxpin in Spain. It was soon revealed that the park had modified the attraction's restraint without the knowledge of Intamin, and the other Zaxpins were reopened. The following year, a new fourth dimension free-spinning coaster would open at Six Flags Fiesta Texas named Batman the Ride, but this would not be developed by Intamin. Rather, SNS Aero, which had since been acquired by Sansei Technologies. The company had built one additional fourth-dimensional coaster in X2 style at China Dinosaurs Park, named Dinoconda, but this would be the last of its kind that SNS Sansei would develop. Batman the Ride was similar to a Zaxpin, but different in a few key ways that solved many of the problems that Intamin's design had. First, riders were separated into cars of 2 rather than 4, and the axis was centered on the seats, more specifically the riders' stomachs, resulting in a more comfortable experience and a somersaulting effect. Second, the cars use a magnet and fin mechanism that allowed for force spins in key areas, while allowing free spinning during the rest of the ride. This concept, again designed by Alan Schilke, was a huge success, and a total of 9 SNS free spins had been installed throughout the world. To compete, Intamin announced a new generation of their free spin model that shared more than a few similarities to SNS's version, although so far, none have been installed. As fourth dimension coasters spread throughout the world, Green Lantern First Flight continued to disappoint. The amount of negative reviews for the attraction cannot be overstated. It was truly despised by many, while there was a minority of people that enjoyed the attraction and thought everyone else was not tough enough for it. Many more Magic Mountain visitors actively avoided the ride. And then suddenly, in July of 2017, Magic Mountain closed the coaster, giving no explanation as to why. Rumors circulated that a woman had hurt her back on the ride and was suing the park, but nothing official ever surfaced. In early 2018, trim brakes were installed, leading many to believe that the ride was just being modified for reopening. However, this was not the case. The ride remained closed for the rest of the year. In early 2019, Magic Mountain guests noticed that the ride was being tested. However, this time the rumor was not that the ride would reopen. Rather, the coaster was being tested before it was to be sold or moved. This most likely was the case, as it was soon revealed that La Ronde, a Six Flags park in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, was to receive the ride, which would be renamed Vipère. Six Flags Magic Mountain's official reasoning for removing the coaster was to make way for new development. No progress has begun on the area, and the queue still remains intact. The coaster was dismantled in late 2019 and transported to La Ronde, where it was to open in 2020, but the COVID-19 outbreak has indefinitely delayed the ride's opening. Green Lantern First Flight's replacement was rumored to be an RMC Raptor single-rail coaster. Plans were filed with LA County, but the park's closure, also due to COVID-19, will postpone and potentially cancel these plans. Luckily, the removal of Green Lantern First Flight would not affect Six Flags Magic Mountain's title of the most coasters in a single park. More coasters had been added since Green Lantern First Flight's debut, and Magic Mountain now has a 2-coaster lead over Cedar Point, with Magic Mountain at 19 and Cedar Point at 17, although many fans would argue quality over quantity. Green Lantern First Flight was about as universally hated as a coaster could get. It was not without its fans, but the majority of guests seemed to agree that it was not worth the whiplash. Most disappointingly, the ride was received well before the modifications. It is possible that the coaster could have lived on with a much different reputation if Six Flags had not made the change. It is not often that the removal of a ride of any kind is cheered, but if there's a silver lining to be had, unsuspecting guests will no longer be subjected to the pain and whiplash caused by Green Lantern, so long as they don't watch the movie.
Oh, got a little burn in there at the end. See, I told you. It's fucking good, right? It's a good. I love Defunct Land, and I was happy to share this with you after talking about the death, the child destroying machine. Isn't Six Flags an American company? I think it is. Yes. if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, his name is Perjurer, yeah. Yeah, Defunct Land has a lot of good episodes. Like, they have a lot of good shit. I watch Defunct Land pretty frequently. Yeah, they're really good. Now I don't believe any of this. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't believe any of this? Oh, I see. Because he's Perjurer? I get it. That's cruel. It's cruel. He can't help his name. He also... Defunct Land has an episode on Action Park. Maybe we'll watch it sometime. Yeah, it's really good. Good night, Endless Wonder. But yeah, so there's the story of the Ball Crusher. The Ball Crusher. Yes. It's no Mickey's Dick Smasher, but it is pretty impressive. I told you, didn't I tell you that it wasn't as intense as the Child Killing Machine, but yeah. Do you think we'll have movie nights on the Discord? We might. We're trying to figure out how to make it happen, but we might do that, which would be really fun. We might do that. We have to see if there's a way for us to work it out. I don't know for sure if there is. You watched the first 5 minutes of what? Of the Green Lantern thing? Oh, you want to do a movie night soon? Okay. Yeah, we can work on that. I was not talking about Action Park this time. However, I did talk about Action Park a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, well, we can talk about that on the Discord. No need to work it out here. Oh shit! Look! Jeena with the fucking killer fucking thing for today. Damn! This is great. I love it. Listen, this is good. This is good. This is good. I love it. Damn, that's a good one. Jeena. Ooh. All right, y'all. If you haven't joined the Discord, join the motherfucking Discord. All right? I don't think I got any more energy in me. I said this was going to be a short stream and I ended up going for 7 hours. You lucky motherfuckers. You really did get a bonus stream this week. You really did. But I am hungry and I wish to relax because I've worked a lot this week. So, let us figure out if there is anyone still streaming at this time of night, and we may raid them. In fact, we will. Hey, shut the fuck up. We're going to raid No Comment Chick. We are going to raid No Comment Chick, who appears to be going over some drama. So, this is a Twitch stream, so we're going to host the Twitch stream. You have to click through. And please give your love to No Comment Chick from Demon Mama. Let her know you're there, okay? Tell her I said hello. And remember, much communal love to all of you, and I will see you very soon. We should have a very fun week coming up. This weekend, I'm going to be working on my spiritual deconstruction, though I don't know if that will be ready. Might take a little bit, but go give some love to go give some love to No Comment Chick, okay? And thank you all for your support, your love, your kindness, and everything else. And by the way, YouTube imps, much love to you too. I know I don't always get to check in on YouTube chat, but I do my best. I do my best. Bye for now, vermin, and good night, everyone. Let me just set the raid to go out right now. All right, I'm raiding out. Here we go. Raid is happening. Don't forget to click through and go give your love to No Comment Chick, imps. See you very, very soon. Mwah.